Let's talk about an old saying that says that truth is more confusing than fiction, and thinking about it, it sounds very silly but logical, and I say it from my own experience. If I remember correctly, I was murdered by a person I considered my own sister, and it's going to sound very crazy, but I reincarnated. I really reincarnated, but before you get confused, I'm G to explain a little what happened. My name was Tomoki, and one day a co-worker called Kiritsubo invited me to drink that night, and things happened as they had to happen. But later this girl got drunk as hell, so I decided to take her to her home for her to rest. But I was still in the mood for a drink, so I went to a nearby store to buy some alcohol. But when I was on my way home, I saw her, a girl I already knew. Her name is Crimine, and she may look like a stalker, but I consider her my sister. Anyway, the fact is that I called her, but she didn't say a single word, which gave me a very bad feeling. However, I approached her, and in return I received a stab wound in my stomach. And to be honest, it didn't hurt. I didn't even imagine that it was going to kill me. It seemed like a small wound and easy to heal. But I realized that Crimine was using an electrified knife called Nenikaruri, and from one second to another fell to the ground because of the electricity. I couldn't even defend myself, and Crimine kept stabbing me. And seeing her with her face soaked in blood, she was completely unrecognizable. And I guess at that moment I died. And well, I revived. I thought it had just been a nightmare in bad taste. Or maybe the alcohol had gone to my head. But no, I actually died. They definitely murdered me. However, I still keep thinking. Why do I keep thinking? I don't understand it. And when I wanted to open my eyelids, they felt very heavy, and the first thing I saw was a very ugly man with green skin. Day 1, after he did some strange things to me, that man told me that I was born again. Day 2, in the midst of the confusion, I tried to move my body, but it did not respond. The only thing I could do was look around. It seems that I am in a cave, and to top it off, I am together with several ugly and green babies. To tell the truth, they look like goblins. When I was finally able to move a hand, I noticed that it looked like theirs. It seems that I have been reborn as a goblin, which unfortunately even made me want to cry. Now I understand why I can hardly move. It is logical. I am a goblin baby newborn. But hey, I did what any goblin baby would do. Sleep. Day 3. Now I find out that goblins actually grow very fast. Overnight I am the size of a child going to school. However, this body is much weaker than my previous body. However, I tried to behave like others, like all a good savage. I also noticed that the rate of growth for these children is normal. I suppose it is because they are beasts of nature and they are forced to develop very quickly in order to survive. Of course, unlike humans. But hey, since I was blessed with a second chance, I'll make sure I live it to the fullest. And to begin with, I have to train this weak body. And so I spent the whole day pushing my body to the limit until I literally fell from exhaustion. Now it is not so difficult to move. Day 4. The next day they sent me to look for my own food. When I was only 4 days old, I had already gone hunting. So I went out with another goblin called Kichai, and while we were looking for our food, we talked about various topics, and in the end we became friends. I forgot to say it, but because goblins have such a low birth rate, they kidnap and rape human women. After a while we found an abandoned cave, in which we found several women. All seemed to have lost hope of living. However, it was clear that they still wanted to live. I don't know. It was very cloudy for me to see all this, so I just limited myself to praying for them. And then we kept looking until we found a kind of rabbit with one horn. So I explained the plan to Kichai and we launched ourselves against it, to hunt it down, and we finally succeeded. This team hunting thing is more fun. However, Kichai doesn't understand the moral of team hunting, so that I had to scold him just a little to learn to share. After this I took the horn off the horned rabbit, to show that my first hunt was a success. But let's put all this aside and talk about that strange voice in my head, which just called me Goblin Roo. I guess that's my new name then. And I also guess that the one who gave it to me was that ugly old man. In any case, I don't like this name at all, so I'll use my name above. I also decided to use the rabbit's horn as a weapon. Maybe I'll find something better later, and his skin will be useful. But just when Kichai woke up, my conscience began to invade me. So to make him leave me alone, I shared part of the loot with him, and he was grateful to me like never before. I didn't know that Kichai was so grateful. In the end, we ate the rabbit together, so long story short, I ate some meat, got a new gun, made a new friend, so this day wasn't bad at all. Day 5. It is already the 5th day, and today I am also hunting for something to eat. And I meet a rabbit with a horn again. So I used my weapon made of horn and ended the life of that animal. And when I snatched its horn, I realized that it was a little bigger than the one I found yesterday. And once again that voice mentions my name. In any case, today's loot was much better than yesterday's. And since I was with Kichai, I decided to share the loot with him again. And while we were eating, that voice spoke to me again. And this time he told me that I have learned a new skill called escaping. so there is no doubt, it is about that. But let me explain. Before I died I was in a spur, which means I was a person with some special powers, and I guess that ability reincarnated with me. In my old life, 1 in 10,000 people had a chance of being born as an Asper, with a specific ability, and I especially was born with the ability of absorption. So in simpler words, everything I put in my mouth can be eaten. It doesn't matter how hard it is, nor how toxic, since they become harmless inside my body. Also, absorbing things gives me new abilities and more power, but this has certain rules. Like for example, if I want to eat creatures I have to eat them before they are 12 hours after they died, in order to absorb their ability, and if I keep eating that same thing I can improve the ability that absorb and thus obtain more power. And you will think that this absorption ability is not a big deal, but the truth is that the more I eat the stronger I become. In my old life, I had eaten several things. I even ate some Asper that were evil, and I had countless number of powers, but now I have another life, and I have lost all these abilities. Still, I guess the fact that I have retained the absorption ability is already too lucky. Well, whatever, I've already figured it out. Now you know, so I decided to continue our hunt. And with Kichai accompanying me, I hope I can recover my abilities soon. After continuing the hunt I realized that this ability to escape allows me to run faster. Also, after hunting some things and eating them, we finally got full, and Kichai began to admire me. I guess now he understands that I will be the leader of the group. Day 6. We met a goblin called Gobumi, and she admires us for having hunted horned rabbits. I suppose that hunting these animals is still very difficult for her age, and I asked her what she was eating then, and she told me that nuts from a tree. This has helped her stay alive, since others starved to death because they are still babies to go hunting. And when they tried, they were impaled by the horns of these rabbits. And although it sounds very silly, it can happen. Normally a newborn goblin, he is usually retarded and thoughtless, as well as small and weak, and they went out hunting empty-handed. Now that I realize it, the others are starting to use weapons, as well as us, as if they were imitating us. I guess that's not its bad. Meanwhile, Gobumi does nothing but praise and admire me, because I'm very strong and intelligent as well as great. I don't know how to take it since being popular among the goblins. It's not something I've experienced before. But while I was thinking about it, Kichai mentioned that he's hungry again, so we decided to go hunting again. This time I invited Gobumi to learn to hunt and stop eating those ugly nuts, but she started to hug me and started crying. I don't know if I said something bad, but she quickly raised her face with a big smile, and after thanking me repeatedly she agreed to come with us. And after a while we managed to hunt several horned rabbits, and that's how this day ended. Day 7. Today it woke up raining, so we didn't go hunting. However, in order not to waste time, we began to make our own weapons. It thought about making a knife to obtain some good skins, so I used the stone that I had found yesterday in the river and managed to make one. With it we can make some pieces of leather to make garments and put aside these horrible loincloths. And quickly more goblins our age were coming to observe what we were doing. But I just ignored them and we went on with our business. After a while we were able to make 3 knives, and then by afternoon, Gobumi, Kichai and I were thinking of a new way of hunting. But we were interrupted by that ugly old man. Then I found out that he is 20 years old, and if he is already the oldest of all. So I decided to pause our strategy plan to listen to Grandpa. Grandpas always know a lot of things, and after listening to him for a while I learned many things about this world. But what intrigued me the most was why our parents were not in this place. And it seems that everyone went out to hunt and steal loot, and those who survive are the strongest. Thinking about it is something inspiring. But 20 years seems like a short time to me. Maybe I can live a little longer. In the end, the old man finished telling us his stories and went to the treasure room. However, I was left wondering if goblins procreate because they are good with that, or because their life is very short. Well, whatever, I had that little doubt. I guess I'll have to find out on my own. Day 8. It's another day and we decided to put our new hunting plan to the test. And I'm not going to deny it. We encountered several threats, but we managed to overcome them. I finally managed to realize that the plan was extremely effective. Gobumi is support with her stick with a sling that I made myself. Kichai in front and me in the center. This formation turns out to be very effective. At the end of the hunt we obtained a lot of food and new prey. But Gobumi and Kichai were still not satisfied, so they hunted 2 more rabbits. So we started to see the loot. And as our first prey we have a raccoon with armor, and although I tried to pierce it with my horn, it was not possible, so I thought that it could be useful to make armor. Plus I ate that hard shell, and I learned a new ability called shell. It seems useful. Then we check the other prey. It's called 7-color bat. I guess its wings will be used to make Gobumi a weapon. But I couldn't absorb any ability from this bat, but I got stronger, so I guess if I eat another, maybe I can learn some skill, so let's move on to the next one. This creature is the highlight. I named it a night viper, and even though it has extremely tough skin I managed to cut off its head and we shared the body. And when I started to eat it my hands were completely paralyzed and this scared me a lot. But it turns out that I learned 5 new skills in one hit. But I think I was lucky hunting this snake, because it was much stronger than I. However, when I eat something stronger than myself, I can extract more abilities and power. I still had the head of the viper, so I decided to keep it to extract its poison and soak some of my weapons. Now I would only have to find an opponent to test my new and improved poisonous weapon, but I decided to avoid fatigue and eat the head. Among the abilities that I learned from the same viper, there was poison absorption and poison tolerance, so I guess eating it won't do me any harm. Day 9. It's a new day and I started to create an armor with the things we found. I also made a needle and made some silk to be able to sew the pieces. But just at that moment Kichai was hungry, and since it was raining I told him that I wasn't thinking of going out hunting, and I recommended him to eat insects. Maybe it's only for a day. I also gave him some things I made for him. So I gave him a shield, which will be very useful since he is the one who goes in front of our formation. And with the colorful wings of the 7-color bat I decided to make a garment for Gobumi. So I asked her if it wasn't too flashy, but she loved it, so I guess it's okay. I also made her a necklace with the fangs of these bats, and as usual she jumped towards me and hugged me while she thanked me on several occasions. And well, now we no longer carry ugly rags. Now we have something better than that. Day 10. Today we went out hunting again and we killed several creatures, the same type of the ones we had hunted before. However, unfortunately we didn't manage to catch any 7-colored bats. And we also found other monsters, but they seemed to be higher level than us, so just we ignored them. And yes, you heard right. It seems that in this world there is something called levels, which indicates the level of strength of a creature. And although I don't quite understand how it works, I tried to concentrate and a number 86 appeared. So I guess that's my level. I also said the same to Kichai and Gobumi, and Kichai told me that number 78 had appeared, and Gobumi 55, so I'm the strongest in the group. What I don't know is how to raise that level, but I guess it should be by killing creatures. That being said, a level 100 goblin is still weaker, but according to Grandpa, when you reach level 100 then you can rank up to a higher species, and the order of ascension would be goblin, hobgoblin, and ogre, but there are many kinds of evolution according to the grandfather, and he also told me that I had to choose carefully. I wonder what will be the best decision. Day 11. As it was routine, every day, we went hunting, and in the middle of the hunt we found a cave, so we went in to take a look. We didn't count on the fact that we were entering a nest of 7-colored bats, so we quickly told Gobumi to go ahead, and meanwhile I stayed with Kichai to give her some time, because there were too many. I even thought that I was finally going to die again. But thanks to the skills I learned when I ate that snake at night, we managed to survive. Plus the armor also protected us a lot, and in the end we managed to kill 30 bats of 7 colors. And after the battle, I ate 10 of these animals, and I learned some skills. Among them I learned echolocation, and it helps me so I can scan the terrain and locate animals to ambush, so I'll put it to good use. Day 12. Finally, when it got dark we returned home as usual. The goblins have the night eye ability, so we can hunt at night without any problem. Of course, not to mention the terrible nocturnal beasts that come out at night and can even kill us very easily. However, I'm going to sleep, because I'm very tired and tomorrow there will be many more things to do. But something happened just around midnight, and thanks to the ability to sense presences I was able to react in time. As it turns out that several goblins my age decided to attack me while I was sleeping. There were 6 of them and they had sticks in their hands. They clearly wanted to finish me off. However, thanks to my poisoned horn I managed to kill one. And as for the others, I applied a good dose of tranquilizing poison, and then give me the pleasure of giving them a well-deserved beating. But so much fuss made more goblins arrive, so I was forced to remove the poison. And to tell the truth, I expected to receive some punishment or something for having killed a goblin. But it seems that for adults this is a normal savage act, so they didn't utter a word. The real problem was when Gobumi found out that they wanted to hurt me. She got so furious that she attacked one of those goblins and almost killed him. So I had to sedate her to calm her down, and then I put her to sleep. And as for the corpse, I dragged it outside and made sure no one was spying on me. And after this I ate it. Day 13 finally dawned, and this time we decided to go into the deepest part of the forest until we reached the foot of a mountain. And there we found a new prey. It was a monster very similar to the goblins, only taller and with the head of a pig. And after we chased him for a while we thought that we could defeat him. But first we had to make sure that he was alone. So I used the skills that I learned when I ate those bats, and made sure that there was no one together with him. So I soaked a stone with my poison and gave it to Gobumi so that she would stick it right in his eyes. And when this pig was blinded and weak, Kichai attacked him, and everything went perfectly, because the monster was very badly injured. But we still could not lower our guard, so we made sure that the monster could not ask for reinforcements. And for this Kichai smashed its head and I stabbed it several times. And that's how we hunted our first orc. And the truth is that it tastes very good. It tastes very similar to the taste of pork. and obviously I learned many skills. Among them I learned the orc language, so it occurred to me that just as there is a skill to speak with orcs, then there must be an equal one to speak with humans. And after we ate orc, we continued hunting and finally returned home, and since we had hunted much more than usual, I decided to take food to the other goblins. Yes, to those same ones who attacked me yesterday, because the most likely thing is that they did it for food, since they had not been able to eat for days and they were hungry, and they attacked me because they wanted to subdue me so that I would hunt for them. But well, the fact is that we are of the same race, so that is why I decided to help them by giving them some food. But what I didn't expect is that they would be so happy. They also thanked me and told me that they were going to return it to me. So I taught them to form groups and to organize themselves to hunt horned rabbits. So I suppose what I did was not bad at all. And when they learned to hunt, they all started to bring me food. But I prefer they eat it. I can hunt my own food. The truth is, this day was quite beautiful, but I was very tired. And when I left to sleep, I started to level up, and it was a bit of a strange sensation. I finally received the blessing of the god of life and death. Of course, all this was told to me by that voice. I finally fell asleep. Day 14. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was that my hands had changed, and also my skin was now black, and my body had grown a lot. And it seems that Kichai experienced the same thing, only he still has green skin. So it was something strange for both him and me to recognize each other. Suddenly I had the doubt of wanting to see how I looked now with my evolution. So I used the knife that I made with that stone to serve as a mirror. And the truth is that what I saw was so surprising that I was even scared. I looked pretty good, to tell the truth. I also grew a lot and my abilities increased his power a lot. So we went to eat something with Kichai, and then we went to see Grandpa, because surely he will give us advice that will help us a lot with our new lives. And he told me about the god's protection and stuff. I'll tell you what it's about later. The fact is that what he told me was that the evolution of a goblin to a hobgoblin is very strange, because hobgoblins tend to look alike physically to humans, and because Kichai and I have different skins is because I am a variable of that evolution, which means that I am stronger than a normal hobgoblin. Although to reach this evolution requires special actions. The black in my skin means it is the same black as one of the gods. This supposedly means that I can use death skills or something like that. So he advised me to be very careful because someone might try to kidnap me. He also told us that only we could evolve with just 1 month of birth. So basically Kichai and I are the strongest in our community. So we were granted the privilege of entering the treasure room whenever we wanted. And we can also use human women. And meanwhile I must cover any feature that reveals that I have the protection of the god of life and death. After everything that happened, I got ready to make some pants for Kichai. And just when I went to ask him his size, I noticed him quite strange. And he told me that he wanted to see how strong he had become, so he challenged me to a duel. And he said that to someone who loves to fight. And we spent the whole day fighting and testing the limits of our new bodies. And although I have many abilities, I must confess that it was hard for me to win the duel, since Kichai adopted an extremely resistant body and his ability to absorb damage is ridiculously high. And since we spend a large part of the day fighting, the rest of the day we dedicate ourselves to readjust our clothes because the ones we had were already too small for our bodies. And we didn't worry about food because the other goblins who learned to hunt brought us enough food. Day 15. It is our first day as hobgoblins, and therefore we will go hunting to see what we get. But Kichai and I decided to go look for these monsters from the other time. And this time we saw different ones. They had fox heads. I have no idea what they are called, but I will call them kobolds. The thing is that we analyzed them for a while and created a strategy to attack them, since there were 2 of them, and we are basically 2-2, since Gobumi has not yet evolved and therefore she is still weaker. Anyway, she was able to distract them and we took care of going to the fight. So I decided that it wouldn't be a bad option to use my poisoned horn. But Kichai told me not to, because he wanted to try his body one more time, but now in a real situation. So I withdrew from the fight and gave him the pleasure of leaving him to fend for himself. I never doubted Kichai, so I just stopped to watch how he cracked his face against those 2 kobolds. Finally Kichai was victorious and celebrated with a lot of euphoria. How strange and good at the same time. Yesterday Kichai was nothing more than a weakling. Now he's a champion. After that, Gobumi began to treat Kichai's wounds, and meanwhile, I took the things of those kobolds. I found some weapons, and of course, his 2 swords are wonderful for us, so I took them without a doubt. And then we certainly ate, and I learned very useful skills. And then Gobumi appeared and brought me some fire spirit stones. These are used to cast fire spells on them, and I ate them. Maybe I find something useful to absorb from them. And indeed I learned pyrokinesis. How crazy. Now I can use fire at my mercy. This would undoubtedly be very useful. I think it is the best skill I have learned so far, since fire is essential for survival. Not to mention that we will no longer have to eat raw meat. Then we went back to hunting, and I was surprised that my hunting apprentices managed to hunt at their own expense a raccoon with armor. So as a reward for their achievement I cooked the meat for them. And as for the armor of the animal, I kept it because I may need it for something. Day 16. Today my hunting apprentices met with me to ask me to teach them more ways to hunt new creatures. It seems they had an encounter with a night viper, but they avoided it because they didn't know what to do. That's pretty good. In any case, they wanted me to teach them how to fight one of them. So I asked them what I received in exchange, and they offered me part of the loot every time they hunted one. It seems to me a pretty decent deal, so I decided to take it. So with the help of Kichai and Gobumi, I got to train them. And since we are talking about survival, and that only the strongest can survive, I made sure to push their bodies to the limit. We trained very hard, and I also made sure that they learned that I am in charge of this place. And at the end of the training, everyone was exhausted. Everyone except me, so I decided to go hunting for everyone to eat. I also offered to make them equipment with the useful parts of the animals they managed to hunt. Especially, I hope this motivates them even more to hunt. After that, it got late, so I went hunting alone for the first time. So I took the opportunity to go to the treasure room. I wanted to try to communicate with those women, but I couldn't do it. Those women no longer even had the breath to speak. They barely breathed. They were completely devastated, and in their eyes you could see that they were delirious about her speedy death. And among them there was one who was pregnant. The facts were very unfortunate for me, and to think that that woman, very surely she would be enjoying her life out there. In return, she is trapped here being raped every moment. So I was kind and asked them what they might want to hear. I asked them if they wanted to die. They were so weak that they could barely move halfway their lips. I couldn't understand a single one of their weak words, but clearly I could understand their looks. So I left them a bit of my poison and withdrew from there, and I just didn't want to look back. Day 17. The next day I went to see the Goblin grandfather to inform him of some bad news, but he was sleeping, so I had to wake him up. I told him that I had discovered all the women who were in the cellar, all dead. I also told him that maybe they had taken poison and that's why they died peacefully, and to persuade him a little I told him that if he had any idea how they had gotten the poison. I also told him that I got rid of the bottle of poison. However, the grandfather only began to cry for the loss of the women and the baby goblins inside them. And after everything happened, I took the bodies of the women and started to burn them, but not without taking some of their parts and eating them, to acquire some abilities. Well, really I gained many skills, and among them, I learned human language, so I consider myself well served. After that, I went to see Kichai and Gobumi, and I told them that today I didn't feel like going hunting, so I sent them. But I soon realized that Gobumi had already turned into a hobgoblin. And the truth is that I found it incredible how cute she has become. Now I'll have to make her new pieces of clothing because the ones she had obviously no longer fit her. So I could say that it is the perfect moment to use the skill of the artisan, so I can make higher quality garments. Day 18. It's a new day, and as usual, we went hunting after training. This time we were luckier with the kobolds, because we found 3 of them. Also, one of them had a bow that would be quite good for us, so we concentrated to attack him first. I'm very happy that we all have such a decent level of strength. Even Gobumi has progressed very well with the training. Also, she is very fast and quite intelligent. Compared to Kichai, he clearly has no intelligence, but he does have an impressive strength. I even get nervous when I see him fighting. Anyway, the fact is that after fighting with the kobolds, we dismembered them and usurped their weapons as well as the things that would be useful to us. And I gave Gobumi as a gift the bow. She will put it to good use. And as for the absorption of skills, I did not manage to absorb any, but in exchange I was able to increase the level of the ones that I had already learned. Day 19. Today I felt like going to take a look at the storage cave. I wanted to find out if perhaps here I will find some valuable things belonging to the women who were kidnapped here, and taking advantage of the fact that I have the skills to detect and analyze, I may as well be successful. I didn't really want to come here before, but considering that I can find something, I changed my mind. And I just found some useful equipment. I also found medicine and magic potions, but the best of all is that I found some magic books. I continued to check and I found a sword and a dagger in good condition, so this it will be my new equipment. But suddenly a better idea came to me, so I ate them, and Kichai and Gobumi were watching. But the good thing is that I was able to learn some skills too, thanks to these weapons, so I think that it wasn't that bad. After doing a little inventory, we took out what we were going to occupy and then we went hunting. And when we got to our cave, some goblins arrived with a lot of food and offered it all to me, but I had to reject them because honestly I was not going to eat all that food. Day 20. Training with the other goblins for 5 days in a row. Everyone has already changed their physical forms. Now they look like goblin soldiers. It is much better that the goblins are in this form. Otherwise they would have surely already been killed by some monster while hunting or things like that. By the end of the training, we equipped ourselves with some things that we had brought from the storage cave and went hunting. It is really getting better every time. Now we managed to catch many night vipers. In addition, we also hunted raccoon dogs and 5 kobolds. It should be noted that yesterday in the cave we found a crossbow and I gave it to Gobumi. I also put poison in his arrows, and on Kichai's side I gave him heavy type armor and a great axe. He loves to be around within the fight, so that equipment is very convenient for him. And lastly, there is me. I contribute to the group with my leadership and my ambush ideas. Not even the kobolds are a challenge for us. What's really strange is that we have not hunted pig-headed orcs again. On the one hand, its taste is delicious, and on the other hand, I need to improve my skills, and since that day we have not come across another. Well, the fact is that we returned to our cave, and I took the opportunity to start reading those magical books that I had found. But it's a shame that I can't use magic, since I don't even know how to do it. I'll just have to settle for seeing them. Plus, these books seem to be of a very high level, since they don't even talk about the fundamentals of magic or anything like that basic stuff. And so I spent the rest of the day reading magic books, wishing I could learn something, and since I knew I couldn't, I tormented myself because of this so regrettable fact. Day 21. It's almost been a week of arduous training with the other goblins. I'm happy for their surprising progress. They even managed to catch their first night viper. I'm really proud. A few days ago these goblins were barely satisfied with eating. Though now they can hunt their own food now. I guess I'm a good teacher then. But while I was looking at my apprentices, I realized that some old men were looking at me a little strange. I guess it's strange for them that their race is improving. Anyway, I ignored it and started training with Kichai and Gobumi. And during the training I was able to test some of my abilities to understand how they work. I was also able to confirm that they really are very different from the other goblins. On one hand, Kichai has exceptional strength and a fairly resistant body, and on the other hand, Gobumi is very fast and precise. Her movements are very clean and efficient, and not to mention that they only use techniques that I taught them. So in my head I began to classify the three of us. It could be said that I am in the first place, then Kichai, and finally Gobumi. Well, it was almost, but this time it would be the first time that we take someone else with us. There is a little goblin called Gabu, and I really have no problem with taking her, only taking into account the ranking issue. Then she would be the weakest of the group. But to clarify, between Kichai, Gobumi and I, we take care of choosing her. Also, since we are doing so well these days of hunting, we need one more member to help us carry the loot. So I gave her Kichai's old shield and the small bow that used to be Gobumi's. I also took the time to make a small obsidian knife, and I gave her a hunting knife. That will be her basic equipment. After equipping Gabu, we went hunting. And when we were hunting, I could appreciate that she may be able to evolve into a hobgoblin soon, as it is seen that she has a talent for hunting. After the hunt, we went home with the loot. Day 22. Coincidentally, today I was walking around the cave and I heard some goblins talking about how they weren't going to need to train anymore. They think they are already very strong and can face everyone. And obviously I had to give them a little poke so they would understand this issue, discipline, and so that they would stop being so cocky. Incidentally, I taught them that they should never let their guard down because this could cost them their lives. Maybe they hate me for how I treat them, but I just want everyone to be stronger. In the evening, we went hunting and I wanted to look for some kobolds to increase my skills. And after searching for a while, we found 6 kobolds gathered. So we started to devise a plan to attack them. But before we could conclude anything, another kobold appeared, with a very peculiar mask. He also had a staff and a costume very similar to a magician. So it's probably that, a magician kobold. So I warned the rest of the group to be very careful. Magicians are especially stronger ones. I don't want us to end up in serious trouble. But while I was thinking about what to do, I thought of paying attention to the magician to see if I could understand a little about that magic stuff. So all we did was chase them very carefully so as not. They were walking, they met a creature called green slime. It has the peculiarity that physical attacks do not hurt that thing. So I saw how the magician and he came into action. And thanks to that I was able to understand a little of those magic issues. And after seeing what I wanted to see, I took advantage of the fact that this magician lowered his guard and attacked him from behind. All it took was a stab that went through his heart. And as for the other 6 kobolds, well, we killed them and I took it as personal loot. The 7 kobold hearts, to be able to eat them and improve my abilities. I was also able to collect the nucleus of that green slime, and I discovered that is immune to physical attacks. You only have to kill them with fire. By the way, I learned many new skills, and among them, I clearly learned magic skills. So in theory I should start practicing magic to be able to use it. And with that said, we went to continue hunting. This because we wanted Gabu to gain more experience. We all want her to evolve quickly, and we hunted snakes and dogs, and we continued hunting until I literally didn't want to eat anything else today. So I started practicing magic, and I must confess that it was very complicated at first, but after a while I was able to learn to cast some spells. But it still takes a lot of time. It's obvious that I lack more experience, and when I was training a green slime appeared. What a perfect coincidence. I didn't miss the opportunity to practice, even though I felt very nervous because I still feel like I haven't learned anything. Anyway, I made a spell called Spear of the End and shot it at the green slime. And I could see that maybe I overdid it just a little bit. Then I took its core and learned a skill called bodily fluid manipulation. I guess it will come in handy at some point. Day 23. Today something very peculiar happened in the cave. Because it was raining very hard, nobody went out to hunt. Instead, all the goblins of my generation were gathered talking, and I was surprised that they decided to name me chief. But the fact is that the other goblins began to fight among themselves. But I simply let them fight. After they got tired of fighting, I explained to them how the hierarchy was going to be, because after me there would be Kichai, Gobumi and Gobu. I also explained to them how the ranks work. Like me, Kichai, Gobumi and Gobu, we are of high rank. We have responsibilities and we must also command those of low rank. And the other goblins that are of low rank have to obey those of high rank. This and some more functions of the chain of command. It was all a very theoretical class. I suppose this would be more than enough for everything to work well. I also wanted to make a class system, but unfortunately we are still very little, so that we'll have to wait. Day 24. This hunting stuff has become a daily routine. Today we found something new, a spider demon. The cobwebs that make these things really scary. Luckily I used some pyrokinesis to be able to remove some cobwebs, but I did not count on the cobwebs being so flammable and everything. It started to catch fire very quickly, so we had to rush out to try to put out the flames. We don't want a forest fire right now. After we got the fire under control, we found the spider fried by the flames, and we ate it. It didn't taste bad at all. In fact, it was like eating fish. Along with the food, I learned a skill that allowed me to shoot webs from my fingertips, but I don't know how to make a web, so I'll have to find more demon spiders to eat. Luckily there were more spiders nearby, so we caught some and ate them. As a result, I learned to weave spider thread, so that will be very useful for making bows and that kind of thing. Also, spiders have a very hard shell, so we decided to take them to make some pieces of armor. Then we left the place with the loot, and while we were walking we finally found what I wanted to find. Orcs, only these looked much stronger, and better equipped. There were also 6, and among them there was one who looked like their boss. He had a weapon that seemed very strong, so we decided not to attack them, since we could have serious problems. Instead, we followed them for an hour until they took us to some mountains, where apparently they have a mining exploration. So I used echolocation to be able to explore inside the caves without having to get closer, and I managed to discover that inside that mining complex there were many orcs. So we decided to withdraw from the place. It would be a suicide mission to attack them. And when we were going back, we found 3 orcs that looked like mine workers, and since they were already a little removed from them, we attacked them, and Gobumi very agilely managed to shoot 2 orcs with arrows just in the head, and I took care of the 3rd. Then we took the bodies to a safe place, and we had a good feast. Besides, we took their pikes, and we burned the rest so as not to leave evidence. And while after eating orc meat, I learned a skill called stench. I don't really see anything interesting in this skill, but I suppose one day I'll think of using it for something. Day 25. Certainly, some goblins have had problems with the training issue. It must be because not all of them can keep up with the same pace. But the good thing is that none of them die when they go hunting, so I'll settle for that. And after we've trained, we'll go out to hunt again. And we found some creatures that we had not seen before, and their fur seemed to be made of steel, so I decided to call them black wolves. I could see some 14 or so, and they were all enjoying a good feast. Luckily, we managed to hide in a place where they won't be able to smell our scent. So we stared at them, and we realized that among them, there was one especially big one, almost twice the size of the other wolves. But of course, they would never expect a surprise arrow, fired by Gobumi's crossbow. Although to be frank, a simple arrow would not kill their leader, but an arrow with poison would. And now being able to kill their leader, we launched a fight against the other wolves. The fight was quite intense. We were all trying very hard. And for my part, I also took the opportunity to practice a little magic. And in the end, the entire pack of wolves was executed. And immediately we all began to collect, which would be useful. Well, everyone except Kichai. He wanted to fight more, so I put him on guard while we collected things. It wasn't entirely necessary since I have the ability to sense presences, but I did it so that Kichai would have something to do. And meanwhile, the girls got ready to extract the skins of these wolves and to cut the meat. And then we divided the meat, and it was enough for each one. More or less 4 wolves each. And I ate the wolf that was their leader, and I was able to learn an ability called Pack Leader. This will allow me to choose the best person for a specific task. I see that in the end that wolf was a good leader after all. And also learn I gave steel skin, which increases my defense if I put on an armor made with their leather. This is really useful for me, so I will make the most of it. For now, we will go to rest. Today was a pretty long day. Day 26. Today we woke up with a big surprise, and that is that Gobu has become a hobgoblin. which seemed super fast to me. But then I remembered the fight with those wolves, and this most likely made her gain a lot of experience. So I rewarded her by giving her an accessory, and then we went to train as usual. And after that, normally what I would expect is everyone to disperse to hunt, but today I wanted to get everyone together to get ready to upgrade their armor pieces. We also organized, so low-rank goblins will use horn sticks and shell shields, each hunting group of 4 to 5 goblins and a captain, who wear light leather armor and metal weapons. Today will be an important day. I plan to put into action a plan to increase everyone's skills, including mine. So let's go prepare a surprise attack to attack the minds of the orcs. It's not like I have anything personal against them, but at the end of the day this is a game of survival of the fittest. So let's kill them, and certainly, eat them. Then after marching towards those mines, the long-awaited moment arrived. Our first battle. Either it's them or it's us. At the end of it all, we managed to win the battle, and although we had many wounded, fortunately we didn't have any dead goblins. Unlike the orcs, they all died, and for my part I suffered several serious injuries on my arm. But in the end I have a regeneration ability, so it would not be a big problem to heal. Well, I guess. Then we all got together to eat and celebrate, so I used my skills to make fire and eat the roast meat. And while we were together, I realized that all those goblins that I used to see as simple members of the pack are now all my pupils, so if it's in my ability, I'll do what I can to help them all. After we feasted on roast pork, we started to gather the items we managed to collect. There were some spirit stones lying around, so I took all of them. Besides, I also learned more skills. This day was definitely very productive, but this task of roasting meat definitely made me very thirsty. By the way, now that I think about it, since I reincarnated I haven't drunk anything worthy to quench a good thirst. How much I miss drinking a good beer. I wonder what happened to those beers that I had bought moments before I was murdered. Day 27. It's another day and I woke up quite relaxed, and I began to think a bit about what kind of use to give to the spiritual stones that I found yesterday. And while I was thinking and training, a group of unknown goblins arrived. They all had armor, and there were also coming 3 hobgoblins with them. And since they were strangers, I thought they were enemies, and I was even preparing to fight. But grandfather came and told me to calm down, and that those goblins were the ones who had gone on the expedition. In a few words, they are our parents, so I calmed down a bit and thought about going to greet them. But something made a very strange sound. A hobgoblin named Ken had arrived with a group of 5 kidnapped human women, and one of her had some kind of light armor, so it could be some adventurer. But her face was a bit damaged, and judging by the good condition of her clothes, it seems that none have been abused so far. But obviously this is only momentary. Well, now I think differently, and since I am a hobgoblin, my duty is to make some descendants. Also, if we talk about numbers, we have to recover the goblins that died in the expedition. So I decided to ask Ken if he would leave those women at my disposal, while I plan to release them. Because thinking about it, it would not be good to increase the number of goblins in our community. This would bring us serious problems to be able to complement the basic needs of all. Also, human beings may start to see us as a threat and may want to attack us. It would be more convenient to train and strengthen those of us who are already here. And on the other hand, I still want to obtain more knowledge about human beings. Since I am new to this place, I expressed to Ken all this I thought. But it seems that he had not liked the idea very much. So the atmosphere became very delicate, and all the goblins of Ken's pack began to take up their weapons. It is noticeable that they did not care. My ideas are interesting, so I decided, if they want to fight they will have it. Ken quickly began to threaten me very strongly and even demanded that I repent or he was going to kill me. So I took up my sword and prepared to fight. But they came to the place 2 more hobgoblins and they stopped us before we started, and I had no idea who they are. Then I met Sei and Sato. Then he explained to me that Sei is a wizard hobgoblin, and he told us that we will fight wisely if we were really going to fight. So he proposed a fight for the leadership of the community. By that time it was already noon. But before starting I asked Sei why then he didn't face Ken, since if he is a magician then he has to be stronger than Ken. But he told me that he was not interested in taking the lead. So once he told me this, I turned my head a bit and saw Ken's goblins playing games of chance. I found it quite surprising that they knew these games. On the other hand, they explained to us the rules of the fight. We can't use weapons and you win if your enemy surrenders or you end up with him. And the referee of the fight will be the grandfather. And without further ado, there we were, Ken and I ready for the referee to give the signal to start the battle. All the other goblins were in favor of Ken, but I didn't care. In any case, I was going to finish him off. And for that exact moment, grandfather gave the signal to start. Like this, Ken launched himself at me, but I managed to stop him and I used my cobweb threads to entangle him and catch him and then climb him up a tree. But I didn't do him any kind of damage. I give him the option to surrender, but Ken, he was too proud and decided instead of giving up to become my punching bag. So I started hitting him so hard that I made everyone present overwhelmed with what they saw. However, Grandpa thought that I had a gun and that's why he threw those threads. But I explained to him that they only came out of my body and that not even I understood how that happened. And about a Ken, I made sure not to kill him. I better let him live. It may be useful. And again I turned to see the others. And they all had an expression on their faces as if they had seen something very scary. But well, the fact is that I earned first place in the community. So as my first term I told everyone not to lay a finger on human women, since I planned to change the rules of this community a bit. And then I went with them to leave them in the storage cave. Yes, where the other women were. They might escape, but in any case it's not convenient for them since there are many dangers outside and I don't think they can survive them. And when we got to the cave I started talking to them and asked them to understand that I didn't want to hurt them, and that I wanted to help them get out of here. But one of them was very impressed because she didn't expect me to be able to communicate with them, and in general with humans. And after trying to earn their trust, one of them finally spoke and told me that the other four are just street vendors, and as for her, she belongs to a guild of adventurers who were hired by the vendors to protect them, and that when they were on their way to the destination city of Ironton were attacked, which resulted in a huge massacre because more than half of the vendors' bodyguards were nothing more than just newly recruited practitioners, so they didn't stand a chance against the group that attacked them, which by the way were the goblins. In addition to the slaughter, also looted all their belongings and the women were captured. And after he finished speaking he thought that this story sounds very scary, and by that time they all started crying. I can't imagine the kind of situation they are going through, so I just left them the torch I was carrying and some blankets, and then I left to leave them alone so they can calm down a bit. Day 28. The next day I brought them breakfast first thing in the morning. This time they already look a little more radiant than yesterday, and the same girl who had spoken to me yesterday greeted me today as if nothing had happened and with a smile on her face. However, the other four seemed more like they were afraid of me. I understand them. In any case, I'm a member of the goblins that attacked them, so I guess I just have to give them a little more time so they understand that I don't want to hurt them. Immediately I gave them the food made with the same ingredients that the goblins had looted from them. Luckily I know how to cook, so they all ate and that made them feel a little better. I don't blame them. Then I sat down to eat with them and really, the soup that I prepared for them tasted too good. In fact, it is the first civilized food I have eaten. I even got goosebumps from the happiness that tasting that soup gave me. After we all ate, we got into a little bit of confidence and we started talking. And they told me a little about their lives and told me that each of them had a job. So I thought of having them as labor for us that would help them keep their heads busy so they don't think too much about their life before they were kidnapped. So I took advantage of the fact that the first girl knew about blacksmithing, so I asked her to keep our weapons in good condition. On the other part, two of the other girls, who actually seemed to be sisters, said that they had knowledge about cooking and tailoring in general. But I don't think goblins want nice clothes to wear, so I assigned the two of them to be the cooks. And the last girl, the prettiest of all five, as well as intelligent and great, had told me that she had knowledge about alchemy, so I told her to make some potions for us. And before she left I forgot, I told the cooks that if they thought about putting poison in the food, they would have a very bad time. But clearly they were very scared. However, I had one girl left and I did not remember. This last one has red hair and I had said that she is a rookie warrior, so I will give her the opportunity to continue her training with us in a while to see what happens. Well, with that said, let's talk a little about jobs, since certainly our classification system does not work for humans, since they have a different system of jobs. I had to fix things to compensate a bit for the difference in powers against monsters, so the jobs will have benefits and rewards so that they can face stronger enemies each time. So anyone can level up their work just by researching it. And if someone has a skill, then they can improve it and level it up to make it better. This system was even used by those people who are now called heroes. And yes, there are also jobs for the heroes. We had planned to start training as usual after breakfast, but we had a sudden change of plans. So we spent the whole morning preparing our things to be able to move, since now there are many and this small cave no longer has enough space for everyone. So we won't be able to all live together. We have to find a more spacious place. We really don't have any other option. Well, I guess you already know where we're going to move to. And yes, we'll move to the mines that we seized from the orcs, since to be honest its size is much larger and it is also well reinforced, so we do not have a risk of it collapsing. Also, there are many spiritual stones which I need because they are very useful. On the other hand, I asked Kichai to go ahead with 10 other goblins to guard, since there were still some orcs around and they had to be exterminated. And after an hour we all left, including the humans. I looked back and said goodbye to the place where I was born, and when we got to the mines, it turns out that Kichai and his army had finished with the orcs that were left alive. So he told me to keep the hearts of the bodies, to which I thanked him and told him to distribute the meat with the rest of his army. Having said this, we entered the mines and began to adapt the place for ourselves, since we need a room for weapons, some rooms and some bathrooms, and I also thought about adapting a place for the human girls to live there separated from us. I also made sure to adapt an area for a smithy, another for a kitchen, another for general work, and finally their rooms, thanks to the fact that I had the ability to control Earth. And in the middle of the excavation I found stones of water and fire to give us light and not be in the dark. After this we spent the rest of the day cleaning and accommodating everything, and by that time the girls already had more confidence and we continued talking, and the food was almost ready. Day 29. Today we start training the older goblins, so I asked them to watch the goblins of my generation while they train. However, there is still a bit of disagreement with Ken. Anyway, I don't care if he doesn't want to train, but most likely the other goblins in his army will want to do it later. After a while things got interesting, so I decided to act like an army sergeant and I started to encourage the others to continue working on their training. But one of the adult goblins was getting a little annoyed and wanted to attack me. However, I quickly calmed him down with a very good blow to his snout so that he learned to respect his elders. And during the following hours we were dominated by monotony to train all the time. Also, at the end of the training I decided that everyone should fight with me, since everyone has enough strength. But as I was saying, in the meantime it was pure monotony, since like everyone else are strong, they recover too fast, so I had no choice but to make them repeat the training over and over again. That day we didn't go hunting so as not to interrupt the training, and later I put other rules for us, and once I see Ken, the poor man is still unhappy. Well, I don't care. In any case, the one in charge now is me. Day 30. Today it started raining, so we couldn't go out hunting. But in order not to waste time we had a special training today. I wanted to see who has more strength, so we did a kind of wrestling event. But certainly the difference between goblins and hobgoblins is a lot, so we had to separate the event into two classes, and as expected the hobgoblins had a very even strength among themselves, and after the event ended each one went to do different tasks. Some wanted to continue training, others went to practice mining, and others who already knew how to read went to teach the others to do the same. And meanwhile I went to talk a little with Sei since I was somewhat curious about magic. And he told me that there were several magic systems, but I only knew those of fire, liquid, and abyss. And since I have barely read a magic book, I don't know what system it belongs to. I was a little confused with this topic of systems, and after I talked a little more with Sei, I went to see the human women and helped them a little with their work. I also went with double intentions since I also like to see them, because they are all very beautiful. Day 31. It's funny that it's still raining, but we had no choice but to continue inside the house. And after we trained as usual, Kichai and I decided to have a friendly fight, obviously. So I put on some new clothes that were fab-rich with the skin of some black wolves. Also, because I had taken some things from the orcs, I took advantage and took the halberd from their leader and put it on myself, to stand out among the others as the leader. Then without more than saying, Kichai and I started fighting. And I have really realized that every time I face him it is more difficult for me to defeat him. Obviously he is getting stronger. That is encouraging. I consider him my right hand, and it is difficult for me to defeat him because my specialty is using skills to confuse my enemies and attack them from behind. But Kichai relying on his own strength makes me really have problems against him. Also, he got an axe and has trained very well with it. And by the way, that weapon is combined with a fire spirit stone, and that makes it very troublesome. And although I have a fire tolerance ability, in any case that axe feels very hot. In short time, we spent the rest of the afternoon fighting very intensely, which I didn't know is that while Kichai and I were fighting, some goblins were planning to go to the human girl's room at night, to use them however they wanted. That same night after training we all went to sleep. But thanks to my ability to sense presences I realized that there were 8 individuals who went to the girl's room, and whispered among themselves because they clearly planned to abuse them. But before drawing conclusions, I only took a weapon and began to chase them, because I wanted to confirm with what intentions they were going to where the girls were. Once I confirmed what I had to confirm, I had no other option than to teach those bastards a lesson. Obviously the uproar awoke the girls, and it turns out that the delinquents were nothing less than Ken and his lackeys. I tried to reason with Ken, but it seems that he still doesn't like the idea that I'm now the boss here. So I was forced once more to show him who is now in charge. And after that I tried to talk to the girls to calm them down and explain the situation. And Kichai arrived at the place. I also suppose that the noise attracted him. However, I told him to take Ken and his lackeys at the entrance of the mine and told all the other goblins to meet there, since I want everyone to witness what will happen if they disobey me. After a while, when everyone was already gathered, I took the opportunity to emphasize the rules I had set and what was going to happen to those who disobeyed me. So in front of everyone, one by one, I tortured them and took them to death in the slowest and most painful way possible. And as for Ken, you could see in his eyes that he begged me for mercy, but I had to make sure I gave him the hardest lesson. So I took the time to torture him all night and make him live his last minutes of life in the worst possible way. Day 32, until finally the sun came up. By that time, Ken couldn't stand another second and he died. So, I guess now everyone learned a lesson. Once everything was done, I told everyone to stop training and let whoever wanted to go to sleep well. Certainly we were all up late, although no one wanted to move, because everyone was completely paralyzed with terror. And after we cleaned up the mess, I did go to sleep, until 2 in the afternoon. And when I woke up, I gathered my group and we went hunting. And I assigned a group of 5 bodyguards to the girls to make sure nothing happened to them. I guess they'll be fine, because after what they saw, I don't think anyone else would dare to even try to touch them. But the subject of the bodyguards were just in case. And when we were in the deep forest, we found a triple-horned horse, but we had to be very careful with them, since they are especially stronger than hobgoblins. And by the way, there were 2 of those animals, so I told Gabumi to do her thing with her crossbow. But what we didn't know was that their armor is so strong that not even Gabumi's arrows could pierce them. So Gobum tried to shoot to the places where he had no armor, and when she finally managed to hit, it turned out that the lethal poison with which the arrows were soaked was not enough for those beasts. So clearly the situation was getting out of control. So I thought of catching one of them with my spider silk. And when I was able to tie it up, I left it to the girls to fill it with arrows everywhere. And as for the other horse, we faced it between Kichai and me, and they were already more near that animal. We were able to discover that the scales had a weak point, so we took advantage of that to go through them, and thus we were able to exterminate the beast. It was really hard for us to kill those horses, but that strengthened our ties as a group of hunting. And after that, we collected the horns, removed the hearts and scales, and finally consumed. We eat the meat. Obviously, by eating their hearts, I learned new abilities, quite useful by the way, which left me quite surprised. So I decided to test one of them called Triple Blow. And the truth seemed quite surprising to me because of the strength from the impact of that ability. I was really satisfied with it. After that, we went back home to rest and sleep. But something strange happened when just before I fell asleep, the girl with short red hair came to my bed. So like good gentlemen, I slept with her all night, but I must confess nothing happened, but it did feel pretty good sleeping with her. Day 33. The next morning when I woke up, I discovered that there was someone else in my bed, because it was Gabumi who also came to sleep with me. This seemed especially strange to me since not even with my ability to feel presences I could realize that she was here. To the best, Gabumi has some ability that allows her to sneak perfectly. However, I just let it go, because I'm sleeping with 2 girls and that's pretty cool. Then when I went to have breakfast, something very strange happened, and that is that the food had fallen out of my hands. Suddenly my arm didn't work for me, but I remembered that I had slept with those girls and my arms were already getting numb. So I assumed that it would pass and soon it would recover again. What a relief it gives me that I am no longer their pillow. And then we started the day as usual, intense training without stopping. This time Kichai told me that everyone had woken up energetic and with a lot of intensity for their training, because it seems that they understood that they have to become very strong, and they are using me as an example to follow. Also lately in our community there has been a considerable increase in goblins, so I had to reorganize everything and I classified them by teams in order to be more organized, and I will be able to supervise all of them. So I will tell you a little about how things are going. As a first step, I decided that Kichai would command a team which I called Anger Team. In this group there will be the strongest and who will be at the forefront in battles against enemies. Then it will be Sato who will command the Hatred Team, which will wear light armor and specialize in fast and precise attacks. Then there will be Gabumi commanding her team called Regret, a team that will specialize in ranged attacks. Then there will be Gabu commanding her team called Pleasure, and this will be supporting the other groups in small tasks. And finally there will be Say the Hobgoblin Magician, commanding her team called Agony, a team specialized in magic. And at the moment those would be the teams formed. Meanwhile, when there are more goblins, I will see what to do with them. After thinking so much and training, I went hunting. And because everyone else is busy training and studying, I had to go out alone to don't bother anyone. And on the way I found a demon spider, so I took its shells to make more armor, and obviously I ate the rest. I also found some 3-horned horses, so I seized the moment to practice some magic against that horse. According to what Say told me, with this tangle of magic components, I have to cast the spell first, which requires mana, and then I must have control of the magic and mix it with the amount of mana that the spell requires. And for the last step, the most convenient would be to use a staff to help me. but since I have some skills that allow me to control the mana, I will be able to do it without the need for a staff. So once again I made a spear of the end and threw it at the horse, and as a consequence I ripped off its head into the truth. It seemed very cool. I did not expect this spell to be so strong, despite the fact that it is the weakest spell of the variant of death spells, so I better leave this spear of the end to use it in extreme cases. So I got ready to remove the horns of the animal and eat the meat, and as within this sequence I learned a skill that allows me to produce scales like armor on my own body, and it was quite frustrating because suddenly my arm started to take on a very scaly appearance, like the arm of a lizard. At first I was scared, but I guess that it's the defensive property of that skill, and after I finally calmed down a bit I continued with the hunt, and later I ran into a green slime, and I used my fire magic to incinerate it and ate its core, and managed to learn an ability called metamorphosis. It's kind of funny because it makes my body elastic. It's in my ability to control body fluids allows me to absorb small creatures. Also, if I were to lose my arms and legs I could continue fighting, and when I'm done I can put them back on later. All this sounds very disgusting, so I'll try not to show it to anyone. After all, it was about time to go home. But something happened when I was going back. I saw a mess of blood on the road, so I followed it to see what it was about. And then I found that beast that grandfather had told me about. A red bear is undoubtedly a real beast, much bigger and more muscular than me. Plus its hair looked like it was made of steel. I thought I would run and get to safety since it is with the type of beast that nobody wants to meet. But I myself don't know why I hadn't run away yet, and instead I was still standing there in front of that bear. But inside my mind I managed to see how I was going to kill it. Sincerely, since Reincarnated is the first time I meet a creature stronger than me, and since this is about survival my instincts told me to fight against him. Also, if I managed to defeat him, I could eat him and thus obtain a lot of power and new abilities. So like this is an extreme case, I decided to conjure another spear of the end and I threw it at the bear. Meanwhile in the cave, Goblin was a little worried about me because the sun was already going down and it was almost getting dark and I hadn't arrived yet. So she went to ask everyone if they knew anything about me, but everyone was very busy with their tasks. And as for me, the spear of the end was not enough for that bear. In return I made him angry and he gave me a very hard time. Really, that animal is very tough. Not even my spear of the end could cause it any damage. And that bear launched to attack me, so I had no choice. It was a hand-to-hand confrontation. And when I had the opportunity, I tried to hit it with my axe in the head. But I didn't manage to do much to it either. I really found myself in trouble. A bear that regenerates wounds also has good reflexes and is extremely strong. This was getting out of control, so I had to resort to using my coated ropes with poison, and I then managed to tie it up. But this bear broke all the ropes and broke free, and as if it were a dragon, an incredible flame came out of its mouth, which honestly if I had let it catch up, I would be super fried. By that time I had resigned myself to not getting out of this confrontation intact. Everything I could think of was useless against that animal, so as a last resort, I decided to hit it with everything. In a single move I stood in front of him, and waited for him to open his mouth again, so I could attack him with my poison-coated sword. And by the way, I activated my triple hit ability. This will be enough because he may be very hard on the outside, but I very much doubt that it is also inside. And when he opened his mouth again to fire at me, I threw myself against him and managed to hit my accurate blow, going through his big head. But that was not all. This animal managed to hit me with his claw that and thrown me against a rock, and I must say that it hurt too much. I also began to bleed a lot, so at this very moment, we are even. Only I no longer have weapons. They are all broken, including my arm was also broken, but I just have to wait a bit for it to heal. The good thing is that the bear will not be able to use its flames anymore, because it got a piece of my sword buried inside its ugly throat, so it got stuck. I thought about cutting some trees to be able to put out the flames that were setting the place on fire. But before I could do anything, this bear jumped at me again and I had to improvise. So I jumped on it, and I don't know how I did it, but I was able to get through its head once more with the tip of my axe. This time vertically from its skull to its jaw. This time it seems that it suffered damage. But the thing has not finished yet. This animal still has strength. It seems that it was immortal. It is not normal that after 2 accurate blows on the head, that thing is still standing. On the other hand, I was too hurt. That bear just had to hit me to finish me off. This really makes the meal worth it. So I let my impulses take me and I threw myself against the beast again. This time it's all or nothing. Day 34. Due to the strong exhaustion of the fight, I suppose I fell asleep or fainted. Who knows? The good thing is that I was able to wake up and the scene I saw was terrible. I was a mess. There was no part of my body that was not injured and bleeding. And by the way, I had lost my arm. The encouraging thing is that his head was lying there separated from his body, and with the little strength I had, I quickly took his hand and began to eat it. I immediately began to learn new skills. Something very strange, something like I wanted to rank up, appeared in my mind. but all I wanted at that moment was to eat and keep learning skills. And when I finally recovered a little or my strength, I thought not to waste time and skin the bear quickly to be able to take its hide. And suddenly I realized that everything seemed smaller. Even the body of the bear now seemed smaller than last night. But it didn't matter. I had to do what I was going to do. But I remembered that I didn't have my arm, so I had to give priority to fixing it. And so the thing continued and I kept learning more skills, but at that time, I felt very tired and my body ached. And as I could, I ate absolutely all the bear. And then when I finally got my strength back, I took the time to look at my body, and I noticed some different things. Despite that it was all covered in blood, I had some weird tattoos all over my chest. My arm was really thick and my abs were in really good shape. Plus my hair had changed color to a deep gray and it was even longer. But the most crazy is that I had grown 2 horns in my forehead. Then I realized that I was no longer a hobgoblin. And I remembered that strange advertisement that had appeared before telling me if I wanted to evolve to the next phase. And I deduced that that would have been what changed my shape. And yes, now I'm all ogre. On second thought, I guess I subconsciously agreed to this ad that came out earlier. I guess I was too tired to remember it. But to be honest, I didn't expect to become this kind of weirdo. But anyway, I'm already an ogre and it's not that it's a bad thing. In fact, it's quite good. Anyway, I thought that the best thing right now would be to go home. And when I got up, my body was completely naked. So I had no choice but to put on the skin of that bear to cover myself. I have been very lucky this time. Thanks to all my skills, I could defeat that thing. Otherwise, I would not be telling this story anymore. If I had lacked any of my skills, none of this would be happening right now. Everything was curious. Even that ability that I had mentioned before, the one called Stench, even that ability helped me fight against the animal. Well, whatever. I went back to take the road home, and when I arrived, everyone got scared because they didn't know me and started planning an attack to stop me. But at the sight came Gabu, who clearly recognized me immediately, and she jumped at me with teary eyes, so I figured she would be happy to see me again. But what I received in return was a cover of her side and many lectures. She looked like a scolding mother, and not to mention the lectures she gave me for losing my arm. She totally ignored that I had evolved and just concentrated on scolding me, and when she finally calmed down, I apologized for having left unannounced and passing alone. And when everyone arrived at the site, I decided to explain the situation to those I considered important to me. And of course, I also had to go see my grandfather to ask him how things are going with this evolution. But at first I didn't want to believe that I had faced a red bear. So Sei explained to me that the reason was because red bears are hardly defeated by anyone. Besides, he mentioned 2 variants of those bears, and among those is one called Lord of the Mountain. And he mentioned that these Lord of the Mountain bears can use magic and are very intelligent. They also spit fire from their mouths, and that this made them more powerful than common red bears, and that their strength is such that they can even kill an ogre very easily. However, grandfather was still very puzzled because I had been able to defeat a Lord of the Mountains with just a month of birth, so he thought calling me weird would be underestimating my strength. But I told him it wasn't that bad, and we spent about an hour like that, talking and talking, until I got bored and decided to go to the workshop to make myself some new clothes and also to tell the girls about my change so that later they wouldn't be surprised. And although at first they didn't want to believe what had happened, after a while I was finally able to convince them that it was really me. And then I asked the girl from the smithy to fix my pack saddle, since it was quite damaged. And she told me that there was no problem in doing it, and incidentally informed me that she had built some weapons with the spiritual stones, which I found quite interesting. Meanwhile, she smiled and I thought about her beautiful smile. Well, after all, I went to the cooking sisters, and I told them to learn how to make bear stew since I was going to hunt red bears. But they told me that to make a good stew they needed some herbs that combined with the meat, so I thought of sending some subordinates to look for said herbs. Incidentally, they asked me to please assign them some helpers because doing everything it was a bit difficult for them alone. So I quickly thought of 3 goblin girls to assist them permanently, so they could do their job better. And on a crazy impulse I told the cooks to marry me, because they are very beautiful. It seems that they will think about it. Then, I went to visit the alchemist who was already making some potions, and I realized that there was something unusual in one of her potions. So I wanted to ask her what she would have done that for. Of course, it was a poison, and it was not just any poison. It was a very lethal one. So I asked her what use she wants to give it, and according to her she wants to use it for her personal defense, since sometimes she felt insecure without having something prepared for a case of extreme emergency. By the way, she tried to be a little flirtatious with me, so I had to use her a little to play for a while. Nothing out of this world, and as a reward she gave me a nice and very sincere smile. But when I noticed for some reason all the girls were after me, so I had no choice but to spend a lot of time with them. and then I did think about making some clothes for myself. But bearskin is quite complicated to deal with, so in the meantime I'll have to use some raccoon skins while I can make the bearskin ones. I finally went to rest. Day 35. Today I was thinking of making myself some tools to be able to hunt. But 3 of my subordinates came up to me and they surprised cause they evolved into hobgoblins. So as a reward I gave them some morning gifts and we began to train very intensely. But I realized that I couldn't fight anyone anymore, since with my new body, not even the Kichai himself can withstand a single blow from me. I even accidentally broke his axe. And not only did I break his axe, I also broke his pride, so he decided to go hunting alone. And very angry, he took his things and went hunting. Also the goblin girls Mai and Sato also went hunting alone. And suddenly everybody began to train very hard. Even the human warrior girl began to fight, training with the goblins. And while I was watching, I was weaving the bear's skin. And the truth is that having only one arm, I didn't do badly. And next to me was Sei, who noticed Kichai's attitude and asked me about what would he do now. And I really didn't know what to say, although I suppose it all depends on how he decides to act. I also asked her for my book back, but she ignored me and pretended I wasn't talking to her. Well, we had a pretty quiet day than what I expected. Day 37. Today the last goblins we had in the community evolved into hobgoblins. And while I was thinking about this evolution thing, I gave them their respective gifts for having managed to evolve. And after that we went to our training and then to lunch. But Gobu came running and full of panic. And she arrived with a small person in her arms completely covered in blood. So first of all I baptized her and gave her a carbuncle. Don't ask me where I got that name from. After this, I decided to treat her serious injuries. Consequently, all the hunger I had gone away, and I decided to pay attention to Gobu. And seeing that Carbuncle had lost a lot of blood, I thought of going to the alchemist so that she could quickly prepare some medicine. Moments later, Carbuncle woke up and, unsurprisingly, she was quite confused. So after explaining what had happened, she finally decided to speak, and she thanked us deeply for curing her even though we didn't know anything of her. Then she told us that her name is Returner and that she was badly injured after a group of humans attacked her. And it was all because the gem that she wears on her forehead is excessively expensive. So very surely those humans attacked her to snatch her gem. So while listening to her story and thinking about how horrible it sounded, Carbuncle asked us to get rid of those humans. She also mentioned being in charge of a secret dungeon that is in the mines. And suddenly she started to suffer and kept exclaiming that we help her. So to explain a little about the history of Returner, it is an artificial carbuncle that was created by a magician with the name of Velvet. And he entrusted him with the task of taking care of all his treasures after he died. And in those dungeons there are legendary items of great value and power, which were created by Velvet, who gave her life to be able to create them, and kept them secret because he couldn't leave these powerful items in the hands of some selfish and greedy human. And going back to the topic with Carbuncle, her superficial wounds seemed to be healed, but the truth is that her core was badly damaged by the attack of the humans. So as a result, she will not be able to live for a long time, no matter how hard we try to help her. She also mentioned that she put an army of skeletons to protect the entrance, but the humans who are trying to enter already exterminated them. Also, Carbuncle told us that if we could exterminate those humans, she will compensate us for our effort, letting us take what we want of those dungeons, since according to her, Velvet hated humans with his soul, so he would have preferred 1,000 times that we took his things. By then, the only thing that I thought was to gather the others and go talk to the human girls. And then when the other members of my special team heard my whole story, we decided to pack what was necessary and go to combat. I wanted to talk especially with the blacksmith, since she had mentioned before that she had made that knife with spiritual stones. So I asked for it, because I will surely need it. But in any case, my intentions are not to kill all the humans. I will just try to talk to them so that they leave peacefully. But if things get scary, then we will have to use the force. And after I said goodbye to the girls, we went through a hole that Gobu had made inside the mines. And we arrived at a place which seemed to be the Velvet secret dungeon, which Returner was taking care of. And when I entered, I tried to look for the humans to talk to them. But I had not entered alone. My minions were protecting me hidden. But while I was walking, I found them. That group of humans who were snooping around the dungeon. And according to what they said, their main objective was return, since they wanted to seize the gem that was embedded in her forehead. And since they could not bear my presence, they all agreed to kill me. However, I kindly asked them to listen to me, and I told them to come to their senses since they were entering someone else's place, and apart from that, they had killed those who were protecting it. And even so, they want to start stealing things, so they should be considered criminals. And since I'm a nice guy, I offered them to just give up and get out of here and pretend that nothing had happened, and that I was not going to retaliate against them. Meanwhile, I analyzed them all thanks to my ability to sense presences. I also discovered that some are equipped with high-level magic items. However, although their formation as a team is very good, something did not give me a good feeling. There was something that just did not add up, and of course, I was attacked by surprise by a magician. This clearly showed me that those foolish humans did not want to reason, and as a consequence they exhausted my patience. Also, that blow hurt me a lot. Then my elite group went into action, and we quickly managed to stop those foolish humans. And so it was how we murdered those intruders who had hurt Returner. I also had the luxury of trying the new knife that the blacksmith girl had made me, and it really doesn't have an incredible edge, but if you shake it a bit it acts like a revolver, shooting incredible water bullets capable of penetrating armor. Then Gabumi asked me to take the knife for her because she wanted to try it for a while, but it seems that you have to have a certain technique to be able to activate it. However, after we played with the knife for a while, we snatched the intruders' equipment and valuables, and games we ate them. And due to the large amount of skills I learned from them, I can deduce that they were all high level among themselves. And among their things we found simply amazing magical items. The best was a storage backpack that acted as a large inventory in which you could put many things no matter how big or heavy, and take them anywhere with you. And we also found a hermit ring, which hides the information status of its wearer. Is something I don't fully understand, but it gave me the same thing, so I just ate it, and I also ate the backpack. After this, Returner took us to the entrance of the dungeon, and since it was all sealed, we decided to use the same method that Gabu used to make the hole in the mines. And then we went to the room of the treasures, and we found numerous extremely powerful magical objects. And further inside the hall we found a mummified body with a silver bracelet, and sitting on a kind of throne, so Returner stood next to the body, and we discovered that it was velvet, and also took advantage of the moment to thank us for our work, and as she had promised us, she told us to take as much as we wanted without any limit. And in a short moment of silence, Returner told me that if I had any idea why there were so many spiritual stones in our home. But it seems that everything is because it was a work of velvet when he was alive, since normally there shouldn't be so many magic stones gathered in one place, which seemed quite amazing to me. Finally, the time to say goodbye would have come. So very happy and pleased, she said goodbye to us and slowly disappeared, leaving in my hand the jewel that she had embodied on her forehead. And then, I swallowed that jewel, which gave me an ability called the Golden Rule. And after we made a small prayer for return, we prepared to take everything we found in that room. So I took advantage of the fact that I had swallowed the backpack to bring her back and take all these things with us. And as for the mummy, I thought I'd give her a good eternal rest, so we cremated her and I took the throne with me. But I realized that even though her body had already turned to ashes, his silver arm was still intact. So I decided to take it. This arm is especially unique and terribly powerful. Its name is Ergatlam, and starting out it is indestructible. It can also change its shape by the will of its bearer and touching some other element and absorbing its components. It can be used as a high-level weapon or as a shield. I decided to keep it, but I didn't know how to put it on my body starting because it is too small, and my body is very big. But when I tried approaching my body, this glove began to behave very strangely, and began to adhere to me. I felt so much pain that I thought I was going to faint from not being able to bear it, but quickly everything ended, and when I realized this arm had already adapted to the proper size for me, and then I decided to do some movements to see if it worked well. And it worked so well that it seemed like I had always had this arm. Plus his range of motion was pretty crazy, so I was pretty happy, because I had an arm again, and this time a much improved and vastly powerful one. So I decided to tell the others that we all may get together and prepare food and celebrate for the great loot. Oh, by the way, I had forgotten to tell you that those intruders had alcoholic drinks with them, so with that we had to drink and have a good time for a while. I also needed some motivation since I was crying over the death of Returner, and I took the delicacy of explaining to the human girls that I didn't really mean to kill those humans, but they were foolish and forced me to use force, and after they accepted it, they joined the party. Day 38. Today we started the day as usual, and after the usual training I went to the blacksmith and we began to review the things we had found yesterday. But unfortunately we still did not have the necessary knowledge to understand what all those magical things were for, and neither could the girl, despite the fact that she was a merchant, and so she spent the whole day trying to find information about all the objects we had found. Day 39. Today I decided to gather the most important hobgoblins in our community, and I thought I would give each of them a few items from what we had found, since having both powerful items saved, and if they were dirt, it would be a great waste. But I only did it with the most important, because not all hobgoblins can tend these objects, because they are too powerful, and it would be a problem if someone novice got their hands on them. And I took a weapon that seemed quite attractive to me, a spear called Kazikli, as well as a bracelet called the King's Fury, and that added to my silver arm. Then I would have a total of 3 magical items of the legendary type. Highly powerful, of course, but in order not to entangle you too much with this topic of artifacts and their categories, I have decided to explain a little, because there are some ancient dungeons in this world. Likewise, there are many items of great value and power within them, These items can be up to 2 or 3 times they are more powerful than conventional items. And about the categories, it turns out that there are 7 different categories which are inferior: normal, rare, unique, ancient, legendary, and finally ghostly. In this case, all the artifacts that we find in the Dungeon of Velvet were ancient, legendary, and ghost category. That just means that Velvet was actually a guy with real power. And according to what little I know, there are entire countries that can be destroyed with an ancient category item. Now imagine the power of the ghostly objects, although I am well aware that I still lack a lot of information. Having said that, the afternoon arrived and I met again with the hobgoblins to whom I had delivered artifacts, to go hunting bears and obtain some ingredients for the bear stew that the cooks had promised me. And when we were about to leave, the human warrior joined, and considering that she is still inexperienced, I will have to keep her under my supervision. However, I had no problem with her joining us, and when we were hunting I decided that the boys would do everything. I just waited to see if something went wrong to support them. It is convenient for my team to be at the same fighting level as me. Also, with these new items and a good formation as a team, everything went very well. Although the bears are still a pretty tough opponent to face, but as expected the others managed to gain a lot of experience with this hunt. And the best of all is that we finally got to try that delicious bear stew that I wanted to try so much. And that's how our day ended. Day 40. Today was a somewhat special day. Since it had woken up raining, I decided to open a fight event in which the vacancy left by Ken, the previous leader of the other hobgoblins, will be disputed. And clearly I did not participate due to the fact that I am an ogre, but I was able to give myself the pleasure of watching everyone else improve their strength and abilities. So something crazy was happening to me, like forming a squad of mercenaries where only the strongest are. But I guess I'll be thinking about that later. For now I just relaxed and spent the rest of the day watching the championship fights. Day 41. Today, as soon as the sun came up, I went out to hunt and to get stronger. I hope to find some beasts that will give me a hard time, in order to acquire a lot of experience and new skills. By the way, I forgot to tell you that yesterday while I was watching the others fight, I knitted some blankets and sleeping clothes for others. One definitely does strange things when bored. Well, back on topic. The first thing I found during my hunting trip was a spider, and it was golden. And despite its large size and weight, it was pretty fast. Plus it had extremely crazy strength, and its shell was very hard. So it took me a little longer than expected to defeat that beast. But after I ate the meat, I saved its shell to put it to some good use later, and I started looking for more of those spiders, since they tasted really good, so I just wanted more. Oh, by the way, I also learned a skill that allows me to create golden thread, and these threads are much more durable and eventually more beautiful, since they are now golden, so they will help me a lot to perfect the seams of the armor. Then I kept walking around and I found a minion with horns that seemed like quartz, so I decided not to mistreat him much so as not to damage their skin or horns, so I resorted to poison, and kept the valuables in my inventory, and started looking for more deer to see if I learned any new skills. The way I think about it, this world is mostly inhabited by a species of creatures called dryads, who have lived inside the trees for many years. So the dryads protect the trees more than their own lives, since these are their homes, and they are so extremists when it comes to protecting the trees that they can curse or even kill humans, in order to comply with their protection. And that is why they have earned the hatred of the woodcutters. It is like a war between human woodcutters and dryads. Well, that was what I learned while talking to the old man. So I considered that it would keep me safe simply if I didn't hurt any trees. But the grandfather told me that it was not only about that, but that these creatures apparently detect when a male comes close to one of their trees, and then they seduce him to capture it. And the reason why no man can resist their charms is because dryads are really beautiful, and after they have their victim captured they decide what to do with it. If they like the subject, then they will lock him in an eternal sleep while they disintegrate to be tree food. And if they don't like him, then they curse his soul and then cruelly murder it. He also told me that already there have been many cases of goblins that have disappeared thanks to the dryads. But I thought it was quite silly of them that they were so easily seduced. And while I was thinking about that, something very strange was happening inside me. It's as if I was getting excited to see one of those dryads. Oh, of course, it's precisely because I met a dryad. And wow, the old man was quite right. This creature was terribly beautiful, but I must accept that I was getting a little nervous since it appeared like that from nowhere, emerging from a tree trunk without even being able to feel its presence. However, I quickly recovered my composure, because my grandfather had already warned me how these beautiful but devilish creatures were. So I kept to the side, not getting too close and not letting her get too close either, so I started acting like I didn't care, and started talking to her about the things I'd learned out there and how plants were pretty and stuff like that. You know, to persuade a bit. But she definitely approached me and I had no choice but to leave her since there was a rock behind me and I couldn't back down. and then she pushed her big bust too close to me. And well, I just couldn't resist feeling that beauty close to me. Now I understand how her victims can't resist this charm. Her breath, her sweat, and her breathing really make any man go. And although I am completely aware of the situation and my mind is firmly on the line, my body definitely does not respond to me and wants to be closer to her more time. I had no intention of giving up for the world, since the last thing I wanted at that moment was to become a fertilizer for trees. I still want to live, so I saw no other option than to take drastic measures. So the only thing that I could think of was to take that out. Yes, gentlemen, take out that thing that I had inside my pants. And I took the dryad aggressively and I threw her to the ground and I jumped on top of her. My plan was to hit her hard until she got tired, and so I could escape. Because if I got tired first, she was going to take advantage and capture me. So I had to fulfill my duty as a male. And for about 5 hours or so, I released all my lust on the body of that beautiful dryad. What I didn't expect was to learn a new ability, called Dryad Love. Eventually the girl she got tired. But she didn't hurt me either. She set me free and told me to come visit her again whenever I wanted. So all in all, it worked out very well. And I just left while thinking and remembering those good scenes. And while walking, and I thought I came to a river, so I followed it upstream until I reached a nice well with a good waterfall. So I thought that taking a bath after so much work with that dryad would fall like a charm. But while I was calmly taking my shower, a group of lizard men surrounded me. Clearly they were not coming peacefully. Also, it seemed very strange to me that my ability to sense presences did not detect them. Maybe it is because it is still low level and cannot detect underwater species. So I felt lucky to have discovered my ability now, because I can't imagine what would have happened if they had been really strong and dangerous creatures. In any case, I counted them and there were 8 of them. They had nothing more than small machetes in their hands, but I saw them more in detail and I realized that those scales on their bodies seemed like a very effective defense. While I am unarmed and also almost underwater, technically I had the disadvantage and I am also in their territory. But obviously we are talking about me, and this is not any kind of problem for my abilities. So I very patiently took a breath and started with the act. I only needed a few blows to be able to finish with all of them, and the truth was that they didn't last any longer after 30 seconds. I eventually ate them and boy did they taste really good. And even though I tried to search more, I couldn't find anything, so I just left. Oh, and I also learned the ability to speak their language, which I did need since when he surrounded me I didn't understand a bit of what they were talking about. And after all, I remembered what I was doing, so I continued walking until I reached an area where there were no trees anymore. It was a very wide plain, so it was quite pleasant for me to see something different from what I had always seen. Also in the distance I saw a kind of bull running towards me, but when I got closer I could see it in detail, and it did have the body of a bull, but its head was very identical to that of a human. How strange, but in any case I decided to call it a bicorn. Even so, that thing kept running towards me, so I got a little nervous and decided to stop it with a fist of my silver arm. But I didn't expect that his head to explode from the severe blow that was given against my silver arm. I am definitely surprised with these things that Velvet created. Eventually I made an impromptu bonfire and cooked the meat of that bicorn, but when they appear they have no ability to absorb at all. In any case, his meat did taste delicious. Maybe he will come another day with the others to hunt more bicorns. At the end of it all, I decided to go back hunting after a good day. Day 42. The next day I was walking through the facilities of our house, and it turned out that my subordinates had summoned me because apparently they wanted to show me something very interesting. So I went to see what was up. And what I saw was really interesting because 2 of the hobgoblins were training magic. So I immediately sent them to say so that she could guide them in the process. And obviously I joined the class since I also wanted to learn a little more about magic. Also in her room there was a whole gallery of magical books, and seemed that accumulating them for their studies is their passion. And surprisingly I realized that in their gallery they already had my book saved. They must think that now it is theirs. In any case, I managed to learn all its content, so I pretended that I had not seen nothing. On the other hand, Sei was strangely excited because she finally had her first students, and she even said she was going to celebrate, but honestly the smile on her face gave me chills. So I pretended I wasn't looking at her. I don't imagine what she's going to do with those hobgoblins. However, I figured that if I were to interrupt her I would have a serious problem. So I just sat in a corner of the room and started reading another book while listening. Sei's class. And while listening I could find out that she still isn't able to use all types of magic. Plus there are some things about basic concepts that I didn't take into account yet. But it must be because she started with fire magic. And while as you level up, you will improve that type of magic. But as for the other types of magic, it seems that learning them is not as easy as it sounds. In short, if she wanted to learn a different type of magic, she would have to put a lot of effort and dedication into it. So now I can understand. Why is it that she has so many books stored and spends her time studying them? Maybe she wants to be stronger, and reading the books helps a lot. Personally, it has helped me a lot to learn how to use other types of magic besides my own, which is originally a death type. But this type of magic, as it belongs to the base of magic as such, allows me to learn other types of magic more easily. However, I was reading for 3 hours, and after reading several books, there was one that really caught my attention. It was called A Book of Enchantments, and is that, unlike magic, enchantments allow you to bewitch objects like or weapons or armor. This means that the abilities of an enchanter can be more important in a battle situation. So I will use all the information in this book to learn about this topic so that I can do some useful things with it. Plus, I took advantage of that I had learned to create things, so I went to see the blacksmith, and I tried to create spiritual stones and iron knives with this new ability, and as a result the knives were now more resistant and their sharpness was greater, and as for the stones, his strength had multiplied. So feel free to celebrate it, as this is going to be very useful for us, although I must not deny that many attempts were unsuccessful. And when I realized that the blacksmith had gotten a little annoyed, but I asked her and she didn't want to tell me anything. I guess it's typical for women. In any case, I'll find out later why she was upset. Day 43. Today I woke up and suddenly realized that Gobumi was also very upset with me, and I honestly don't understand why. So I went to visit the cooking girls, but they were also very upset, so much so that they even offered me poison food. I was completely confused and didn't understand what was happening, so I went to see the alchemist to tell her what was happening. And eventually she told me that all the girls were very angry and jealous with me because they found out what happened with the dryad. At first I was too scared because I had no idea how she found out, but then the girl told me that the reason was because my neck was full of verse marks and some bites. It seems that this dryad marked me as if I now belonged to them. So that was it. The thing about the brands. That's why they realized. Now what was I supposed to do to make all the girls in this mine stop that attitude with me? The fact is that while I was thinking about how to solve all this stuff, the alchemist girl, who seemed to be drier than a raisin, approached me and kissed me, which left me even more confused than I already was. But according to her, the kiss was for thanking me for everything I did for them. Although I wonder if it was really for that reason or for something else. And there we continued, she and I giving each other some mutual affection, and suddenly a very hysterical Gobumi arrived. And she launched herself at me, and suddenly her attitude changed radically, telling me to do the same with her. Also the other human girls arrived too, saying not to leave them alone and things like that. And I soon realized that I was involuntarily releasing a bodily fluid that worked like some kind of pheromones to attract them or something like that. Really, I was so confused at that point that I just decided to let myself go. So with my golden silk I built a noise-proof dome, and I stayed locked up by myself together with all those girls. And although I won't give you many details, I must say that I spent a night extremely wild with all of them. I never really imagined that something like this would happen, but now that it happened, I just enjoyed it like you have no idea. Day 44. There I was, very happy and content to sleep with all the girls, when suddenly my ability to sense presences warned me that something strange was nearby, and I instantly discovered that this ability had leveled up. Now I can see a lot of information about the subjects that he shows me, from the names to whether he is an enemy or a friend. So I went out of my dome to take a look, and right there was Kichai, and very eagerly he told me that there were 3 demihumans at the entrance of the cave with a rather unbearable. Normally Kichai would attack them first and ask them later, but now he is much more mature, so he did the right thing by deciding to ask me first. And when I went out to see the subjects, they greeted me with a really arrogant attitude. Believe me when I tell you that inside my flesh was eating away from tearing off his arms and tearing him apart into small pieces of meat. But I had to make a lot of effort to maintain my position. By the way, this as such arrogant pointy-eared guys are elves, and basically they were there because they want us to join their armies. The reason is because it seems that humans have discovered that elves guard quite valuable treasures, so everything points to a strong fight could break out war between these 2 races. The issue is that I caught the attention of the elves by having defeated the bear, Lord of the Mountains, a beast that not even they have been able to face. So I immediately called grandfather to be here present and know about it. Meanwhile, the elf did not stop talking about the payment that he would give us for supporting them in their mission, and he offered us guaranteed food for our entire community. In addition, he also told them that we could choose between a unique object or 2 of his beautiful women elves, and they really were beautiful. It shows that they are very desperate since their military strength is clearly much inferior than humans, and in a desperate attempt because they didn't end up being enslaved, they came looking for us. What nonsense. That elf really thinks I'm stupid. I quickly told him to get off, telling him that I totally refused to help them. The reason is simple. Right now my army is much stronger, and we also have in our hands the velvet items, which are too powerful. So what that elf was offering me was a complete disrespect. And obviously he wanted me to increase the rewards if he wanted us to help him. But in exchange what I received was completely repudiated, and very angry he wanted to attack me for having rejected him. So being that the case, I had to take action on the matter and let myself out. Anyway, I already wanted to teach that arrogant elf a good lesson. So to start, I used my evil eye and intimidating gaze skills, but immediately that poor elf stopped breathing from the fear that I managed to put in him. So I took him by his fragile little neck and said that if he didn't want to lose his head, he should tell all those archers that were hiding around us. And just at that moment an arrow was coming towards my head. So to make things more rude, I caught it with my mouth, and this he made that poor elf melt with fear. And as a consequence, he ordered all those elves archers to come out from where they were hiding. And I took the trouble to teach those elves who is in charge here. So I told them that I was not going to join his army of useless. But nevertheless, since I also live in this forest and I also lived here, then I was going to cooperate in the fight against the humans, only if they tried to invade this place. But I was very clear when I warned him that if he messed with me, or with some of mine, then I personally was going to take charge of eating all the elves one by one in front of him, and when I finished, then I was going to eat him. And as consequence, all these elves ran away like when you scare a chicken. Literally, I hope they never take revenge for what happened today. However, if something were to happen, I will have to teach them a good lesson again, at least so they stop being so arrogant. Also, that elf I was talking to looked like he was the leader of that little squad or something. It seems his village is beyond the flat territory I found last time. So next time I go, I want to make sure look for their village. Anyway, this encounter with them was very exhausting as well as creepy, so I hope and wish I don't see them here again for a long time. I'm too lazy to even imagine that they would come back with their arrogant attitude to ask for help. Day 45. Today I woke up wanting to continue exploring to see if I could fill in the blanks that I had in my mind map. And I found a slime, but this time it was not green. It was rather gray, so I assumed that it was an improved version of the green slime, since its size was almost twice as large and its speed and strength in general were greater. Also, something very important to mention is that I thought that by using igneous magic it would cause damage to them, as well as to the green slimes, but it was the opposite. So I used pyrokinesis, and this time I was successful. This seemed quite strange to me at first, so I wanted to investigate a bit because that had happened. So I spent an hour or so hunting gray slimes, and in the end I managed to kill 20. And I took all their nuclei for my research. And after studying them a bit, it seems that these creatures are resistant to all kinds of magic except the magic of the end. But it seemed very strange to me why fire and electricity that were not produced by magic could kill them very easily. But I decided not to think about it too much, since I already discovered how to kill them, so I shouldn't care so much about that. For now, I left things like that and had a good feast of nuclei made of gray slime. And eventually I gained some high-level skills that will be very useful to me. One that caught my attention is one called self-replicate. So to test it, I caused myself a wound and let my blood drip down. And as a result I saw that my blood could create a mini-me. But this was exceptionally special, since me and that mini-me were in sync and could share our thoughts and even vision, which I considered too good a skill to use in the combat. So I was very anxious to know if I could level up this skill, since I really felt that it could give it a lot of use. Day 46. Today I decided to go see Goblin to ask her to let me see a bit of the texture of her body, and she very excitedly asked me if I was going to make new armor. But the reason was not so much for that. Rather, instead of making armor, I thought it was a better idea to make some casual clothes for the girls. It wasn't a big deal, but I think it wasn't bad either. But this was not all. I impregnated all the clothes of each one of the girls with my clones of blood, just in case something bad happened. Immediately everyone was very happy. But since they were more delicate clothes, I asked them not to wear them when they went hunting, and then at night things got very interesting. Day 47. Since I woke up I have noticed that my intuition ability has been activated all the time. Also I hear voices in my head all the time. Voices that tell me things, like don't come out of the cave, stay inside and things like that. So I've decided to listen to myself and just take the day as a vacation. Relax and dedicate myself to being in here. However, I thought it would be a great idea to send one of my mini-me to continue with exploring those areas that I haven't explored yet, as it's my favorite hobby at the moment, so I did it. A mini-me. His size is half and basically everything is half, from his power to his abilities, everything it's halfway over. And after I sent my clone, I spent some time with the girls chatting and talking. And then I wanted to go to the living room, and there was Kichai together with the redhead training. And suddenly my ability to detect presences detected some enemies approaching. I headed towards the cave, since it allows me to know a lot of information about the intruders. And apparently it turns out that it's that arrogant elf again. I'm honestly amazed that they returned so quickly. So if something got out of hand, I decided to organize ourselves on the outskirts of the mines to prepare a surprise attack. However, I did not want to use the Gobu team for the surprise attack, and instead I asked them to continue digging in the mines. So having all the preparations of my ambush ready, I just started to wait, pretending nothing was happening, and I asked some members who were with me inside the mines to make noises as if we were all on a normal and quiet day so as not to raise any suspicion. So there they came with great eagerness, and clearly they had a great thirst for revenge. There were more or less about 25 elves, all with great intentions to fight and very few to speak. However, but I thought not to kill them, but rather to capture them and extract some information. And when they were right at the entrance of the mine, I roared as loud as I could just to scare them. Also to the scream I added such great energy that left them paralyzed with horror. So it was very easy to tie them up and capture them. And moments later and during the interrogation, their foolish leader told me that the reason I had come back was because I had stained their pride as leader, and that with my attitude the only thing I deserved was to die. However, the other elves apologized to me for the inconvenience, and they assured that they tried to talk and reason with their leader, but it was all useless. So I felt a little bad for those elves who were practically forced to come and put at risk because of the foolish incompetence of their foolish leader. So I thought that killing them would not be right. I still have some values, so I thought to propose a simulation system, but with real consequences. I told them that they were going to fight in simulation against my men, and if they managed to defeat them, my men would spare their lives, but if they didn't make it, then I would kill them all. Also, if they try to be clever and take advantage of the drill to kill one of my people, I'm going to kill them too. So I released all of them except their leader, and I warned them again not to commit something stupid, or they would die. But as soon as we released them, there was one who did not agree with my rules and attacked me. So it was the perfect opportunity to show the others that they would get by without acting outside of my rules. So I took it and ended their life with a single movement. This obviously filled them with terror, and I said that if they really thought of facing the humans with that attitude of scared chickens. So this time, very euphoric, I yelled at them that if they wanted to get out of this situation alive, then they had no other option but to fight and win. This made the elves finally come to their senses, and they were motivated to fight the drill. And as a result, 6 of the 23 elves were defeated. And since we are talking about it, I am very sorry for the misfortune of those who had to face Kichai. After this, the losers begged us for mercy, but it's hard to forgive them after they came here with clear plans to assassinate us. So the losers were finally executed. And as for those who were left alive, I spared their lives. However, I made them my prisoners of war and told them that they gave me all their equipment. But one of them protested and told me that because I was going to kidnap them if I had promised them freedom if they won. However, I reminded him that I had never mentioned the word freedom. I only said that those who won the match I was going to spare my life. By the way, of those who won the friendly match, 10 were men and the other 7 were girls indeed. So they will be used to reproduce and calm our lustful desires. But simply allowing them to be raped would be a serious problem. So to avoid that, I decided to put the elves in individual cells, and if any hobgoblin wanted to access one of them, they had to ask permission first, all to keep the things in order. And well, that's how the whole thing ended. But in summary, this unexpected attack was not bad at all, since a lot of elves have a lot of stress and they had not been able to satisfy their libido. So it can be said that they unexpectedly brought us good merchandise. And as for the fool leader, I just wanted to use him as a teaching material to teach my own classes. Classes on torture, how to affect the vital points of elves, and so on. As the class was extremely realistically, my guinea pig couldn't take any more pain and ended up dying. So eventually I had to eat it. But don't think I was too bad. I prayed for him after all. Day 48. Today was a really special day. Honestly, the most special day I've lived so far. Remember that time when I had my first confrontation as an ogre against Kichai, who was still a hobgoblin? It seems that day Kichai was very upset by the difference in strength, so he took the initiative and learned to hunt bears on his own too. His goal was fixed and without hesitation. He also wanted to be an ogre. Personally, I have a lot of admiration for him. He used me as an inspiration to be stronger. And finally today I finally saw the new Kichai, incredibly taller and more muscular than me. If he was already quite resistant before evolving, I can't imagine now. But in any case, I left it aside. One hand, and I congratulated him. I really felt happy for his achievement. I even wanted to hug him with happiness, but I had to restrain myself. However, very excited, I quickly thought of making him some new clothes and armor, and that's how this great day began. And then while we talked about various topics and we were lecturing on being ogres now, I could see that Kichai, like me, had an exceptional evolution, because he adored his fiery axe before evolving. It seems that he has received from a god a blessing called divine protection from the demigod of the fire. Also, his skin was a strong copper color, and his muscles looked like pure and solid steel. which according to the grandfather who had arrived previously, may be another blessing called divine protection from the demigod of war. So Kichai had received 2 blessings in his evolution. That's quite good, but terrifying at the same time. I imagine that as a first thing, Kichai will want to have a duel with me. I imagine so. Well, anyway, after this I went to prepare some things to make the new equipment for my right hand. And suddenly Kichai appeared again, just as I had supposed. He proposed that we have a friendly duel between ogres. I don't know why it doesn't surprise me coming from him, since his thirst for fighting he is somewhat insatiable. However, he is perfect for me. I already felt that I was losing myself from seeing how the days went by and I could not train with someone who gave me the stature. So as a good friend I accepted his duel. And the arduous fight began, and gave go arduous because Kichai really acquired a really enviable strength. His blows felt so strong that despite my resistant body they still hurt a lot. And not to mention that I have a skill that absorbs a large part of the damage from melee blows. And still they hurt a lot like this, and it's as if my bones were going to break. What a terrifying thing the strength of my henchman. His brute strength and resistance simply did not have a logical explanation. Or well, if it does, but I wanted to exaggerate a bit. The reason is because we both had very different evolutions. For me, my evolution was multifaceted, so I have my status points distributed equally, while on Kichai's side, he is a melee combat specialist, so his points they focused on strength and resistance. Even so, I have much more experience in combat. And although I managed to beat Kichai, I just had to accept it. Kichai now is a really difficult opponent to beat. That goblin that seemed like just one more of the pack, that goblin that seemed like a weak and disposable pawn, is now so strong and resistant that not even I can believe it. Definitely, he has more than earned his position as my right hand. And yes, now Kichai is part of that deck of important people for me. After we fought and rested a bit, we went to celebrate his evolution. So to begin with, I made some clothes and armor for him. And as now he has more strength, he no longer needs both hands to lift his fiery axe. Now he only needs one hand, and for the other hand, I thought I'd make him a good shield. Although to be honest, with his skin he already has enough. However, a shield it's very useful too. Also, that time in Velvet's cave, I found something I had saved especially for Kichai. It's called the Mutilator Ogre's Shield. A pretty tough shield, and it also has some enchantments, like reflecting blows and increased durability. And as for the armor, I used red bear fur and some little things that I found in Velvet's cave. The final result was a terrible and scary colossus with shield and axe armor. I really still haven't stopped being impressed with that evolution. And that was all up to that moment. Then I left for the rest of the day to do other important things, everyday things, and as a first thing I went to see the elves that we had locked up and which were being guarded by the grandfather. But he told me that they were too problematic and foolish, and I expected no less, because since they are elves their race has a superiority complex over all the other races in the world. So I imagine how problematic they are for the grandfather. However, while I was there with my grandfather, something very strange happened to me. Suddenly I felt that my body was shaking and a very strange shadow was speaking to me. But everything was happening inside my head, and it was very disturbing. Day 50. The first thing I did when I woke up was to think about that disgusting thing I experienced last night. It seemed like a horror dream, but when I try to remember exactly what it was, my memories start to blur. But I don't know why. I have the strange feeling that it's something important. However, I just let it go and thought I'd stop thinking about it. Maybe I'd forget about it. Or maybe in an unexpected moment I'll be able to remember what happened. Until then, I'll keep doing my thing. Regarding the other things from day to day, everything continues as it should. And since I already have a partner to train with, I resumed the routine I had before when I was a hobgoblin. And after training, Gobumi was very attached to me for a while. Then I went to see the girls in the kitchen and see how they were doing with their goblin assistants. And so normal things of a normal day. Really, this day there was not something like that very important to do. And in the end everything ended peacefully. Day 51. I was sleeping peacefully when I felt that someone was calling me. And when I opened my eyes, my henchmen were announcing that something very important had happened. So I went to the main room to see why they had woken me up so urgently, and it turned out to be something that I didn't even expect. First of all, there were 4 goblins that had evolved into hobgoblins, and one of them seemed to have abilities to do magic. However, there was another one of them that didn't stop attracting my attention. He had the abilities of a cleric. His name was Gobuji, and as a consequence it occurred to me to create a new unit called Priot with Gobuji in command. This unit of healers would be too useful, although we still have to wait for more hobgoblins to evolve with cleric abilities. Meanwhile, Gobuji is more than enough. Well, and in second place there was also the evolution of Sei, which she did this morning when she woke up, but it seems that she was not very excited about it. However, her evolution was also a little special, because she managed to evolve into a Spell Lady Apprentice, which seems to be a class that only some hobgoblins with magical aptitudes can reach. Her specialty is magical techniques, although her physical strength is not very good to say. But in particular there is something that I find amazing, and it is the power emanating from those tattoos that came out on her arms. Besides that, they do not look bad at all. Very similar to the ones I had on my chest, but slightly different. Then I thought about what that grandfather told me before, and although normally a goblin takes years to evolve into a hobgoblin, there are an exaggerated amount of goblins from my generation that have already managed to achieve that evolution. In any case, I think I have spent a lot of thinking, so I decided to concentrate and say cause she was talking to me, and also tried to incite that she wanted a duel against me, or I think that's what I understood. I guess I can't refuse her. But just to recap a bit, that last time we went bear hunting I made sure to record the spells she used, and out of all of them the most powerful was one called Disaster Fire Rain, a very strong second class degree spell, which was to unleash 5 fireballs with a fairly wide area effect. But as a consequence, this spell cost an exaggerated amount of energy, as well as an exaggerated concentration, which meant that just using it once would end up exhausting you for a couple of days. So rather, she used it as a spell of extreme circumstances. And now with her new evolution she wanted to show me this spell again, and it turns out that it has drastically improved. Now it not only costs her less time, work and energy, but also invokes more than a dozen fireballs with a range almost triple what they had before. It is definitely a very drastic improvement. Good thing it pointed towards the sky. Otherwise, it would have caused chaos throughout this place. After that, it seems that he still has mana left by exaggerated amounts. And everything agrees with what my grandfather told me that time. When the evolution of a being with magical attributes begins with the word apprentice means that her attributes are still very weak. That being the case, then when she evolves again she would already be a spell lady, which means she could become a true wizarding demon. Sounds creepy but good. So as gifts for her achievement I gave her the velvet robe that is of ancestral class and a staff that I snatched from that high-ranking magician from that time. And finally, when this whole matter ended, I began to think about other very important issues. I think I will be sure that this frenetic rate of evolution in our community is due to everyone following me as an example. I don't know if it's just my idea, but all the goblins in this community have become stronger, have evolved much faster than what would normally be achieved in a month. Also note that those who evolved faster were because they have killed and eaten beings much more powerful than themselves. This added to the strong training and repetitive hunting have also greatly influenced in this process. So if that is the case, then it would not be bad to reinforce these last 2 factors that I mentioned to achieve better results. However, while I was thinking, the grandfather had come to look for me to tell me that finally some elves were resigned to accept their fate, beginning with a very pretty elf who claimed to do whatever we asked as long as we let her out of her cell, and another was already completely resigned to dying. A total of 1 female and 3 males already surrendered to us. So I handed over the males to the female goblins for them to relieve their sexual desires. And as for the female, it seems that Grandpa wanted to have some hard fun with her. But I had to clarify how it worked things were going here, in addition to reminding him of what he had done to those girls that he had locked up that time in the other cave. So I warned him not to do the same thing this time, or we were going to have serious problems. And Grandfather very patiently accepted my demands, in addition to making sure that I did not want to go through what I put those who disobey me through. However, going back to the elf, I personally took care of her, and to be honest I hoped that she would reject me or at least pouted while we were doing it. But instead she showed on her face many expressions of immense pleasure, and after we had fun for a while I remembered a strange sign that had appeared before regarding a new skill that I don't understand, not even how it works. But I guess I won't think about that and just leave it alone. Maybe when the right time comes I'll find out why it works. Day 52. To commemorate the good times from before, Kichai and I decided to go hunting together, and while we were walking I was imagining and fantasizing about the delicious food that the girls were going to prepare for me with what we went hunting today. However, I ran into a group of goblins of mine who were very busy somewhere, so I had to question them. And when I got closer I realized that they were the group of Ken the deceased, who expressed their deep disagreement with how I handle things in the community, starting with the fact that I forbade them to use the women that they initially brought. Seemed to be much better when they were under Ken's command. Then after that they told me that they would leave and that if I didn't allow it then I can kill them, because they would rather be dead than continue living under my orders. After they told me this I found it a bit boring and not surprising, since I had already imagined that something like this would happen and more with those former lackeys of Ken. However, I don't plan to stop them judging by the expressions on their faces. They seem very determined to leave no matter if I kill them, so I clearly understood the message and simply said goodbye to them and wished them well. It's not like I don't care. In any case they are brothers of race, but honestly they are not very useful to the community, so I do not plan to waste time trying to stop them. And they are not leaving carrying anything that does not belong to them, and they have not committed any violation of my rules, so I honestly have no reason to stop them. Although deep down I am very sorry that they are leaving. They will surely think that I am the worst leader, but I just want to improve all this system for us to improve as a race. However, to dissuade their bad image of me a bit, I decided to show them some goodwill. So I took out 6 daggers that I had taken from the Velvet Cave, and that is, these daggers are special because they are made with a steel called mithril. And although it does not have magical properties or anything like that, this peculiar steel has such an extreme cutting capacity that it can even cut another steel sword with great ease without suffered a single scratch. I also gave them a small demonstration of its incredible sharpness, and I proceeded to slightly cut my finger. After this I gave each one a dagger, and they were all left with very confused faces. After this, Kichai and I withdrew from the site without looking back. I suppose that now there will be many possibilities that they will suffer an attack from humans who want to steal their valuable daggers. Well, in any case, it doesn't matter, because now they are alone. Or well, almost alone. That dagger that I smeared with my blood, I did not do it for mere demonstration. I suppose you understand me. Day 53. Today I had gone out to continue my exploration since I had not explored for a few days, and after so long I saw an orc again, and seeing him reminded me of the delicious taste of his meat. However, I noticed that he was dragging a human man seriously wounded, and from the appearance of that young man he seemed to be a somewhat inexperienced adventurer, and everything indicated that that orc had been hunting him and was dragging him home to eventually feed. So I made my decisions and ended that orc. And as for the little boy, out of respect for him and his soul, I took him in after lighting a little fire, and then cremated him. And coming back to the orc, I ate him and learned a rather rare skill, but the level of that ability was really low. Maybe it is because I never spent enough time and dedication to be able to level it up. That is normal, since any being with some ability must work to be able to take it to the next levels. And by the time I returned home, I was surprised because 4 more elves had already resigned themselves to living as prisoners, and of those 4, 2 were female. And eventually, I went to the alchemist to ask her for a new tonic, but for some strange reason she seemed very happy and pleased. So I asked her why the attitude, and what she replied was that she had done something that, according to her, was sure that I would like it very much. And when he gave me a taste, it turned out that it was a rich alcoholic drink. And eventually I asked her how she had made it, and she told me that she had made it with some berries. And although its flavor was not very good, it definitely qualified as an alcoholic beverage. So to celebrate, I decided to declare a night out, this time with a drink. Day 54. Today everything was normal as every day. The girls had prepared the food for all of us to eat, but they noticed that there were no members at the table. So I had to explain to them the problem that had happened with those deserters who had left because they had been in disagreement with my rules. I also took the opportunity to give anyone who wanted to leave the opportunity to do so, without any type of retaliation. I will even give them some gifts as part of payment for their services. I also took the opportunity to tell everyone about the plans and the mission and vision that I had for all of us as a clan. So I just closed my eyes and started to speak, but then when I opened them they were all still there, listening to me. That made it very clear to me that they will be faithful to me and they see me as their leader. So I am very pleased to wish everyone a very prosperous future, and I asked everyone to work together to achieve our goals. Then we made a toast and celebrated all night. Day 55. Today I had to reorganize the groups that had been left with free vacancies due to those goblins that had left. I also began to reassign the tasks of the groups, and then I went hunting, but I will not tell you many details since it was a completely routine hunting. The fact was that when I returned home I decided to put my mind on some very important matters that I had planned a while ago. And for that, the first thing I did was melt down some mithril ingots that I had taken from the Velvet Cave, and I installed them in my silver arm. And since this arm had this mutation ability, the absorption of these ingots was very easy, and after that I was able to expel mithril from my fingertips as if it were whipped cream. And when it became solid again, then I embedded it into a gem that I had made with my clotted blood. And then I made a couple of enchantments on it, and thus I repeated this process so many times that I even lost count, until finally I was finished. And the result was successful. I built my own earrings, clearly delighted. Using my self-replication ability, I was able to investigate a little about that matter and how it would affect if I put it on my earrings. And the result was amazing. The earrings allowed me to communicate telepathically with any other being that wore them. And after a few trials, everything turned out very well. These earrings can serve as a primary key to create combat tactics in future battles. And so I spent the whole night working and perfecting these earrings further. Day 56. Finally, by the time I finished, I was completely tired as well as being out of the night. But I gathered everyone together and explained to them about the earrings, and I also gave each one. I told them that these will be used to communicate with me when they need it. I also explained that these pieces will fuse with your flesh once put on, so the only way to remove them is for me to do it, or else they will rip it out of your ear. But to make up for the bad news, these earrings would be full of spells and enchantments that can be of great help in battle, such as strength and dexterity in small proportions, as well as some regeneration to cure minor pain. And while I said about the task of putting the earrings one by one on each being of our clan, it once again struck me at night. By that time I was extremely exhausted, so I called my day over and went to bed to rest. But again Gobumi and the redhead approached me and I had to attend to them as they deserved it. And I was finally able to fall asleep. Day 57. When I woke up, the first thing that came to my mind was that rare ability that I had acquired the day I met the orc and the adventurer. So I thought I'd put it to the test since I had nothing else interesting to do this morning. So I told Gobumi to get dressed and then I gathered my elite group and we went out for what seemed to be a normal hunting trip. But this time I wasn't interested in going hunting so much. Rather, I wanted to look for pets. And as a target we thought about looking for a group of black wolves since they are strong and very easy to tame. They would also be great company. But unfortunately we spend all our time searching and searching, without any clue of them. So we sat for a while and exhausted from searching the vast forest. And suddenly we found a group of quite interesting creatures. So we confronted them and as a result I realized that Gobu had developed a quite ample strength. Due to the number of hours she had spent mining in the cave, she was able to kill one of the triple-horned horses with a single blow, all by herself along with her rare class pickaxe, the which has an ability called stun. Although it doesn't stake a lot since Gubomi and Kichai shadow her a lot. But anyway, she is also part of our elite squad, so that makes her important too. And while we approached the poor horse to do the usual thing, a shooting star crossed my mind in the form of an idea. So I proposed to the guys that we tame these horses, and they all agreed. So I used my tamer skill of monsters, and with a simple touch, I was able to reprogram part of his brain to make him docile and very obedient. We also discovered that tamed monsters could communicate telepathically with their masters, and this was thanks to this rare ability that had appeared the other time, and I had not paid attention to it. So the rest of the afternoon we dedicated ourselves to looking for more tricorn horses, and also we took some red bears as well, which were trained, so we decided to divide the pets. As a result I gave Gobumi and Sato a horse each one, while Kichai and Sei stayed with the red bears. And we also planned that for the next day we were going to practice riding to get used to their new pets. Well, actually it would be their first pets. Then when we came back they told us that others 3 elves and 2 female elves had already succumbed, so we received them in the same way we received the others. And that was it. In conclusion, today was quite productive day. Day 58. It turns out that in my previous life I had already ridden horses. Besides that I also had horsemanship. So that's why it didn't take me a lot of work to get used to my mount. Not like the others who were having some little problems. And then I went out with my mount, which I named Kumajiru, but in order not to complicate things we will just say Kuma. We went looking for wolves. I know you will think that I suddenly became obsessed with them, but that's not it. Anyway, I finally found one pack of 8 wolves in their alpha, and as you could imagine, they were very fast, but what I really did not imagine was that Kuma, despite being such a big and heavy bear, moved even faster than those poor wolves, which they didn't have the slightest chance against Kuma, and he cornered them very easily. So the wolves tried to defend themselves and I took full advantage of the situation. Kuma showed them his dominant side and his big size, and I guess that made them see the big difference in strength, so on their own they decided to become submissive, and they really seemed very tame. But then I had to go down from Kuma to tame them with my ability, just in case. And when I brought them home they turned out to be very cute and friendly creatures. Nothing compared to how they were before. This made the human girls see them as adorable little pets. So I thought that maybe they can keep them while they can protect them. Day 59. The next day I realized that the red-haired girl was very worried because she noticed that all her training partners were getting much stronger than her. And this clearly made it difficult for her to continue training due to the difference in strength. Although I can't deny that she's also improved a lot. But since she's only been training and hasn't been in serious combat, the result is that her combat experience is very demeaning. So seeing her this sad and worried about wanting to be at the level of the others made me feel that she did want to belong to us. So I made the decision to deliver her personally. And as first class we went to the forest to look for real confrontations. Also she went with a wolf as a pet, so that would give her the courage to fight together with her animal friend. So we went to look for an armed raccoon, but she defeated it very easily. So we had to raise the level of difficulty. So we looked for some night vipers to see what's up. And it turns out that she managed to defeat 3 of those snakes alone. So we had to look for stronger creatures. And just when we were looking for more creatures for training, we found a small group of 3 kobolds, which I found perfect. But seeing that there were 3 and the redhead was only 1, I had to intervene to balance things. So I caught them all with my nice golden silk, and I used my ability to talk to them and offered them a one-on-one match against the human. The match had to be friendly, and if they won then I would let them go. However, if they lost, well, they know what would happen if they lost. However, the redhead didn't understand a bit about what I was talking about with them. But in any case, I explained the situation to her and told her to get ready. So the fight broke out. In the first confrontation, her first opponent clearly beat her in strength and size, but she made up for that difference with very fast and precise movements, which made me understand that all those days that she had trained with the goblins had paid off. And after a few moments, the redhead was able to finish off her rival thanks to a very good movement that gave her all the advantage. And with a single blow, the head of that poor kobold flew off. Afterwards, it was time for the next round. So I freed the next kobold. And while they were fighting, I approached the other one who was still tied up and very kindly asked him about the location of his clan. But he answered me very rudely, so I suggested that we change the subject and very kindly asked him if it would bother him if I killed and ate him. So he immediately changed his mood and told me that he was going to tell me where they were located. And after he told me, I noticed that it's not that far away. So I thought I'd go visit them someday when I have nothing to do. By that time, the redhead had already finished with the second opponent. So I released the third, who, very frantic and desperate to survive, launched himself against the girl. And of the three, the last one was the one who gave her the toughest fight. But nevertheless, the girl took care of her, although in return she received some injuries, which left me quite surprised that she could do it. After that, we let the pets eat a kobold, and I was thinking of eating the third one by myself. But suddenly, the girl told me that she wanted to try some of its meat too. And although it was something strange, I immediately cooked the meat of that kobold and we shared it. Meanwhile, I didn't stop to be surprised by the girl's attitude, because she was getting more and more into us and our culture in general. Well, I guess she will be planning to stay with us, so I will understand that she has to go through all this to be part of us. Although I noticed her a little strange and I asked her what was wrong with her, and what she told me really left me completely paralyzed, because she had absorbed a skill from that kobold. And then when I looked into her eyes, I realized that they had changed in shape and color. Even his pupils looked a lot like those of a monster. However, I held my composure and pretended nothing was happening. And I asked her about that ability. She told me it's called Black Soldier. Then I understood that, being a warrior, she could get a small chance to evolve her abilities after fulfilling two conditions. The first was to fight a monster stronger than them, and the second was after defeating the monster eventually eat its meat. So that's how she got her ability. Well, she was really scaring me, and I thought she could have been a Casper like me in my other life. In any case, I guess I have the fault that she has evolved. But that doesn't mean it's bad. On the contrary, I feel somewhat relieved for that. And I hope she is too. After she evolved, the redhead acquired an incredible increase in terms of strength and speed. However, the problem of those who possess the ability of the Black Soldier must be constantly fighting and eating monster meat on a regular basis, since they could risk their body being damaged. They drop very quickly to such an extent that they can even die. So she will have to take very good care of herself if she wants to keep her new power, and her life too. In any case, considering everything that happened today and the way things happened, I guess today was also a pretty productive day. After all, the girl told me that she wanted us to walk around peacefully, so I had no problem accepting the proposal. And while we walked and I looked at her, I understood that a Black Soldier can increase his power by consuming parts of the body of any creature that is a monster. She already leveled up and is now level 34. And well, that's all. Now that I think about it, almost 2 months have passed since I was reborn in this world. And many things have been changing in this forest. I say this because of the presence of humans and elves. Suddenly they appear more often. Even a few days ago, my community's hunting group had been attacked by humans. Luckily, there were no fatalities. However, when I was talking to the cleric, he was beginning to suspect the same as me. Maybe it's just a matter of our imagination, or just maybe it's actually going to happen. But he and I agree on one thing, because it seems that the war between humans and elves is about to break out. The problem right now would be to discover for what reason or circumstance this war would break out. But the fact of finding out would mean that in some way or another we got involved in that war. So it would be better that we continue in our position of just being spectators. And it is better for us to be like this, because it's not like I mind helping the elves. However, the fact of joining them implies many serious consequences for us against humans. Wow, really so much thinking is a bit exhausting. Well, while I was thinking, it was getting dark and it turned out that the forest was changing again. And to our surprise, the change this time had been right in front of our home. Day 60. It was 2 in the morning and I had to wake up because I couldn't stand my presence sensor anymore. So I concentrated and took a look, and it turns out that there was a very large number of hostile presences outside our cave. At first I thought it was humans, but it couldn't be that, since my enhanced sensor detected them. Then I realized that it was a lot of kobolds, and they were being chased and killed one by other beings that were following them. I would honestly prefer not to get involved in this matter, but they were really very close to our home, so I had no choice but to wake up everyone else to prepare in case something happens. Thinking about it, maybe it could be the kobolds who have come to take revenge because of what happened a few days ago with the red-haired girl. While I went out very quickly to see what was happening, I began to think about those kobolds and how their number was decreasing so drastically. Whatever's following them has to be pretty troublesome. But when I got to the mine entrance, I saw a lot of kobolds fighting some creatures that aren't supposed to be here, but rather guarding Velvet's dungeons. Yes, gentlemen, it was a whole army of undead soldiers. But while I was thinking so much, the undead kept killing the kobolds, so I had to go into orbit and order my army to open fire. But our ranged attacks weren't effective against them at all. So I quickly told Goblin to attend the wounded and keep them in a safe place, and to take care of protecting those who were not armed. This being the situation, I summoned my elite squad to face the situation while I figured out how to get out of this battle. But for some reason the brutal attacks of the Kichai weapons were not effective either. Those skeletons seemed that they had a kind of protection from all kinds of attacks. However, Habusato discovered something key to be able to stop them, because it turns out that the skeletons were resistant to projectiles and melee weapons, but they were not resistant to blunt blows in the skull. So once we discovered their weak point, it was quite easy for us to start stopping them. However, there was still something that didn't add up. Very strangely, the number of undead soldiers was not decreasing. Otherwise, they were increasing, which made me wonder. It seemed something very serious, and I tried to remember if Carbuncle had mentioned something to me before about these skeletons. And I remembered that she had told me that there was a variant of the skeletons called large skeletons, which are capable of summoning more skeletons, using the energy of the moon. So that's what it's about. That's why we couldn't kill them. Now they are increasing in number instead of reducing. If we continue at this rate, then we are going to enter into an eternal fight where we eventually exhaust ourselves and end up being exterminated. Of course, then that giant dot that appears on my presence sensor is most likely that big skeleton. So I thought I'd go defeat it to end the root problem. But suddenly a better idea came to me. Continuing to generate skeletons could make us gain a lot of experience. In any case, it is not that we are going to get hurt, considering that we already know what their weakness is. Defeating skeletons all night would be like it was a great training. So I indicated to everyone that from now on we were going to take that as a great training. So I ordered everyone to kill as many skeletons as possible so that they would gain experience and become much stronger. Also, to prevent us from getting tired, I will take care of dividing them up and fighting in turns, so that none of them get tired. I also reminded them that they only have to give them a final blow to the skull to be able to finish them off. And I wish everyone good luck. And then a kind of experiential event began, and while I saw everyone fighting to become stronger, I got ready to enjoy a good banquet of bones. And at that moment the human girls arrived, quite surprised by what they were seeing, in that the girls who were former merchants told me that those bones had a good commercial value. So just in case, the flies continued to collect more bones, and I continued to eat them. And although I gained a lot of skills, I must say that all of them were completely useless, and some of them didn't even make sense. Like one that said resistance to sunlight. It doesn't matter anyway. I guess one day I will have to resist in the sun so I don't get a tan. Anyway, the fact is that more than 4 hours passed and things continued like this, and I was literally falling asleep from boredom. Besides, everyone already seemed to have worked really hard to keep those skeletons at bay. So I thought of to take care of it myself so I can go to sleep peacefully. So I told everyone to stop and leave it to me. So I made my super epic entrance, and I put myself a time limit of 10 seconds to exterminate these things. So I started counting, and by the second 3 I had finished with all the skeletons that were inside the cave. And I went out to continue the purge. And by 7 seconds I had already exterminated all those pesky skeletons, as well as having killed the silly skeleton that was summoning them. And while I was looking at it, it reminded me of Carbuncle. So to not get sentimental, I took the skull from that big skeleton and took a good bite to extract abilities from there. And yes, I did get some very good abilities. And honestly, I never thought that the bones of an undead soldier tasted so good. I guess I have to thank the kobolds for all of this, for having come here with those piles of skeletons. In any case, I went to see Gabuji, who was taking the opportunity to increase her healing abilities by treating all those injured kobolds. And meanwhile, I gave them a very strong sedative to keep them asleep for a long time, just in case they suddenly planned to do something against us while we were sleeping. And when we're all fit again, I guess we'll have to talk now. As it all turned out, it's a big festival of experience. I feel really anxious to see how everyone will increase their combat levels by the time we wake up. Obviously, we were very tired, and it was also very late, so we all fell asleep. Day 61. When we woke up, I immediately went to see the kobolds, which I had locked up in cells just in case. When I got to the site, a kobold named Ashigaru asked me to talk to him, which was quite unexpected for me. However, I listened to him, and he deeply thanked them for having saved them. He also told me what had happened before they were chased by those skeletons, and it turns out that they lived in a cave just like us and followed a very similar lifestyle. Eventually, they went out to hunt for a certain hour to look for food until something very strange happened, because that same day while they went hunting, The female kobolds that had stayed inside the mine were digging the same to make the place wider, and by pure chance they broke one of the walls of the dungeon that also connected to that cave. And since it was a simple exploration, they decided to cover the hole again and continue investigating the next day. But that same night, a large herd of skeletons discovered the passage and went out through that hole. Eventually, both men and women and children of kobolds were terribly massacred by these skeletons, so the few that survived ran away from the place, because they did not know which way were to go. But suddenly the leader remembered that a black orc lived nearby. That is me. So he came to our direction to look for help. He also told me that since we saved them from death, then as a reward they would give me their lives to serve me and join us. And not only that, they humbled themselves before me and asked me to please accept them as their pawns. However, I told them that I had killed some kobolds before and eaten them, so I couldn't find possible that now they kneel before me to become my pawns. However, they were very radical in their decision, and assured that if it were not for our help, they'd be dead anyway, which makes a lot of sense to me. And I told them that I was going to think about it and that in the meantime I was going to keep them locked up so I could analyze the situation calmly, and they very happily said to take my time. I really wasn't sure what to do, however I decided to do some security measures just in case. Well, it's not like I can trust them overnight, so I took out 10 enslaving necklaces with a spell that will not allow the kobolds to rebel against me. By the way, these necklaces I took from those intruders who we had killed that time in the dungeon. They had them, so I thought it would be good to keep them in case something required them. Today Kichai and I went out exploring again to see what we could find, and in the middle of the walk we were interrupted by a group of human soldiers who seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, so we quickly deduced that they were up to something, and I told Kichai to follow them carefully to see if we could gather any information, and we stayed that way until they came to a wasteland where they were forming up to fight. But even though I was so close to them, I couldn't hear what they were talking very well as they were whispering to each other, and I was wondering what their objective would be or why they were doing that. So with the tip of one finger I made a very fine thread to avoid being discovered, and to stick it to one of them to use it as a sound conductor and so I could listen to them. And then I found out that their plan was to capture the daughter of the head of the clan of the elves, and they wanted her to use her as a hostage. So they were there waiting, since according to a report, the daughter of that boss I was going to go through that path very soon. So already knowing what I wanted to know, confirmed two things. One is that the humans clearly want a war with the elves, and the other is that the elves, they have a traitor among them. Although naturally I do not want to intervene in this situation. In fact, the further away from this conflict the better. What really matters here is that my thread worked perfectly as an intelligence instrument. However, I decided to wait because I wanted to see what happened next, like it was a novel. And then we started to see the group of elves. They had a carriage, and inside this carriage there was an elf sitting, so I guess she must be the target of the humans. But to be honest, I had never seen such a beautiful creature, never in my life. But while I was contemplating its beauty, the humans suddenly took out their crossbows and opened fire on the convoy of elves, while other men attacked using knives. And although the elves tried to fight back, the humans were much faster and quickly killed the elves before they could do anything. Then they jumped into the carriage and kidnapped the girl and ran off from the place through the depths of the forest. But on an uncontrolled impulse, I decided to intervene and stop them. And I will not tell you many details, but we ended up kidnapping those humans and rescued the girl. Then we went back to where the convoy of elves was to see if they were wounded, but they had all been executed with very precise blows, so the only thing we could do was bury them and pray for their souls. However, I took their belongings and some parts of their bodies as part of payment for their burial. Day 62. It was already dawn and we decided to go home, and Kichai with his brute force was in charge of loading all the men. We took them to serve as study material to learn more about torture. But on the way home we met a small group of goblins, so we all went home and I decided to give them a little classes on how to torture humans. But with the first humans we tortured, we were able to extract all the information we needed. So since the others were no longer useful to me, they didn't have to continue living. After being deeply sedated for a while, the elf chief's daughter had finally woken up. And naturally she woke up quite scared and panicked, and asking why I had killed her escorts. She even thought that I had raped her while she was asleep. So I very calmly tried to calm her down so she would listen to me and stop talking nonsense. After she finally let herself talk, we had a warm drink and we sat down to talk. Then I told her everything that had happened with detail. Besides that, I told her that her issue between them and the humans was something that ultimately did not matter to me, and I saved her by mere instinct. However, she must have known that they had a traitor among their ranks, so I suggested that they be very careful. But all she started to do was cry uncontrollably. However, I told her to calm down and that tomorrow I would take her home. So meanwhile she had to rest, but she just continued crying to such an extent that she literally got tired and collapsed. Well, anyway, she had finally fallen asleep. So after warning the grandfather not to touch her or he was going to have a very bad time, I decided to go to rest. Day 63. Early in the morning I felt the presence of someone who was right next to my bed. It was the daughter of the chief of the elves. Anyway, I stayed still pretending to be asleep until she retired. And after that I went with her in Kichai. So I asked the girl why she suddenly no longer had the wings on her back that she had the day before. And she told me that she had hidden them so no one would notice that she is a high-ranking elf. So while we were walking, she was explaining to me all that stuff about the wings and the elves and various topics. It took more or less 3 hours until we had finally reached the town of the elves. But just arriving at the entrance we were strongly surrounded by an army of elves of about 25 at a glance, but thanks to my ability I was able to know that there were 48 in total, only that the others were hidden. But the girl quickly ordered everyone to put down their weapons and let us in. Clearly all of them were very nervous by our presence, but they had no choice but to obey the girl. However, their eyes were on us at all times, so they took us to the house of the elf, which was as big as a castle, and then the girl he was able to reunite with his father, and eventually we met the elf, and immediately afterwards the man told us to ask him whatever we wanted no matter the cost, as payment for having saved his daughter. So we sat down to talk and they brought us some black tea that, by the way, didn't taste bad at all. But already focusing on the matter, I told the man to give me something of supreme value, something that would compare to the value that he would give to his daughter. So he gave me a very strange bow that, according to him, apart from a patrimony of very valuable and powerful objects among his race. The truth is that the payment seems quite reasonable to me, so I will receive it. Although what I really want is to be able to establish relations with the elves, so I decided not to protest or say anything. I just received the object and that's it. And as for the bow, it's called Hichu, and according to what the man explained to us about that bow, it seems that it really is an accurate weapon. But it requires great skill and vision capacity to be able to exploit all its power. It also needs to be smaller, since if I take it in my hand it seems that I am taking a spoon. It is because I am too big for this small but powerful utensil. However, as I said, I was not planning to say anything and contradict him, so I thanked him for the payment, and incidentally I took the opportunity to tell him what had happened. So I gave him some information about the formation that the humans had planned, and I also told him about the suspicious disappearance of an elf during the kidnapping of his daughter. And it gave me the impression that I will continue selling information to these elves. And it is precisely that type of economic relationship that I wanted to obtain. Also, we both agree that we will maintain a good relationship between our species. And while we continued talking about various topics, the father elf asked me about a group of elves commanded by an elite who had left days ago and had never returned. However, I played crazy and told him knew nothing about it. And then they gave us some food and alcoholic drinks, quite delicious. By the way, after all, we established that we would have a business relationship, and that when they needed it they could ask us for help in exchange for compensation. After that we left home with a lot of rewards and a good amount of liquor, so we all celebrated and drank until we finally fell asleep. Day 64. It's already a new day, and as lately, Gabumi was sleeping next to me, so I decided to wake her up. But instead of seeing the usual Gabumi, I saw something that actually gave me the willies. However, as today was a day that started very full of drastic changes, I had to start giving explanations to everyone about what had happened previously. To begin, I told them that the number of hobgoblins in our community has increased to 8, but we still did not find more wizards, and we still had only 1 cleric. And while she was talking to everyone, we waited for Gabumi to show everyone what had happened to her. And when she finally arrived, she was a completely different girl from the Gabumi we knew before. From her eyes to her body and face in general, everything had changed in a divinely drastic way. So we proceeded to consult the grandfather, who told us that she had received the blessing of the goddess of ice. This gives her the ability to create and manipulate large amounts of ice. Plus her species type is half vampire, which means she can use hypnosis to have a very effective impact against enemies. But this implies a great weakness in her if it's under the sunlight. Well, everything can't be good. In short, Gabumi is now a beauty, but looking at her in more detail, her face looks somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen her before in my childhood. But while I began to think about who her face reminded me of, Gabu arrived, who also evolved into a half-lady of the earth, an evolution that made her much taller and bigger with exaggeratedly carved muscles, but without losing a single touch of her femininity. But there was something very peculiar about her, and it was a pair of elbow pads embedded in her elbows, as well as some very shiny horns, as if they were the horns of a demon or something. So according to what the grandfather said, this was due to the characteristic of the blessing of the Lady of the Earth, which allowed her to manipulate land at will, in addition to being able to open cracks. So this would be great for Gabu since she adores digging in the mines. On the other hand, Gabusato has also evolved into a half, and receives the blessing of the Bloody Lady, and although it seems that she cannot use magic, she does have great hand-to-hand combat skills, as well as being able to use their own blood to create weapons at will. So in short, the 3 evolutions of these 3 girls are literally very exceptional. Not to mention that they all also got tattoos like me, only they are very different. Although I still wanted to know more about that thing about tattoos and why they come out. And we also decided that since we all got stronger, we removed the phrase Gabu from our names. So now Gabusato is called Burasat, or Habuse will be called Supase. Gabu is now called Asu, and Gomubai is now called Dami. Also, each member that evolves will eventually have its name changed. That way it would be a complete evolution. Also mention that Gabukichi will now be called Agakichi, but in any case I will continue calling him Kichai, as I always do. Gabuji is now called Habuji. Lastly, I am no longer called Gaburu if not Agaru. But anyway, we also updated the positions of force according to the races. We also released the kobolds that we had in the prison, and I decided to turn them into servants. And finally, if a war between elves and humans were to break out, I suppose that the elf father he will come to ask us for help because he will have no choice. After freeing the elves and kobolds, I started their respective training. And since our troops have increased in number very significantly, I had to take them out like puppies for a walk. And at the end of the training it was possible to notice that they are not very used to a good training pace. However, it was noticeable that everyone was very happy to have left the cells. And after they rested, I assigned specific tasks to some kobolds that were not suitable for fighting. And I decided to create a training for the others so that they would have a real war experience. So I created some skeletons with my new ability to summon undead soldiers, which I learned when I ate the skull of that skeleton boss. But the skeletons I had summoned were not the same as the ones from the other time. These were very different, and also their bones were black, and heavily equipped with robust armor and very dangerous weapons. They were also larger than the others' ones and also quite resistant, since the elves did not cause damage to them even using mithril weapons. So I was able to discover the real power of the summons of these undead soldiers. Day 65. Starting because not only can I summon skeletons but also many variants and different classes from bone warriors to bone mage, and I can also summon undead in general like zombies and ghosts. So out of mere curiosity I wanted to know what a ghost tasted like, but because they were intangible creatures, I couldn't eat them, so I had to inhale them as if I were smoking tobacco. However, summoning skeletons to train seemed like a very useful idea, since we trained in real situations and also gained a lot of experience. This being the case, so I concentrated on training them all, but since we were too many we had to train outside. But since skeletons can't survive long under sunlight, I had to personally train them all, but giving priority to the kobolds since the elves had already trained before. Meanwhile, the grandpa kept track of the number of people in total that we had in our clan, and we will already exceed 130, that without including our pets. And it seems that those who are about to level up are approximately 100, and those who are still children, who I hope will grow very fast. Likewise, I have to increase their level of training, or otherwise they would lose experience, and as a consequence, they would lose time. Day 66. Today I met with a group of people and some kobolds to leave the cave to walk to what would be our training base, which is about 40 minutes from here, and I decided to let the other kobolds do outdoor activities like hunting. This is for them to gain experience collectively and learn to fight as a team, and to coordinate much better. And to be honest, I didn't expect much from them. However, they used fighting techniques that exceeded my expectations. They also responded very well to my orders and managed to capture 2 packs of wolves, and since they didn't have an alpha they didn't put up much resistance, and I guess it will be easy to tame them. And when we were already on our way home again, we came across a boar that sported a skin as hard as a rock. So it was the perfect opportunity for Asu to test her strength with her beak. And as a result of a single blow, pieces of boar meat flew everywhere, and we quickly took the little meat that was left to put it on the pot. And that same night the smithy had invited me to her smithy to look at my old axe, which had been damaged when I defeated the first red bear. The smithy had repaired it, in addition to having repaired and rebuilt it with a new size. She also made some improvements. All this led me to a conclusion. Everyone is advancing and doing their best to be stronger. Especially I wanted to ask the blacksmith how she added the magical adds to the axe, so she revealed her great secret to me, that she is a user of fossil spirits, which allows her to imbue spells in weapons. And after she told me her secret, the conversation ended. It was getting hotter and hotter, and I will leave the rest to your imagination. Day 67. Today 3 children evolved into hobgoblins, however I felt very sad because none of them acquired skills or anything like that. This was making me a little annoyed, and to relieve my chakras I thought about going hunting, but Kichai came to make me a rather peculiar question about Asu. It seems that Kichai is in love, which I think I had already suspected for a long time. So I confirmed it after Kichai let me know all his feelings towards her. He asked me to teach him how to talk to her, to a girl, and how to conquer her. That made me feel quite anxious since Kichai is like my blood brother, so to help him I decided to organize a war conference. So I told him to get ready because tonight we were going to put the plan into action to help him with his romantic goal. But obviously Kichai wasn't ready for this yet. Since I think about it, Kichai looks cute when he talks about Asu, and to a certain point it looks funny to see that great massive muscles behave in this way. In any case, to relieve him a bit of his anxiety, I changed the subject a bit and asked him about how he had been doing this morning before training, since according to him he had tried to express his feelings towards Asu. However, he didn't say anything and I told him to do the same tonight. Day 68. While we trained in the best ogre style, I could see that Kichai became much lighter and faster. All this we owe to the strong training sessions we've had. I can also notice that Kichai is very lively and full of energy. So if I'm not wrong, last night's confession to Asu was a complete success. And the truth was, I expected no less, since I had previously spoken to Dami to explain the situation, and between her and I we adapted the entire site to make the date very comfortable and romantic, and the Kichai's confession made Asu have the result we planned. But something worried me, and it was knowing if Kichai would get excited in bed with Asu and end up breaking her. So to clear up any doubts, I went to see her, and after seeing her in such good bin, then I stopped worrying about it. And I thought that since Kichai is in good shape, then I would let him train with some black skeletons. And after training we decided to go hunting together after a long time. Really, going out together again was something that brought back very good memories. In any case, we tried to explore an area that we had never been to, and there we found some kind of monster or insect or something. The fact was that we had never seen anything like it, and its shell seemed it was tough enough to make some armor. We called it rhinoceros beetle. Then we found a very large and lethally poisonous mantis, so we also added it to the menu. And as for the ability I had absorbed from the beetle, I wanted to put it to the test, and it turned out to be very good, because I had transformed into a kind of servant beetle with very strong and resistant armor, also with an attribute that allows it to regenerate instantly from the blows it receives. I was really lucky with this ability. This ability also he gives an improvement to my movement speed. The only thing I didn't like very much about this armor was how exaggerated it was when it came to attracting attention. Everything else was super good. And another very useful ability that I acquired is power creating wings on my back. Eventually this allows me to fly and such, but as I have never done it before, I don't have much idea or practice to use them, so I had to give it up to practice the subject of flying afterwards. And before going home we ate a good piece of wild boar meat, and once again I was convinced that today had been a very productive day. Day 69. It's been many days since a single drop of water fell here. However, when I saw the weather conditions, I decided to spend the whole day creating new things for our arsenal. Although on second thought I'll spend the day sharing with the human girls, since I hadn't shared a quiet moment with them for a long time. As my first visit I went to see the red-haired girl who hasn't stopped training to keep getting stronger, and her confidence is so great that she even invited me to train with her. So I had to accept the duel, and we spent the whole morning like this. Then I went to see the blacksmith, and I realized that lately the elves' escorts have been coming to the blacksmith very often, helping the blacksmith, giving their opinion on how to improve things. So I let her do her thing, since the elves are very good when it comes to working with mithril, so this could be very convenient for the blacksmith. By the way, they were preparing some mithril ingots to later make an alloy with silver together with other materials. The result was for a crossbow that they were creating, but improved with an automatic system that would allow it to shoot quantities of arrows consecutively. And the result made me so glad that I asked the blacksmith and the girls that they make many crossbows of these, to be able to use them in battles, since obviously these automatic crossbows can give us a gigantic advantage. And when night fell I decided to go see the cook girls, and I helped them with their kitchen tasks that now it seemed more like a war camp, must be due to the large amount of food they have to prepare now for such a large community. So we also took the opportunity to create new menus, very similar to the ones I ate in my past life. And as the first recipe we made some French fries, but we had to use other vegetables that were not exactly potatoes. So we had to investigate various vegetables that resemble the potatoes. And after this I decided to leave the rest of the tasks to the girls, and I went to visit the alchemist. And we had a session of work on magical items. Then she showed me about the great amount of utilities that powder of the bones of the black skeleton. And among his new creations she showed me a stake made of black bone, which has the power to make incurable wounds for a short time. However, since they were so difficult to do, she only gave me 10 units, and she told me that as soon as she had more she would let me know. And to thank her for her work, I hugged her, and meanwhile I heard someone screaming. And it turns out that they were all the girls very angry because they thought that I was doing improper things with the alchemist, but I was only hugging her. However, they made me think of going with them to bed now. And well, how was I going to refuse such a good proposal? And without telling you more details about what happened afterwards, this good day ended. Day 70. Today is a new day, and as always the first thing we did was train. And then we went to dinner, and then I planned how we should go hunting. But in that, they told me that some unknown elves had arrived on the outskirts of the mine and wanted to talk. And when I went out to see what was happening, These elves told me that they had been sent by the elf father, and that they had a new request to make to us. And since this group of elves did seem to have manners, I invited them to continue inside the cave. But when we were entering, they realized that the elves we had were their former comrades. However, they calmed down quickly, and the messenger concentrated on what he had come to tell me. According to him, he had come to tell me about some issues that had been addressed and trusted solely to me. Then he told me that finally the humans had decided to start their attack in the forest. And he showed me a route which closely coincides with the route I had mentioned when I went to talk to the elf father. However, his concern about the great difference in numbers in the armies was very evident, since the elves did not have such exaggerated numbers of armies as the humans. So eventually he explained to me that the real reason he had come here to see me was to kindly ask us to please assist them with a bit of strength combat. So I pretended that I didn't know anything, and I asked the messenger about what had happened with the search for that elite group that had been lost. And he told me that they simply pretended that they had died. So he continued talking about it, and he asked me if we could help them then not only to kill off their army but also their leaders. I accepted the messenger's proposal. You see what happens when favors are asked kindly, not like a certain silly elf who is now dead. All this being said, I made sure to send the elf father an enchanted article to be able to communicate with him, since I think that the information in real time is very useful. And the elves left very calmly. Well then, that's how we accepted our first contract as war mercenaries. Day 71. Then we decided that we would move the next day in the morning, as early as possible. We concentrated on being very fast, so we brought 37 more. Of course, with that small number we would be easy prey for the humans and their great army. However, yesterday I did my duty to send scouts, and thanks to them we know where the human camps are. So we devised a plan to attack them at night, when most of them are sleeping. The problem is that the Kumajiro and the others bears. They make a lot of noise, so I lent them the powers of Supase. But even though this power keeps them silent, they are still visible, so we have to always stay alert. And having everything rigorously calculated, we finally reached the camp, and discovered which was already covered with a fire barrier. So we took up our positions around the barrier. I decided to use the final spear in order to destroy the barrier, while Ichi was creating a 4-meter high earth barrier around the human camp. And at the same time, Dami and Supase entered and unleashed all their magical powers. So I took advantage of the corpses of the human spearmen that were falling to create my own army of undead spearmen. And in a few seconds we were able to finish off a large part of the human army. But it certainly wasn't going to be that easy, because they were going to counterattack at some point. And when we reached the center of the camp, we ran into their elites, who had an impressive power. Not even my undead army was a problem for them. And to be frank, it wouldn't be bad to kidnap them, since they are quite powerful. I soon realized that their commander was a female knight, but this one was protected by a magician, a swordsman, and a priestess, who seemed quite strong. However, I will make more undead spearmen and go against them. But in any case, the commander of the humans found out that I am the one who summons the undead, and ordered his men to attack me, and the priestess used a power that destroyed a large part of my spearmen. It seems that this priestess possesses high-class magic, which I found it quite interesting. However, they are coming towards me and the commander's intentions are quite clear. It wouldn't be a bad idea for her to stab me in the heart, but she didn't count on my speed, and I could very easily dodge her attack. In any case, I continue with a strong intention to capture her alive, but it seems that it will not be easy. Besides, this woman got up again and clearly wants to fight, which does not seem bad to me, because it is seen that she has a spirit of fight. That means that I will have to give a little more of me if I want to take her alive. Still, I warned the woman that if she does not want to lose, then she can surrender and I will not hurt her, or else she will have to fight with everything she has. And as expected, the commander and her elite soldiers began to throw everything at me. However, her priestess's abilities are not very efficient against mine. On the other hand, Urasato is having a pretty good time. I don't know why I get the impression that woman gets a little frenzied when she sees human blood, and always wants more. But we are already running out of humans to kill, and the battle against the commander is still going on. This time she managed to hit my chest, a blow with her sword, but fortunately the wound healed very quickly. However, the magician who was see with the woman, he launched a great attack towards me, ignoring that his commander is right next to me. So in order to evade him I had to use my silver arm. Besides, I am not going to let the woman die either. I'm more interested in her alive than dead. And that's how the battle ended. Clearly our army won. And as for the hostages, just being able to capture them alive, considering their incredible power, is basically an achievement. Although I guess we can't keep them alive forever, so then to use them, we will make them work until they die of exhaustion. After all, we began to celebrate the great loot from our first battle. Besides, we didn't expect the elf father to arrive, much less with a barrel full of liquor. I still wonder how he managed to come so quickly and with a barrel at his back. well, being that age. Anyway, I told him that the humans had found out about the blow they received from us, so now they are not advancing as fast as they were. In any case, the elf father told me that he had no long time to stay, so he left. And then we had a big party until nightfall, and I decided to go see the prisoners. Who knows how long they will resist my medicine. But I quickly realized that humans, they cannot resist their impulses. Not like the elves. By the time we reached the base, they were all chained. And as for the human men, we are using them as scouts. But some goblins and female kobolds arrived, who wanted to these men, so we handed them over. And as for the commander I kidnapped, I made sure to give her a good night full of pleasure. Day 72. And the next day when I woke up, I found myself with the great surprise that this woman had stabbed me while I was sleeping. Luckily, the knife did not reach my heart. However, this was all my fault, since I had forgotten to chain her after having her used. In any case, it will not be necessary to activate any of my abilities, because I am an ogre and this wound has to heal quickly. Although thinking about it, it almost stabbed me in the heart, so I used my healing ability, and after this, I gave the knight what she deserved. By the time she woke up, I had already put a slave earring on her, and when everything was in order, I gathered all the humans to ask them for details about their troops, and everything was a complete success thanks to the effect of the enslaving necklaces and earrings. And all that information they gave me was not only useful to us, but I also used it to give it to the elven father as a form of payment. Since yesterday before he began to the party, the elf father told me that he would buy any information I can get from the humans, so he gave me that barrel of liquor as part of the advance payment, for me to give him information, which I think is quite astute of him. In any case, I used this information to pay him for the barrel. Day 73. We realized that the humans plan to invade the elves from different directions, and to be honest, the human army has greatly exaggerated numbers, so I decided to tell the elves to split up as well, and they spread out into the forest to fill with traps all over the place. And if the cavalry is not lying, then one of the biggest platoons of their army will pass right by this place. So we all got in position to be able to face them. But we waited for about half an hour. Finally, they came close, and his army has some 500 men, and among them there are some men in armor. Also, if my eyesight doesn't fail me, I counted some 100 magicians. So if I tell the elves to attack head on, it would be a great foolishness. Although we are completely prepared for this army, so we have to do it. So we carried out the first part of the plan, which was to wait for all their troops to pass the point we were at. And then we cut all the trees to block the path and their only escape route. And by the time they realized what was happening, we dropped large rocks on them. But they weren't just any kind of rocks. These were special, since I had reinforced them with my abilities so that they couldn't dodge or block them. Thanks to this, 100 to 200 humans were killed. And then comes a rain of arrows, and to make them even more dead, I made sure to drench all of them with a special poison. And for the humans who managed to survive the rocks and arrows, they will have to deal with the goblins that hid under the traps we had dug. Now, if I am not counting correctly, there are at most 100 humans alive. But I heard that one of their elites told them to form a retaining wall with what they found, and they obeyed him and formed a wall around it to protect themselves. It seems that their commander is a bit smart, so maybe it will be useful to me. So it came to my mind to catch him alive. But back on topic, with that retaining wall, stones and rocks are not as effective anymore. This made things a bit complicated for us, so that I had to resort to improvisation. But before sending it, I made sure to warn Ogakichi not to kill the commander, as it is in my interest. So I ordered them to stop the arrow attack, and Ogakichi began to move, while I kept watching what was happening. Now with their few soldiers, the humans are at a disadvantage, and we will have a fixed victory. Even so, I was a little worried that Ogakichi would obey me and not let himself be carried away by the wrath of the battle. But suddenly his commander arrived, and it's strange to see him smiling. He seems very confident, but I have to admit that he knows how to move with the sword. This will be fun for Ogakichi, and in the end, he managed to capture him. I feel that that commander is a good piece. Moreover, fought quite bravely, knowing that he had a lot of disadvantage, and as I thought, Ogakichi had a lot of fun fighting him. However, now we have to take the loot and usurp their food, and in the meantime, I'll do the same that in the previous battle. I will let the elf father know everything. And best of all, I learned many new skills. Chapter 30, Day 74. Some humans seem to be a bit dissatisfied with the treatment we are giving them in the cells. I don't understand them. We are giving them food and a place to sleep. It doesn't matter. The good thing about all this is that thanks to these battles we had against humans, we have gained a lot of experience and several evolved, including 3 goblins who evolved into magicians today, and 1 evolved into a cleric. We even have our first goblin shaman. It is not bad at all, since shamans can control humans, undead soldiers, and that's not all. Now I have 3 kobolds that evolved into foot soldiers. This is very nice because they have the unique feature that is in their weapon, which is the living spear. These are made with the cells of their bodies, so their connection with that weapon is legit. It's practically one more limb of theirs. but I'll give them a hand. And I'll add more spear techniques to make them stronger. Yes, now that I think about it, the number of sex slaves has increased, so we should take advantage of this to increase our troops as well, since the time it takes for a goblin fetus to mature is much less in humans than in goblins. And it's the same if we're talking about ogres. Well, it is time to meet with that commander who captured Agakichi, and he told me that it all started when the princess of the Shutenberg kingdom got sick with a deadly virus, because this disease decomposes the internal organs, and although it is not contagious, it only appears in humans, and there is no cure. Also, when a human contracts this disease, his death sentence has literally already been signed. Anyway, the princess was going to be the wife of one of his allies, and despite the fact that the king ordered to cure the princess, and after an endless number of healing methods were tried, nothing worked. However, the princess is not completely dead, because some magicians froze her body to prevent the internal organs from continuing decomposing, although she has already lost half of them, so I could say she's dead. Basically, it's the same, since if she continues at that rate she will die in any case. But one day a cleric did a job, and he had a revelation that made everything change, because this revelation said that to cure the princess, an elixir of elves was necessary, which are under the protection of the Emerald God. And this revelation also told him where he could find the elves, and it is nothing more and nothing less than the forest, our home. So the future husband of the princess went out immediately to look for the medicine. He barely heard the news, but the humans, always with their ignorance, overlooked a couple of important details. To begin with, the elves are too proud, and for them, humans are very inferior beings, and on the other hand, their race lives under quite extreme regulations. In any case, they sent a letter to the humans, saying that they could not share this elixir, since according to them, they did not have much. Who knows? The fact is that the humans tried sometimes to ask the elves for this elixir, but since they refused time and time again, then it was unleashed a war. But we all know that humans are very greedy, and the fact that they are at war is just a convenient excuse. Elves have magical abilities which makes them good guards, plus they can produce a lot of mithril, so that makes them a good loot. And also their hometown is a good point of attack towards other kingdoms. Aw hell, I'm getting fed up of thinking so much. In any case, the most important thing is that both humans and elves have quite beautiful female sexes. They would be perfect sexual slaves. These human beings, they are actually a pain in the ass. The good thing is that we are in our zone, so we can run and hide when we need to. And with the information I have about them, I can start working on a plan to counter them. This looks like a game of chess, only with real people and weapons, and in which the only objective of one army is to exterminate the other. And let's not forget how crucial it is to take into account our pros and cons, and obviously, also those of the rival army. After some fights, Dami and Supase appeared in a top. There were also Kichai and Burasato, but they were pretty beat up. I guess they had a good time at the end of the day. And at night our human sex slaves had a lot of fun. At first these women refused again and again, but it can already be seen that they were dominated by their human lust. Now they are the ones asking to be abused, so there shouldn't be any problem. Now these elves have arrived, and they ask me to assign them work as company ladies. This is really quite strange, because it seems that they put aside their elf pride and were completely dominated by their lust. Well, in any case, I suppose that calling a kobold could solve this matter. Lately, the friendship between us, the elves, the goblins, and the kobolds have been getting stronger. That seems very good to me. We must continue like this. Meanwhile, the human prisoners are still wondering why we are winning at war. I suppose that the doubt will make them weaken more and more. Day 75. And I'm right, because today I told some of those prisoners to participate in our daily training routines. But unfortunately, the vast majority are very weak mentally. I suppose this reality is quite frustrating for them. Although to tell the truth, only one of them he managed to keep his sanity. And he also thinks he is in shape to have a fight with me. I really like this guy. Whatever, I decided to give him what he wants. So we started training, and although he is clearly not at my level, his movements, they are quite good at fighting. He is definitely a very skilled martial artist. However, I decided not to use any skills or advantages. It was just a clean fight. And the truth is, the boy held up quite well. But it was nothing for me, since I won very easily. But I think we could have more fun. So I thought of giving him some skills, to see how it goes, because I want to face him one more time. So I improved his healing and stamina. I did it because this time, I am serious, so I hope it's not a waste of time. When I told him, then he started a serious fight. Very funny indeed. A lot of hits around here and over there, but I think I crossed the line. Or maybe I didn't improve it much. Although it was entertaining, he didn't last at all. In the end, this boy fainted with a smile on his face. This boy, it's as if he enjoyed fighting. So I'll let him rest. I guess he'll be fine. What I didn't count is that Agakichi liked the way he fights. He even asked me to let him fight him later. It's not like it bothered me anyway. And when he finally got up, the most normal thing was for him to rest or something like that. but he immediately started fighting with Agakichi, and everyone else started cheering for the fight. It's strange to feel that that boy is mixing with us. His way of fighting is very good. I suppose leaving him as a slave would be a waste. Although, after the fight ended, I saw that boy and Kichai bumping their fists and celebrating their confrontation. That boy really aroused some interest in me, so I invited him to eat, so I could ask him some questions. Then when we were having dinner, I asked him a little more about him, and he told me that he comes from a town where only demi-humans live, and that he is one of them. He also told me that he enjoys being with us more than with humans. He also likes this place a lot. He sees many different things, and according to him, this environment is more familiar to him, so he asked me to let him fight by my side and under my orders. I'll think about it. Will I really think about it? Yes, I will think about it. Kabujai told me that he was collecting some things when he saw that something was shining and she stopped to look, so he brought it for me to see. I admit, this is definitely a smartphone, but I will have to explain everyone what it is. The problem is that when I started to tell them, someone destroyed it while I had it in my hand. Day 77. It seems that members with specific jobs can be useful in the game, because they are discovering the usefulness of their attacking tools. While Blacksmith San, the alchemist girl, and the two sisters were selecting the best weapon to attack the enemy, Kabujai took a weapon that he made by tying up some things he had found earlier and, with a helmet on his head, drew everyone's attention, saying that it was his time to be useful and shed blood, and he ran out to attack the enemy. I think that's not going to work. While I was eating, I was thinking that hunt and eat your enemies sounds good in this situation. Suddenly, I was interrupted by one of the girls who asked me for a hand to finish off the enemies that were attacking us, and when facing them, I noticed that the skill he had used didn't work with the species itself. Cut that part, please. A group of elves appeared. They thought about joining forces and winning, but a thought clouded their minds. I was still eating, and although I thought about attacking them, I decided to welcome them, telling them to see the house as their new home and asking if there were any more. Kabujai understood that all young people can participate in the war, and he felt a little embarrassed. He supposed that he had a lot of strength and that's why he shouldn't participate, and I told him not to think about it, because all the members of the game can participate. But when I got closer to him, I noticed that he had fallen asleep. Weaker members should not be used to win a game. I looked at some young people and told them, I have been explaining some things to you, so I will tell you that I am not the protagonist of this game. Saying that, I noticed that they didn't know, and Kabujai was already awake. He asked me if I wanted him to lead the team, and I replied that it wasn't. I think Kabujai was a little relieved, because he asked me if there was a slightly lighter task, with fewer rules, to do. Luckily, this is going to end. Later, we were all together, celebrating the victory. I turned to everyone and said, thank you all, the popularity of the game is rising. Thank you very much. Next to one of the girls was Gobise-san, and he looked very bad. Habisato-chan asked him what was wrong, because his eyes were red, and he told him not to worry, because he had been playing before sleeping. Kids, don't try this at home. I saw the alchemist girl on a computer, and I asked her what she was doing, and she looked at me and smiled excited because she had managed to finish the site where she makes game updates. I really liked her progress. I checked some data on the game and noticed that they were enjoying it. But this content is part of the whole team. While I was reviewing the data, some of the younger ones were commenting on their progress in the game, and I suggested that we wave to the camera at least at the end. We all got together and thanked our followers and invited them to continue accompanying us. Suddenly, Rusty said that he was going to give up being a knight and join our troops. He had many fights as a child and was forced to join the troops by a captain who was very strong, but now dead. The new captain was not strong like the previous one. He only had the position because he was a noble, and he decided that in the army there should be many nobles. This captain had also died, crushed by a rock, in the last fight. The Rusty Knight told me that he had been promoted to vice captain because of his abilities, and that he was the only one left to train the team members. He had taken great care in his work, but since he was not a nobleman, it was very common for soldiers to argue with him and make him feel bad. That's why he already wants to stop being a knight. He asked me to train him hard and accept him in my group. I know he doesn't tell lies because he has the bondage collar on, and I like the way he fights. He has shown that he is very strong. I think it is time to increase the number of people in our team. I went hunting in the afternoon, and the red-haired girl asked me to accompany me, but I said no. But she told me that she was trying something new. I immediately took her to Rusty and told him that, from now on, he would be the one who was going to train her. Rusty would be under my direct supervision, and his first task was to train Redhead. The arts are related to one's occupations and cannot be used without obtaining an occupation. The arts that Redhead can use right now are only 6: cut, thrust, shield, decapitate, fall, and control. but Rusty has 4 occupations and more than 70 arts. If Redhead has potential, he can get the knight occupation. Rusty told her that he had heard of her abilities and she asked him to please take care of her. I had planned to secretly train her when she reached the profession, but I think this is better. Day 76. Asu-san and Agakichi were looking for spirit stones in the forest when they suddenly found a place where there were many stones of water spirits very close to others of fire spirits. Asu felt something he couldn't explain and decided to check in an area close to where they were searching. Asu was very surprised and I asked what was wrong, because I managed to hear a great sound. She was sitting in front of a wall from which what she called a hot spring was coming out, and she said that it would not stop flowing, according to the members with specific jobs. Among them, Alchemist said that it was a hot spring and that caused a lot of fuss, and everyone, mainly the humans, was excited, and it was logical, because, until now, to clean ourselves we were only using stones from the spirits of water. To further investigate the geography of the area, Asu and others took it upon themselves to distribute the skeletons. Dinner was very good after so much work and we enjoyed our first swim. The water we discovered is essential. I tested it and confirmed that it was clean. In addition to cleansing us, it provides greater healing capacity, improves the skin and amplified recovery rate. Using wind spirit stones to remove sulfur and toxic gas odors, we made the place safe for bathing. I want to build a foot bath and a waterfall one. I must thank Asu for discovering it. Day 77. Today we find survivors from our last fight. We must retain as many as we can. Their protection is our top priority. After confronting us, I asked for reports on the wounded. They hide nearby and move very fast. We should move like this. Everything is proceeding as planned. The objective now is to neutralize the supply team that is heading to where the humans are. It seems that humans have begun to suspect an information leak, due to the 2 attacks we made on them. In order to get close to them without being noticed, we must go around a curve and change our plans. In order to charge all of the elf traps, the reserve troops of the humans must pass through restricted zones. In the middle between them and us, we place 10 human subordinates to infiltrate the human troops. The 10 infiltrators already had heart conditions that couldn't be treated, so I made that decision. The idea is that they serve as an obstacle to the enemy troops. After they hindered the enemy troops, the infiltrators carried out the plan, launching explosive seeds that we had already tested with Alchemist Sam. The seeds caused a lot of noise in the forest, and this served to distract the enemy and make them fall into a hole made by Asu-san and others while trying to escape. After falling into the hole, due to the change in position, they couldn't run away, and the elves sprayed poison created by myself on them. I didn't have to be careful until now, but it's time to be vigilant to respond to any attack. I activated Minstrel Stance and Red Crystal to strengthen allies and weaken enemies at the same time. Before the enemy reinforcements arrive, we must crush them with a great victory. We do not rest until the battle is over. Our victims were the 10 slaves. Some died from the explosions and others were injured. Since it was difficult to help the wounded, the reserve troops ate them. I had to eat as many enemies as I could, so I had to put up with them being dirty. Wounded enemies were taken as prisoners of war. They were all men. I took half the prisoners and decided to hand them over to the elves, rather than turn them into sacrificial pawns. Father Elf and I exchanged information. He told me about a medicine made with very rare ingredients and that had a great power of health, without side effects. This was the medicine that humans wanted. I don't know much about the elven father, just that he has healing abilities. I asked him why he had given me the medicine, and he told me that it was forbidden to give it to humans, but that didn't stop him from giving it to the ogre who had saved his daughter. Hearing it made me think for a while. After taking the medicine, I decided to test my theory on the abused and injured slaves. I called them and let them taste a drop of my blood. Amazingly, they recovered quickly. My healing ability has increased. If this becomes known, human beings, out of their greed and pride, may demand a reward for me. It's a very big risk. Day 78. The bath house that was built by me, deep enough for the ogres to fully dive, has had problems with several goblins because it's too deep for them and they can't swim, so I cancelled today's training and we held a swimming lesson in the river below the waterfall we had visited before. Since it was a rare opportunity, I brought the sisters and Blacksmith San with me to change routine. While I was teaching the goblins to swim, I sent my clones to explore the nearby areas, and we realized that the path above the lagoon leads to the green lizards. I waited for them to come closer because they looked delicious, but they didn't. It seems that everyone is happy. Many of the goblins we have here have evolved into hoglins, but there are 15 that haven't evolved yet, although they have already reached level 100. These 15 goblins were a bit upset, but I told them to continue training to become elite goblins. My words encouraged them. Now they look happier. One less thing on the list. On this side, the kobolds were still growing. 2 kobold lackeys ranked up today. There was a new extra kobold called Ninja Kobold. A kobold ninja's main weapon is an organic sword, and it seems that he can use an ability called ninjutsu. Thanks to this ability, I know that this subject is suitable for reconnaissance with a high level of stealth. I think I'm going to need him for secret activities, so I told him to hide his presence. There wasn't any major progress on the human army, so we went to swimming class. I cancelled all training for today and made it a rest day. I let them decide on their activities. They could study, self-train, date girls, and hunt. So I had time for myself too. I picked 4 energetic people to train with and shed some sweat. The first blow was a heavy, sustained attack from Agakichi, then I felt Rusty's quick, accurate jump from behind. Redhead attacked the eyes and the weak points of my body, and Hidolga-san also took the opportunity to attack. The situation was severe, but it brought meaning to the fight. After a relaxing bath in the bathhouse, I relaxed by playing with the pets and then had lunch. In the afternoon, I organized a meeting to propose new weapons and exchange thoughts with others. Later, I watched the outbreak of explosive seeds increase in number, and finally, at night, I had time alone with Dami. Since she can fly, we had a good date in the air. After flying around for a while, we got cold, so I paid for a visit to the bathhouse to warm up and get some action later in bed. Hidolga-san felt good after a while with us. It was a wonderful rest day. Day 81, hey, where are Kumajiru and Kurasabiru? Cave pets usually go out to hunt for their food. I often take them to fights so that they also get experience. This morning, Kumajiru and Kurasabiru have successfully evolved. Kumajiru's race, after evolving, is called Onaguma. Now he is bigger than a common upright bear, but he still surrendered to me and had to serve me. The horn on his forehead can be enlarged for use during combat, but it takes time to use it. Now Kurasabiru had 2 heads, through which he breathed fire and thunder. I decided to call their race Orthrus instead of Black Wolf. It seems that his race lives around volcanoes. Rusty found the color of the Orthrus's flames strange. He remembers seeing some with red flames, but not black. I think that color in the flames is due to my influence. In order to evaluate the new changes in my pets after a day of evolution, I decided to prepare an attack against humans with only 13 members and 6 black skeletons. The target is the elite unit of the Empire. We have fought in the conflict against humans to level up, because the more you level up, the more experience you need to level up again. In large groups you don't get much experience and their quality is low, so I decided to mix some strong members with weak ones and chose to attack at 11 o'clock, because at that time the humans take a break. The person who caught my interest in the group of humans was an old gentleman who seemed very experienced. His name was Eisen Ritter. According to the data I have from Hidolga-san and Rusty, the man is the leader of the 2nd White Snake Brigade, one of the 3 main ones in the Empire. It seems that most of the members of this brigade trained in the dungeons of the Empire, and I can tell that most of his equipment is ancient. In order to avoid wasting time unnecessarily, I decided to start the attack by attacking that man using a spear. The shot was excellent, accurate and deadly. After that, our victory was of 100%. After looking at the shocked faces of the soldiers, I decided to activate the special ability of the spear to attack them. A few soldiers remained for my team to gain experience. The next task was very easy: chase and hunt them without letting them escape. After only 20 minutes, the battle ended, and as always, I collected everything that could be useful. According to Burasato-san, the scene after the battle was terrifying. She was smiling, though. After all the effort, I decided to try the main dish. I ate what was left of the night with everything and his spear. We were already on our way home when I received a call from the elf father to thank me for helping him and to invite me to his house for drinks and to talk. Day 82, I accepted the elf father's invitation, so today we are going to the elf village. Redhead and Hidolga followed me as escorts. The elves knew that some humans were going to accompany me, but that didn't stop some of them from looking down on them, and they were a little uncomfortable. We arrived at the elf father's house, and while we were waiting for him, we drank tea. The elven father apologized for the suddenness of the invitation and offered us food and alcohol. After sharing information, while we ate and drank alcohol, the elf father told me about something. He wanted to end the war against the humans as soon as possible, so he was going to send his elite forces to attack them. He said that if the war continued any longer, the 2 kingdoms were in danger because they could be invaded. As a good employer, he offered me good pay for supporting his army and gave me permission to deliver the elixir to them if necessary. Hidolga approached me after listening to the elf father and asked me to let her take the medicine to her kingdom to save the princess, but although it could be a good option, give them the medicine to make them our allies in the face of a new war, it was necessary to think very well about this because we still have some of the humans as slaves. I was in favor of doing a trade for the elixir after a final battle, but I needed to think it through, so I told Hidolga Helga to give me time to think things over, and she thanked me. Day 83. During my visit to the elf village, some of my soldiers collected information from the soldiers of the Kurita Empire, and there was little chance that the elves would win over them, because it seemed that the humans had new allies, the 4 symbolic heroes of the Sternbiddle Kingdom. I did not know who these 4 heroes were, but Hidalga and Rusty explained to me that they were 4 high-ranking knights who normally did not join the war, but they were the strongest soldiers in the kingdom, because they are protected by God and his greatest feature is the alliance. They told me about the 4 heroes and the 8 great knights. I was curious to see them and know what they would taste like. The first thing I had to do was control the man who was the leader of the slaves, to get him to remove their collars and then kill him. To achieve my goal, I had to parasitize that man, but I noticed that he used a chimera and did not want to kill it. After killing the man, I noticed that as I expected the chimera, which was a mixture of parts of an elephant, a tiger, a snake and a crab, it went berserk, and after its confusion, it kept attacking the troops, and due to the reaction of the chimera, they discovered us, so we had to attack. I used the skeletons together with our army to adapt to the new situation and avoid losing the battle or dying. It was dawn and the humans knew that the skeletons are weak in the dark, so they quickly attacked them. But they were surprised to see that a liquid was coming out of their armor. It was slime. My troops had covered the skeletons with slime and they were recovering quickly. My tactic was successful, cause first, their spirits rose for a moment, and they were careless to see the skeletons recover. That was the moment was waiting to attack them, because with the confusion, they couldn't fight well. To end the fight, I activated some of my powers and sucked in some soldiers, and while I was doing it, something caught my attention. It was one of the heroes arriving on the battlefield, a bit upset about having to participate in the war. The knight saw me suck the troops out of him and asked who he was, and his soldiers told him that I was a devil. The gentleman came closer and I realized that he looked like a child. That left me astonished, because I had understood that he was very powerful. He saw me eating and asked if I could fight him. Seeing him well, I knew that he was one of the 8 great knights, the Knight of Insects. Philip was his name, and he was amazed that I knew him, and I told him that I had noticed his eyes were bug eyes, and he was surprised. Then he started asking me about my powers, and I just thought I wasn't going to tell him anything. Then he took out some small vials and shook them, opening them and causing the corpses to move. I didn't know if they were zombies or not, and I noticed that the worms he had in the jars were the weapon he used to get the army to rise up. The knight explained to me that the 4 symbolic heroes place more priority on personal strength, and the number of troops that can be upgraded is from 4 to 6 or 10 at the most. On the other hand, the 8 great knights have great personal strength, different from that of the 4 heroes, but the 8 knights can only demonstrate their power when the number of upgraded troops is greater than 100. When he finished speaking, he told me that his worms only need fresh corpses to become soldiers, and he asked me to start fighting. I finished off some of his soldiers quickly, and he congratulated me on finishing off the soldiers, and he told me that now it was his turn to control them, and he launched a big attack on me. Although some of his soldiers hurt me, I recovered very easily, and the knight realized my recovery power. Suddenly, I heard a big noise. It was a very big mutated centipede, the knight's most valuable weapon. He told me that after the centipede appeared, only bad things happened. The centipede caught me, and the knight told me that the monster's poison made its victims sleepy, and that he was amazed to see me still alive. Then he asked me to show him my power, or he himself was going to study my body when I died. When he noticed that I was almost fainted, the monster injected me with his venom, and his owner told him that now he was the one who would take care of finishing me off. The knight dallied a bit, and when he found out, I ran away and attacked him. He was a bit in awe of my abilities and realized that he had attacked one of my clones, so he took out his secret weapon, a new worm. While he was showing me his new weapon, he decided to keep talking, and I took the opportunity to attack him and prevent him from using the new worm. That caused the knight to change form and call his troops back. I looked at him and told him that I finally felt that he wanted to fight me, but it was too late and I attacked him. He asked me if with my abilities I was not the awakener of God. His words caught my attention and he realized it. But we kept fighting and he asked me for a break, but I didn't want to stop. Suddenly the knight came out of her second form and she kept attacking me while he ran away. I got very angry because I wanted to eat him, but he finally escaped. While I was fighting with the knight, another of my clones had a secret mission. He searched for the next leader of the Kurita Empire and gave him the potion to save the princess, but I told him that he should give her the potion, so she could take it very slowly. While that was happening, I made sure to build, together with my army, an earthen wall that separated us from our enemies. I asked that the wounded should be healed and I kept the body of the chimera. I decided not to kill the wounded prisoners, at least for that night. In this battle, for the first time, we have had casualties and I must think of the best for my army. To prevent our dead soldiers from turning into zombies later, I had to ask for them to be burned. Many of them felt bad about burning their comrades, but I didn't feel anything. We had to do it. They must go go on living and honor the dead. After cremating the bodies, I ate part of the chimera and discovered some interesting abilities and then decided to relax a bit. Day 84. When I woke up, Habafu-san was watching me. It seemed strange to me that I hadn't noticed his presence, and I told him not to drool in front of me. Thanks to yesterday's battle, we gained a lot of experience. In fact, Habuji-kun was promoted to Apprentice Holy Lord. This new evolution does not allow him to fight, but he has protection and healing powers. A small wound, it can be healed very fast. The power field that he creates is called Holy Power Territory. Habafu-chan was now a ghoul. That must be the result of eating zombies and the like. It's lucky he doesn't smell bad or decompose. He just looks like a pale person. His race's specialty is eating souls. That may be the reason why I have felt a dangerous atmosphere around. The fight for first place in the game has united us as an army, but I'm still a bit uncomfortable with Habafu-chan's evolution for comparing myself to some other warriors. To avoid feeling bad, I asked him to stop comparing me to others. Habuji-chan evolved into a dodonki and has many eyes on his body. It's strange to see so many eyes on his body. He now wears a white kimono that repairs itself when damaged. The dodonki are not a race with fighting characteristics, but they have very good resistance to witchcraft, and those multiple eyes allow them to see many things. Habuji-chan is now Dodom-chan, Habuji-kun is now Seiji-kun, and Habafu-chan is now Gilufu-chan. Apart from them, 7 other Goblins have also evolved. The goblins have also evolved and are helping the weaker ones. 6 of the common kobolds, now they became common kobolds, and their leader is a samurai kobold, and his weapon is now no longer a spear, and now they are 2 swords. Now he looks like a man in disguise. The next problem now is the drive of the slaves. I decided to talk to the slaves and gave them the freedom to return to their villages. After 2 days of work, and half of them went to their village, after giving them payment for their services. Today we have a problem with the temporary troops. They want to fight with other soldiers because they know they are strong and they think they can beat them. They're not happy being temporary troops. I decided to face them and fight 2 of them and beat them very quickly with my demon jewelry. Then I had to fight 4 dragonoids and 6 pre-dragonoids. Although they are many, they are not as strong as the knights, so I finished fighting them quickly. The next one to fight me was a damper, and he was interested in Dami-san. Since I know he has a lot of vitality, I decided to fight non-stop. But when he approached me, he just declared his love for me, and I didn't like that, so I decided to keep him away. I think I've had enough with Habafu-chan. I selected 50 boys and trained them to become my temporary troops. I put the bondage collars on them and sent them off for training. It seems that everything is in order now. After solving the problem, I went to visit Blacksmith-san to bring her some dwarfs. They will help her in her work. She wasn't happy, but I told her to give them a little time to adjust and let them help her. The temporary soldiers who had challenged me before were annoyed by the intensity of the training, but I told them that they should work hard and went to take some time off for myself and test the synthesis ability, with which I can create new items from 2 different objects, and I thought about designing something with the burst spheres of the Wind Lord. I experimented with this ability all night. Day 85. I learned the hard way that using synthesis is very exhausting, physically and mentally. The good thing is that I was able to synthesize the dragonoid spheres and ogre orbs in my body. I made several attempts. In one of them, I tried to synthesize useless abilities, but I was a bit tired mentally, so I changed my target and tried to create a monster using Chaotic Death, a fusion ability that combines and enhances non-material creatures such as ghosts. After combining 10 ghosts, they became Legion. The bad thing is that the Legion didn't want to listen to me, so I had to kill them. I know that merging many elements can cause problems. After I was done with the fusions, I decided to rest for a bit, and upon waking up, I started testing the fusions I had made. After combining Sun Vulnerability and Light Vulnerability, I got an ability called Extreme Light Ray Vulnerability, and it was making me feel really hot, so I decided to block that ability. Later, when I had recovered, I decided to try some other skills, and then I started to make some changes to our camp. While I have more news about the war, I realized that elves like hot springs, so I decided to invite Elf Father to talk with him about it. I have achieved many syntheses today. I am going to try them in tomorrow's training. Day 86, I found that it was very difficult to control Black Ogre's stout body, because I did a lot of damage to the troll and he has high defensive power. I must not use that power in practice. In the morning I came back to do some improvements in the residential area, and got news from my clones about the war, which seems to be over soon. After hearing the news, I created a plan to make good use of the human slaves. Day 87, the dwarves woke me up to give me a hammer. I had already heard that they give hammers to people and I appreciate the time and work that it took them to do it. Although I like to use longer weapons, I thanked them and told them I'll put it to good use. I want to continue to cooperate with the dwarves, but since I still don't know their language well, sometimes there are some misunderstandings. After my training in the morning, I went alone to the forest to do some things. On the way, I felt a feeling of emptiness because I was no longer afraid of any of the beings in the forest. I used to hide from them, but now, when they feel me, they leave. It's only been 3 months since I was born and I already miss the days of dangerous hunts. In the forest, I met Dryada-san. I have continued to communicate with her through my clones. My trip to the forest was to look for some ingredients that I asked Dryada-san, and after talking about the ingredients and having some fun, I went back to the camp and the night got hot in many ways because Dammy and Redhead realized that the kisses that Dryada-san had given me, and Dammy, after hearing that someone human girls were pregnant, she wanted to make a baby. Day 88. Today's goal was to get better at gathering and cooking food for our supplies, because we must be able to produce it ourselves. The ingredient that Dryada-san gave me was magic seeds, created by her. These seeds grew faster, and to increase efficiency, we put some elemental stones in a few places on the field. As a redhead, her profession is farmer, she was in charge of the day's chores and we all followed her instructions. Redhead was very happy with her work and she realized that I didn't know much about plants. After a while, they called us in to eat. Day 89, some of the prisoners decided to go home, so I gave them some things for their trip and made sure they didn't leak information about us, for their safety. A while later, I selected 36 noble human prisoners to release. We have released them after brainwashing them with the Dammy ability to give us information about the Empire and the Kingdom. Later, I heard from the humans, they had already blended smoothly into their territory, and then I called the Elf Father by our communication tool. When I talked to the Elf Father, he invited me to his Sotomashi party. At that party, family and friends who are no longer here are remembered. Dammy wanted to go and some elves from the camp asked to participate too. Arriving at the village of the elves, the Elf Father greeted us and we joined him. The elves from the camp accompanied us, but I used my cloak ability so they wouldn't be found out. While we shared with the Elf Father, I told him that I had not made differences with any of my companions, and he replied that he was not going to, because they were my companions, but that this was rare, because he had to take care of his people. He also told me that his brother wanted a world without so many rules and that's why he had left the villa some time ago, and that he was in charge of protecting the forest from danger while his brother could return. He then thanked me for helping him keep his town safe. They performed the ritual and thanked the souls of the elves who died in the war for giving their lives for them. Now they can rest in peace. Thinking about what we have experienced up to now, I know that there are many who have lost much more than they gained, but we have gained more and there are still many worthy prey to hunt, and with the end of the war, our journey out of the forest, it has begun. Day 90, today Su-chan spent a lot of time in the mine looking for spirit stones. At first, we found a lot because we were close to Velvet's dungeon. But since he died, the number of rocks had decreased. Thanks to Su-chan, we managed to collect a lot, so we said a prayer and thanked Velvet for being able to find so many spiritual stones. After checking the progress of the works in the residential area, I proceeded with the creation of a carriage, in which we used bones collected from the black skeletons. I used bone bond to join and shape them and then decided to protect them from sunlight and to give them more strength. Redhead saw me and was curious, so I showed her my previews and told her I'd call it Skeleton Centipede. Later, I met with the humans of the camp to talk to them about my future plans. I told them that I would be away for a while and that, after that time, I would give them 2 options, stay or return home. It was their decision. Day 91, today they finished the construction work of the hot springs for the guests. Our population had decreased a little more due to the departure of some slaves, who were fired by some other members of the camp. Later I helped in the kitchen activities. It was a quiet day. Redhead was training with Rusty and he realized that she wasn't feeling well, so he asked her what was wrong. She explained that she would accompany me on a trip and then she had to decide if she would stay or keep a promise she had made a long time ago and return home. That had her a little worried. Rusty told her that he couldn't tell her what she should do, but if she wanted they could come watch me train, but she refused. Day 92, today I went to help the 4 human women with the profession of merchants to gather plants from the forest. Since we did not know the plants we found, we could not put a price on them. I heard them commenting on the usefulness of some plants for their activities and I really liked being able to count on them. Day 93, today we are celebrating that the war is over and that we have finished building our base. Since we will also receive new recruits, we will party all night. The quality of the wine created by Alchemist San is improving a lot. I mixed it with Father Elf's wine and the taste was very nice. Suddenly, I felt that they were calling me. They were some of the temporary soldiers who still wanted to take over the camp, and since they knew that I was leaving, They asked me if they could do whatever they wanted. I told them that they could try, but still a way I could control them. Supase asked me a little more about my trip and told me that I might have some problems, because we would pass through the Sternbiddle Kingdom and the Kurita Empire, and they still have conflicts with some demi-humans, ogres, and goblins. He told me that an alternative is to pass off the ogres as slaves in order to cross those towns. After listening to her, I decided to go with Dami and do as Supase told me. We ended up enjoying the festivities because I think they can unite the group more and help us better organize the warriors in future missions. Day 94, tomorrow will be the set date for our first trip, so I plan to divide our staff into 5 groups to avoid any problems. Each group will have a leader who will lead them in my absence. I explained to them that the reason for the trip was to improve the experience of the group because it had waned recently, and gave them instructions. First, they should gather information from the nearby areas. Second, they should avoid problems and solve things, taking advantage of their abilities. Third, they had to level up. And fourth, they were not allowed to die. The groups were organized to avoid problems between them and to get to know each other better. I also assigned specific tasks to some of them. At the last moment, I decided to take the new ones. I think we will have no problems with them. Later, we decided to go to the guest hot spring and celebrated with the elf father there. The fountain was created to offer a service to our elf friends, and to ensure the safety of those using the fountain, I installed a countermeasure. I explained to Elfather that they would be charged a fee to use the fountain and to enjoy the service. They just had to follow the rules. The Elfather agreed. The food for the day was very good and was made by some goblins that the human sisters trained. I think we'll make a restaurant here. Day 95, we said goodbye to the camp and I felt a little bad because I won't see them for a while. Before starting the journey, I gave instructions to my companions to avoid trouble. Then we started the journey towards the kingdom of Sternbiddle. Day 96, yesterday afternoon we started our journey away from the forest. Today, we would probably have enough time to reach the fortress city of Trient before nightfall. This town is famous for selling musical instruments made from wood from the trees in the forest, and listening to the music of those instruments, you can feel the peace. We didn't intend to stay here long, but the big chief of the town called us to tell us about a problem he had with the orcs. They had an agreement to exchange items as payment for avoiding being attacked by these beings, but recently this agreement had been broken. The chief asked us to talk to the orcs to negotiate a new agreement that would allow the villagers to gather wood without being attacked. But we had to refuse, but I proposed that we kill the orcs. The problem they have in this city was my fault, because our camp was made in a space that belonged to the orcs, and since we killed their leaders, maybe they began to hunt uncontrollably. I want to fix the problem we inadvertently caused and stop the leaders of this town from talking to the authorities in Trient, because if they investigate, they can find our camp and the humans can get hold of the spirit stones that the orcs harvest. The city leader was a little worried that after I finished off the orcs, I would attack them too, but Redhead and the other humans convinced him to trust us. After healing some villagers, I recommended some of our available warriors for a temporary contract, and then we could consider a long-term contract. Our payment is that humans can't go looking for spirit stones in the forest. Day 97. Today we finished negotiating with the leader of the Trient Fortress City, and I gave him my card so he can contact me if there is any problem. Yesterday afternoon, when the temporary contract ended, I sent a signal to the squad that was on standby, and in the night, the orcs in the forest had been controlled and the kidnapped villagers had returned to the city. I'm drawing a lot of attention as a black ogre, so I took the shapeshifting bracelet and ate it to look like a normal ogre. We are now leaving the meadows behind and getting closer to the plains. We have hunted local game and completed the local map. Our first prey was a boruforu, a hybrid that resembled a M mixed with buffalo and wild boar. Their meat is of good quality and their horns are used to make medicine, so they can be sold at a good price. We're going to kill some and leave one to tie to our carriage. To hunt them, we rode our pets and hunted 10 of them. I ate 5 of the 9 edibles, and I really liked the taste of their meat. During the meal, I sent my clones to complete the map of the area. The next prey was a rabbit with 1 horn, which they call a toothed rabbit. Like me and Dami, we killed the boruforu. Redhead took care of the rabbit, but since it was very fast, she got hurt, but she healed very fast. At first she had a bit of a hard time catching him, but in the end, she was able to catch him. During the afternoon, we discovered a turd snake, a snake with a tortoise shell that seemed to be digging a hole in the ground. When I checked the hole, I realized that there were 66 of them in there, taking advantage of my echolocation power, and I asked everyone for help. The temporary soldiers complained a bit, but it was necessary for them to help us. I asked them to take care of their shell because it was a top quality material. I took out 36 of the 66 turd snakes, and although some of my warriors expended a lot of energy, it all worked out pretty well. We continue our way along the mountain path in our centipede, which, since it can walk on its own, allows us to advance while we are asleep at night. Before going to sleep, we had to review the possible routes we would travel by, and there were 3 options. The first was the valley route, the shortest, but also the most dangerous. The second option was the hillside route, which was safer but very long. And the third option was the mountain route, which had a medium distance and some dangers. Blacksmith-san wanted to go along the valley route to see the Falaise eagles, but there was a kind of them that was very dangerous because it had divine protection, the jade eagle. It was already decided we would take the path of the valley to hunt the jade eagle. Day 98. Netsuki-kun is angry that I chose the path of the Jade Eagle and is saying that he will run away if she kills me, but I need him to protect our humans if that happens. I also don't want Dami to be in danger. Today we will cross the cliff where the eagle's nest is, and when we got closer, the birds attacked us to stop the float. I was on the float to prevent the birds from hurting the others. They were attacking us from blind spots, using the cliff as a terrain advantage, but with my presence sensor activated, it was easy to tell where they were and attack them. We caught 18 Falaise birds, and the Karaj sisters and Yakitori cooked some of them. They had never cooked them before, but they turned out great. So far we haven't had any problems, but the environment is starting to look bad, because there are skeletons of some beings on the ground. They may be disoriented travelers or adventurers in search of the Jade Eagle. I decided to stop the carriage here and continue alone, because I won't be able to heal them fast if something happens. As I walked towards the Jade Eagle's nest, Redhead asked me if I should fight her now, because she was worried. I apologized for worrying her, but I decided that she was going to eat all the monsters she encountered for the first time. After an hour of fighting with the birds, Netsuki-kun asked Dami if she thought I was okay, and she didn't doubt that I was, and told him that I once fought for a whole night and won. He told Dami to help him figure out what to do when they killed me, but she said that if that ever happened, she would be the one to kill the bird, even if she had to die. After a while, the noise stopped near the float and some peeked out to see if the fight was over, but they saw me without an arm and in front of the Jade Eagle. Netsuki-kun asked me to back off, because even though I had already eliminated the other eagles, I believed that with my injuries, I couldn't finish the fight. Desperate, I asked Dami and the humans for help, but they didn't say anything. Thanks to that fight, I found out what my limit was. In front of everyone's eyes, I ate my arm and it regenerated again. Then I continued fighting with the bird and thanked it for accompanying me in my training. Because now that I know its weaknesses, the real fight will begin. I activated the gravity law ability and tied the bird with some strings to prevent it from getting too agitated and wanting to escape, and then I gave it a blow that made it fall down. I thought I would finish her faster, but since she has divine protection, she endured a little longer. When I was done, I turned back to the carriage and asked the 3 lords to start pecking the bird while I removed the gem from its forehead, ate its eyes, and removed its feathers to use later. While we stung the bird, we realized that, near its heart, there was something very big and hard. It was a gem from the soul of the Jade Eagle King. I'm going to ask later what it's used for. The 4 humans were very close to me when I saw the gem, and when I saw them, I asked them why they looked at me that way. And they told me that it was the first time they had seen a soul gem. They explained to me that it was a very rare thing, that it only had 1 in 100 boss monsters, and that it could be used to make weapons with unique powers, so its value was very high. I put the gem in a safe place, because when I wanted to eat it, the humans told me not to, and with the feathers that we took from the bird, I activated the exoskeleton ability so that the wings would be integrated into my armor. I used to look like a beetle man, but now I look like a green and black jade bird man, with a retractable claw and 4 wings to make gusts of wind. The beetle wings bothered me a bit, but with the wings, they make me feel better, even if I look a little weird, but I don't have a problem with that. Honestly, the long-awaited Jade Eagle meat is very rich, better than any meat I have eaten before. I loved it. After eating, Netsuki-kun called me to ask what my body was made of, because he saw me eat my arm and then he saw it grow again, and that left him with a lot of doubts. I explained to him that during the fight with the bird, I had used 3 abilities: bodily fluid manipulation, quick recovery, and quick regeneration. Later, he asked me about the changes to my armor, and I explained how he had added the feathers to my beetle suit and told him that he had already tried them on. After all this, I think the 3 temporary warriors see me differently. It seems that they see a monster and a hero at the same time. After this conversation, we continue our journey. Day 99. When I finished hunting the Jade Eagle, we burned the remains of the body nearby, of course, before we took away all the magical and medicinal things that were on its body. Later, we reached a place called a rest village and stayed 1 night there. The next day it rained a lot, so we had to stay 1 more day, along with other travelers who couldn't go out because of the rain. When we arrived, we saw scary and threatening faces, but we talked to them and gave them alcohol and some souvenirs from the forest, and they behaved like we were old friends. I had thought of eating those who wanted to harm us, but nothing happened. While the rain passed, we were training and betting, and I won many prizes because I activated luck and golden rule skills, but I returned many things and clothes to those who lost playing with me. One of those who lost gambling was a businessman from Trine, to whom I gave everything back so that he would be grateful to me now that I can. After that, I gave the 3 lords daily training and tried to teach them something that was compatible with them. I started with Fuki-san, who is bad with her legs, then I taught Netsuki-kun a hand-to-hand technique called Muay Thai and ended with Genki-kun, the fearful one, who I taught Jiu-Jitsu to. I let everyone practice with me. I became curious about the obedience of the 3 lords in practice and asked them. As always, Netsuki-kun told me that he didn't practice to obey me, but because he wanted to become stronger to beat me. Later, some of the adventurers who were at the resting place, watching the practice, joined in and practiced with me. Although they were not very good, they had good topics to talk about, so I enjoyed the activity. By the way, some of the clones that I sent to explore the area disappeared. I would like to know where they went. Day 100, the day was perfect to continue our trip to Triant. We left the rest village with the other travelers, and I heard from the businessman from Triant that the new emperor of the kingdom had found the elixir to save the princess, and that they were analyzing it to find out its ingredients. When I heard it, I remembered that I did it so that it would evaporate and nothing could be left, so I don't think they can find out anything about it. The businessman also told me that there were many problems between nations and that it was believed that they would soon have war with each other. The good thing about this is that there will be no danger of them attacking the forest anytime soon. Day 101, despite all the delays, almost at noon on this day, we reached our destination, and as we had been told, almost 40% of Trine's population is demi-humans. We almost didn't make it into the city because the population thought it was a bit strange to see an ogre driving a demon bear, and they called the guards to protect them, but the businessman spoke well of us and told everyone that we weren't looking to attack them, that we were friends. I thanked him and he told me that this was his way of saying thank you for sharing with them the other day, and he told me to sell him my products at a good price. When that day was over, we bought a few things and looked for an inn. I met with the humans and told them that we were going to stay in that city for 4 or 5 days, and that when it was time to leave, they had to decide whether to stay in Trine or stay with us and return to the forest. I would respect their decision, because although I don't want them to leave me, I must let them decide and not be selfish. Day 102, we arrived at the Merchant Guild and I disguised myself so as not to have problems. The 4 humans and the 3 lords went to sell our products, and I went to a bar on the first floor. Suddenly there was an attack in the bar, and to avoid killing them I knocked them out in self-defense. I was with Redhead at the reception of the building, and a woman asked me to sign up to give me a mission, but I told her that I was already registered and to give me the details of the new mission, but Redhead insisted on signing up, so she went the person in charge of this new mission. After getting the money and our mission, her rank increased by 1 level. Some of the quest tasks couldn't be done now because of their rank level, but they made an exception for us because we brought the necessary things to complete them. Then I went shopping with the others, but I got very tired because they took a long time buying. It seems that women always take a long time buying, no matter what world they are in. There was someone spying on us on the way, so I called him aside and prevented him from following us. Day 103, after finishing our training in a vacant lot near the inn, I give them all the day off. The women went shopping for clothes, and Dami asked me what he would do, and I told her I was going to find some information. But with all I've done, I think I better shapeshift. I will take human form and walk around the village for a bit and leave Dami in charge of the others. Netsuki-kun was intrigued about me because, when I transformed, my appearance was what I had in my previous life, like Tomoku Kanata. While I was walking through the town, I heard about the ogre that recently came to town, and most of the people are afraid of me. But I can't blame them, because it's very common for ogres to be violent. After walking around the village and eating, I went back to the inn. On the way, I realized that my weak appearance caught the attention of 6 thugs who wanted to assault me, and I faced them. But I did not calculate something in this battle. Since my stature is lower, I was careless and one of the thugs hit me. But since I'm still an ogre, it didn't hurt me, but I have to be careful in the next fights. When I ate the men, I got a few attack skills and realized that these men belonged to a gang, because they all had rings with the same patterns. Apparently my experiences here were just beginning. When I was going back to the inn, I could see from afar a conversation between a high-class young man and 5 thugs. Looks like they were negotiating a kidnapping or something. The young man was giving them money, but they didn't want to give him the girl. I had no intention of getting involved in that matter, but I thought I saw something in the hand of one of the 5 thugs, and when I activated the expanded field of vision ability, I realized that those men were friends of the ones I had eaten, and I heard they were talking about a princess. The high-class young man demanded that they release her, but they wanted an amount of money 3 times larger than what the youth had given them, and that annoyed him, so he drew his sword and faced them. But although the youth seemed skilled, they were more, and finally they defeated him. When they were about to kill him, I walked over and made everyone faint and took him away. Before leaving, I left my clone with them to learn their secrets later. Then I'll charge the boy for saving and healing him. I took the boy away from that place and got him to safety, but he was upset because he hadn't killed those men and he claimed me for it. I told him that he shouldn't talk to me that way because I had just saved his life, and I told him that he had let them live a little longer to put them to good use. Before leaving, I introduced myself to him and left him my card so that he can contact my mercenary group if he needs it, and told him to avoid telling what happened. Day 104. When I arrived at the inn, I received a call on my ID card and told them that I would arrive as soon as possible. Since the request asked for silence, I took some members with me and we went at midnight. The young man was the one who called us, and he explained to me that the princess was visiting that town. But due to an oversight by the guards, she escaped from her and they told them that she had been kidnapped. When I saw it, he was negotiating the ransom, but the thugs were asking for more money. After listening to him, I told him that we already knew where those men were hiding and that only Dami, Genki-kun and I would go. But he insisted, and although I thought it was not good to take him, I had to accept that he accompany us. The hideout of those men was a house of a noble on the outskirts of the city that was abandoned. My clone kidnapped the 5 men we saw earlier, so no one inside the house knew anything. The result of the mission was that we finished off all the thugs before dawn. Before starting the quest, I summoned 10 black skeletons without the boy knowing, so we prevented any of the men from escaping. We finished off all of them, starting with the boss, and we rescued the princess, who, although she looked fragile, was not very pretty. In the house we found some valuable objects and documents, in which it said that the kidnapping had been planned before, and there were some details about the kidnapping that the boy might be interested in and which I decided to ignore for now. When we were done, I told the boy to take the princess away and avoid talking about the details of her. Just say that it was all her idea and that I helped her. The boy didn't want to keep quiet, so Genki-kun hypnotized him. While the boy was recovering from the hypnosis, I went inside the house and ate some of the bandits. Then we went to the inn and I slept until noon. Then I went to find the boy's reward and sell some of my valuables to the merchant I befriended a few days ago. I received news from our camp. Seiji told me that one of the humans had given birth to a goblin and a hobgoblin. The babies and his mom are fine, so he asked me to come back soon, so we prepare to leave Trite. I'm happy about the babies, but I'm also worried about the decision of the 4 humans. Day 105, the human girls called out to me, each explaining that she still wanted to continue cooking, creating new drinks, and testing new prey with me. It is a relief that they decided to continue accompanying us. We had planned to leave in the afternoon, but the princess we rescued, Rubilia Icefalstern Belt, came to meet me and thank me for saving her. The guy didn't want to take her to meet me, but he had to agree. The princess asked me to escort her to the royal capital of Ostal Kingdom. But I felt a little bad listening to her, because it seems like she had the charm ability and didn't care that I was bigger than her. Her tone of voice was persistent, mature and proud. It did not look like a girl's. I didn't want to listen to her, so I told her that she had bodyguards and that I had other matters to attend to. The princess insisted, and I realized that she was very spoiled and nobody scolded her, so I sat down with her and explained that she should think of others before doing things. Anyway, I scolded her a bit, but I couldn't make her change of opinion. I asked the boy what was the reward for escorting the princess, and he told me that they would pay me a gold plate. The humans listened to them and insisted that I accept the mission, so we decided to postpone the trip and accept the mission for now. It seems that I did not realize how complicated this mission could be until now, because when we met them, after an hour, we realized that the princess had once again escaped from her bodyguard. I was worried that the bodyguards would think we had kidnapped the princess if they found us with her, because my clones told me that they were looking for her all over the city and they were panicking. But we couldn't cancel the contract anymore. Day 106, during the trip, we saw a huge chicken and the princess ran to see it. The boy asked her not to get close to it because of the danger, but she only wanted to touch it because she thought it was soft. To protect her from it, I picked her up and took her to the carriage. Since I agreed to take care of this princess, she has only brought me trouble because she hangs on the carriage. When we go at high speed, she scares the sisters and behaves arrogant and smug. I caught her in another of her pranks and I got fed up, so I spanked her to get her to behave because her behavior can affect us all. After a while, she apologized to the sisters and helped them cook. My duty as an adult is to scold her when she misbehaves and praise her if she does good things. Although the princess and the boy accompanying her don't tell me anything about her, I think she has a special ability, and from her behavior, I think she wants to explore as much as she can before going back to her castle. The princess turned my shoulders into her VIP seat, and the contrast of a girl playing on the shoulders of an ogre made us stand out. But I can't pay attention to that, because we must continue the journey. Later, before going to sleep, I noticed that Dami and the alchemist were teaching the princess some things, but I decided to let them talk. That was not a topic that interested me. Day 107, I heard today that the boy is not an apprentice, but a real royal knight, so I let him practice with us during the morning training. But when the princess saw us, she asked to participate, and this time I couldn't refuse because he asked me to do it in case one day she might need it. I handed out clothes for practice, and although the knight didn't like her wearing the clothes, the princess didn't mind. During the training I noticed that the boy depends on his skills, but so far he has not trained well, but he has potential. The princess did not want to always see the same landscape and suggested taking another route, but the two options we had were the safe route, in which there were few dangers and would take us to Oswell in 13 days, and the dangerous route, passing through purgatory, that it would only take us 7 days. Reluctantly, we took the short route. My clones informed me that the princess's bodyguards were chasing us, so it was a good option to change our route. Another reason to change the route is that, on the way, we can find some hot springs in a place called Mason Town, but there is also a place where only very dangerous giants called Fom were alive, and I want to find them, so I finally decided on the short route. Day 108, we reached the Siliska forest, which is as big as ours, but has unknown monsters. Since I can't hunt, because I have to protect the princess, I left the job to my pets, while I protected the others in the carriage. Since there were many rivers in this forest, most of the monsters that attacked us were amphibians and reptiles, as well as some armored grasshoppers, which would have hurt us if we didn't have the centipede carriage with us. With the monsters that my clones and the pets hunted, we had a barbecue in the river and we all ate very well. There was a poison frog that only I could eat, but all the other monsters, we cooked them and shared them with each other. During our barbecue, I felt the presence of a big monster. It was a crystal crocodile, which launched to attack me. But I defeated it, and it was also part of the dinner. While I was eating the crocodile, the princess looked at me curiously and asked why did I eat everything I hunted. I replied that it was a ritual, although the truth is that I want their abilities. The princess kept thinking about my answer, but she didn't ask anything else. As always, I kept eating all the monsters that attacked us during the trip. When we got to the Mason town, they almost attacked us, but the princess shouted for them to prostrate before her and showed them a ring that she had on her hand. They couldn't believe that an ogre was with people from the Sternbelt royal family. I had never seen what I saw in the Masonic town, but thanks to the princess, we were able to sleep in the house of the head of the town. At first the village chief and his wife were afraid of us, but we offered them some ingredients that we had and then they felt good. They showed us the big hot spring waterfall that I wanted to see. We enjoyed a bath in the waters of the waterfall, but those baths were not as good as the ones we had at home. At night we cooked all the monsters we had hunted, and since it was a lot of meat, we shared it with everyone. The village chief shared his liquor with us, and Dammy got very angry with a villager because he touched his butt, almost breaking the bonds of friendship we built that day. To avoid conflict, I challenged some villagers to a drinking contest, and the winner would have a silver plate. It was hard to lose to the humans, but it helped to improve the atmosphere at the party. Day 110, we left very early in the morning and we did all our tasks without problems. I think we can reach the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. I saw the sisters a little pale, so I told them to rest and I made dinner. They accepted. Day 111. I hadn't realized this, but it seems the sisters were pregnant with my ogre child, and that, on our journey, could be a problem. The sisters' bellies suddenly swelled up, and this worries me. Should I get to the nearest human village faster? I called the village to ask what could I do, and Seiji and Gabuji told me that I was going to waste my time, because human bodies are too fragile to hold an ogre baby and that the baby would end up eating the sisters from the inside. I talked to everyone and asked them to find a quiet place so that the sisters could rest, because it was very dangerous for them to look for a human town for the birth. Alchemist noticed that the sisters were very thin, so I decided feed them with my own flesh and blood. I gave them one of my arms and apologized for not cooking it, but we didn't have time. They refused, but Dammy insisted that they needed to eat well to replenish the nutrients that the baby was taking away. I did not want them or my children to die. The sisters agreed and we made them feel better. Shortly after, we found a large cave, which served us to be safe. There were 4 bears in the cave, but due to the emergency, I quickly eliminated them and ventilated the cave to remove the smell of the animals, and while the 3 lords took care of the outside of the cave, my clone and I made some beds for them. The sisters were comfortable and we fed them constantly. Their bellies filled up very quickly and they were in a lot of pain, so I used one of my skills to calm them down. It seems that they are already having their babies. I am sending a live transmission to Seiji through a clone, and she asks me not to neglect with anesthesia or healing. For the operation, I used a scalpel that I created myself, and it has sterilization powers, and since they have been eating my flesh and blood, they will have no problem healing their wounds quickly. The older sister had a girl and the younger, she had a boy. Everything went well and they were able to be born safely. I couldn't stop the princess from seeing everything, she had other things to do. I was very happy, because after 111 days of being born again, I had 2 children, but if I add them to the age that she had in my other life, it would be 25 years. I think it's not bad at all. Seiji caught my attention while I was thinking about my children, because it seems that they are mixed race. This is very rare, because almost always when a demi-human mates with a human, the baby is born of the same race as her father, but in this case, they were half-breeds because they only had 1 horn. Half-breeds possess abilities from both races, but many of them are shunned by humans and demi-humans and, if not killed at birth, because of the shunning, end up shunning and becoming known as monsters. Kabuji told me that since demi-humans normally live only with their own race, different beings are pushed away and that makes them feel bad and hate other beings. I listened attentively to what Kabuji was telling me, but I didn't want to kill my children, so I decided that I was going to raise them with a lot of love to prevent them from becoming unhappy beings. Kabuji continued to be concerned and I thanked him for his knowledge and advice, but I don't want to hurt my children, their mothers and we see them as cute babies and we love them very much. Seiji agreed with me. He believes that in our camp, everyone will accept them as they are. The princess asked to carry the babies and I allowed her to do it. But carefully, I kept talking with Seiji and we both believed that it had been better to take the babies out earlier and feed them when they were out of their mothers, and we both believe that this experience is good for the growth of the Parabellum, our camp. The 2 babies have black skin and a red tattoo like mine, but they have a demonic jewel on their body. The girl has a golden jewel in her right hand and the boy has a silver one in her left hand. I would like to know what names to give them. I don't know whether to wait to talk to Kabuji or decide for ourselves. I think it's better for us to decide. I talked to the sisters and we decided to give them names for the jewels in their hands. So she will be called Oro and he will be called Argento. I think they will be better names than the ones Kabuji was going to give them. Today we have had a lot of activity due to the birth and it is raining outside, so we decided to stay and rest in the cave tonight. Dammy and I are taking care of them and I've noticed that the babies don't cry when held. I think it's because they are half ogres. I'm glad they didn't hurt their mother's belly and that they are okay. After a while, I met with Felicia-san and Alma-san, the sisters, and thanked them for enduring the pain and having my babies and proposed to live as a family with them and the children from now on. They took me by the hand and agreed. Day 112, the day was rainy, so we had to spend it inside the cave. We had no problems because there was space and we had enough food. When it stopped raining, it began to snow and, although I didn't need it, I had to put on a poncho we had bought in Trine, because Redhead and Alchemist insisted. I wanted to hunt and I detected the presence of 4 armed bears, so I went looking for them. When I was about to attack them, I realized that they were a couple and the female was pregnant, so I left them and left. I wouldn't have done that before, but on the way out, I just thought that she wanted her baby to be taken care of. I think something changed in me. Later, I met a young bear that was alone on the way and I fought with it. Until I defeated it, I learned some skills, new abilities. Later, I felt a very strong presence and felt something strange, so I went to see what it was. Upon arrival, the storm stopped and I saw a big horn shine on a giant white body. It was beautiful and I decided to call it a giant white deer. He had great power and if I faced him, I had very little chance of winning him, but that feeling was what I liked, so I decided to fight him. I attacked him and I realized that he wasn't defending himself, he just left me his horns and left. The horns had the same energy of the animal. I would like to know its taste. I preferred to take the horns to Oro and Argento and I wanted to reach the cave before nightfall, but I felt great vibrations and sounds, like those of a great battle, and I approached the area where I heard them. It was a battle between the deer giants and humans. After watching the battle, I decided not to join and realized that those deer were the Fomorals. The humans put up a good fight and didn't let their guard down, but the Fomorals had a lot of magic. The leader of the Fomorals did not want to lose, and although the humans had defeated 4 of them, he kept fighting until the end. He casted a great spell. I took advantage of his carelessness and attacked him, but he was so powerful that he took the cliff with him and I went to save the humans, because I wanted them to live a little longer, and if the stones fell on them, I couldn't eat them with pleasure. When I got closer, I saw that they were still very strong, so I approached in a friendly way and congratulated them on their great battle. I told them that I was an ogre magician who served an important person and that I had no problem leaving the other Fomorals, but that I would take the leader. I also gave them some potions that Alchemist made to heal them, and one of them came over and thanked me before leaving peacefully. I left there, thinking about everything that had happened that day, and when I walked away, the humans were discussing my presence and doubting that I was an ogre. The leader told his companions that he had activated a death sensor when they saw me, but they had saved themselves from dying if they fought me. He was sure that it was me who killed the leader of the Fomorals, and he thought that the day we would fight was not far away. As it was already getting dark, I went to a safe place to eat the Fomoral, and then I went to the cave. After eating the beast, I learned 21 new skills. When I arrived, I saw my children take a few steps and heard them call me dad. I was very excited and amazed at how fast they grow. I took the animals' antlers and ground them up, then mixed them with the mother's milk and gave them to the children. I suddenly felt that their skill and intimidation power had increased. I had a horn of the beast left and redhead and I tried to eat it. With just a small piece, I learned 2 new skills and realized that I would have had no chance of beating that Fomoral. I think one of the skills should be protection, but the second one I still don't understand. Redhead got a new profession, Sacred Beast Eater. I told her to hide it for now, until I find out what it is about. I think children have it too, so I'll tell them the same when they can talk. Before sleeping, I was thinking about the abilities of that day and the dreams I had before, but Dammy told me that she wanted to sleep, so I decided to rest. But in my mind, there was a message that said, "You have exceeded the limits of this skill level, do you want to evolve?" I thought it was time to evolve, but some of the skills I needed to do it were locked, so I have to wait to complete the tasks to finish evolving. Day 113, I went to train early to find out how I had evolved. Although I don't understand what Lord Apostle means and I think something changed in my body because everyone has been staring at me. I noticed that when I evolved into Lord Apostle, my body shrank a bit, because now I'm not 2.50 meters tall, but 2.0 meters tall and my body is thinner. Also, my skin is darker and my tattoo is no longer red, but gold. I have one more horn and my hair is now gray and has grown a lot. My abilities have also increased and I have my own original demon jewelry. I can also summon better weapons and my pants have changed and I am also impervious to attacks with weapons like knives. I am very happy with the changes. The bad thing is that the princess and the warrior boy realized that I have the blessing of a god and the effect of the shape change. It seems to have disappeared when I evolved. I told a lie to the human guys to justify the change in the color of my skin. I told them that I have received the blessing of the god of the Dead Sea, and to avoid further trouble, I cannot let them see that I can change the color of my skin, so I will not change it again. After listening to me, the princess decided not to say anything about my blessing. Redhead was shocked by what I told the human guys and that surprised me, but I remembered that I hadn't talked about my blessing with others before. The color of the skin of the ogres depends on the god that grants them the blessing. That is why Ogakich's skin is metallic red. He was blessed by the demigod of fire. As long as we don't find another ogre who has the blessing of the Dead Sea god, they can't compare it to me, so for now I won't have any problems. I called my clones to find out if they had evolved with me, but they had not. The new clones that I make will have my new form. In my evolution I received a new name, Yaten Daoji. What still worries me is that epic that I now have. It reminds me of the epic awakening that the insect hero told me about. I still have a lot of doubts, but I'm going to stop thinking about them for now. I just saw the sisters working, but I think they should rest to recharge their batteries and continue our journey. They say they feel good and now they have a new ability, Holy Mother of Demon Child. I promised all of them that we would form a big family with them, the children we have now and the ones that will soon be born. My children are very clever and intelligent. While they were playing with me, they left me tied up without me noticing. They are geniuses. With our new decisions, we reactivate our trip to the Royal City. Day 114. Yesterday we crossed the Cluster Mountain Range and we are about to reach the Labyrinth City Purgatory, or so we thought. But we had an incident. It seems that it is Alchemist San and Blacksmith San's turn to give birth, but this time already we know what to do and decided to bring the babies inside the skeleton float. Blacksmith San gave birth to a tall ogre, who is taller than Oro and Argento, and Alchemist San gave birth to a human girl, who already has her job title at birth. The boy will be called Oniwaka, after a great Japanese warrior, and we will call the girl Nicola, after a great researcher. The mothers who gave birth aren't so tired this time, thanks to Seiji's advice to take them out earlier and feed them outside her mother, but I still let them rest on a bed made by my clone. I met with Amai-san and Spinel-san and thanked them for having my children, and told them that I am really very happy. They took me by the hand and thanked me for working hard for them to be okay. I am sure that my children will be great people in the future. I also gave Oniwaka and Nicola the White Stag's horn powder, and as expected, their levels increased a lot. Despite the problems on the journey, at noon we reached the Labyrinth City of Purgatory. We didn't have any problems here with the settlers. I think it's because now I'm a lord. We may take some time in this city, although I don't want it to be long. Day 115, I found out that the training area in this town is open to everyone, so I brought everyone to train. There we found many warriors who challenged us. I imagine that since my new breed is very rare, everyone wants to train with me. I asked the lords to fight with those warriors and offered 5 gold bars to those who could defeat them. The intention of this practice is that the lords can measure their strength against beings other than me. As a punishment for them, if they lose, I'll double their training. Dammy wanted to participate, but I asked her to just watch this time. I also made another challenge and offered 2 gold coins to the brave who wanted to fight against me. The lords fought fast and won every battle. Even Genki-kun was surprised that they won every fight. The few who challenged me lost, but they beat other great warriors. I think they're not that bad. Many clans invited me to join their ranks, but I declined, advertising my mercenary group instead. We had a great training today. At noon we went to sell our products and buy some things. The girls asked about me because I stayed away for a while. But I was taking care of some business. I looked for some men who were following us. I killed them with my poison in an alley and then I ate them. I didn't learn many skills from them, I think because I evolved a lot, and before eating them, I took all the valuables they had. When I finished with the men, I had my fill, and since the girls are finishing selling their things, I went to buy some things. I bought a lantern to illuminate the surroundings with magical light, a backpack for harvesting, and a few other things, including a camera, which I immediately used to take photos of my children. Tomorrow we will continue our journey to the royal city of Osvel. I am curious what awaits us there. Day 116, when I got up, I realized the new profession to blacksmith-san and alchemist-san, holy mother of demonic child, like the sisters. I hugged them and promised to start a family and return her feelings forever. The food in this inn is very tasty, more than that of the sisters. I put my things in my item box and we left to continue on our way at 10 in the morning. Tomorrow we will arrive at our destination. There are many travelers on the road, so the princess and I attract a lot of attention. She, Oro and Argento asked me to sing while we were on our way. By the way, the children are already more than a meter tall. During the trip, I decided to check the condition of other groups, and in group 2, I chatted for a while with Agakichi-kun, who was fighting in another labyrinth far from here. The leader of group 3, Burasato, is collecting grimodes, demon swords, and famous swords, because that's what they're interested in right now. Grimodes are a kind of magical books which allow you to learn the magic written inside, but you can't read them if your level is not high. I think this group is really powerful. I hope they don't waste their resources too much, as usual. Dodo, the leader of group 5, told me that they are collecting information and plants on their journey. I have a lot of confidence in them. I told him that he can rest from time to time. All the leaders of the groups that I formed have managed their groups correctly, except the leader of Group 4, Dragonuts, because they still don't get along very well, even though they have been together for 3 weeks now. But the reason for grouping them is to avoid that the new ones continue to complain about their position in the Parabellum and get along better with the goblins. When I talked to them, they asked me to appoint a new leader to avoid discussing it among themselves, and after thinking about it for a bit, I appointed Habirin-chan and asked him to do his best and avoid fights among his comrades. We continue our journey by the safest way, because we have 4 small children. But I still cannot be neglected, because we keep encountering dangers on the way. The good thing is that I have an ability that I got from the Fomorl, the giant iron hammer. With it I have been able to keep us safe. Day 117, the princess is excited, because she can already see that her city is close to her, and she asked me to enjoy the scenery. Finally, in the afternoon we arrive at our destination. When we arrived, we had to line up for the inspection, and the princess didn't like it and she wanted to go talk to the guards. But I didn't want to draw attention anymore, and that's why I tried to convince her to wait. It's not very good for our organization if we don't go through inspection, because our group is not that strong yet. We passed the inspection without any problems and did not pay the toll, because the princess and the warrior boy were with us. I left my clone with a guard to collect some information. The city is very beautiful, there are a lot of people and the streets are paved, just as a big city should be. The princess told me that they have a different sage who has helped them keep the city beautiful and with up-to-date facilities. Before it got dark, we arrived at the princess's castle. When we said goodbye to her, she offered us to spend the night in the castle, and since we still didn't have an inn, we accepted the invitation. Day 118, we slept very well and trained early in the morning together with the night boy and some palace guards. The elite knights have a good level of fighting, but they couldn't surpass my warriors. Red had fought very well with her Holy Beast Devourer row ability. After the training, we had the royal palace food for breakfast, and after that, I said goodbye to the princess. She gave me a real ticket that allowed me to avoid being searched, and she told me that if I misused it, I could be executed. I kept thinking for a while, and she asked me what she thought. I told her that it was risky for her to give me that ticket, because she didn't know me yet and she didn't know if I could use it to harm them. She looked at me and described me as an intelligent being who seeks to do things with minimal effort and taking advantage of all resources. To finish, she told me, "You have trained my soldiers and me, and I thank you, and I want to have your services later. It is a benefit for me in the long term. Don't you think? It seems that I have become friends with a great manipulator without realizing it." When I left the castle, I went to the shops in the village and realized that there are no demi-humans working and 80% of the population is human. Moreover, demi-humans are despised and charged more. I activated my sales skills and eventually got 60% discounts on what I bought. We toured the town for 2 hours before leaving. I left some of my clones behind to investigate the secrets of this kingdom. In the night, I heard a call from Agekichi-kun, but I couldn't understand what he was saying. Then I would call him again, but I couldn't get through. I think this is what happened to them. They went to explore in an underground labyrinth and successfully faced all the monsters. But suddenly, a monster called a mind mirror came out of the floor and Agekichi-kun challenged it without thinking about the consequences. And that monster imitated the form of the most powerful being that Agekichi-kun knew, me. While fighting against the monster, Agekichi-kun received the blessing of the lightning god and thus was able to avoid his fate of dying at the hands of the monster, and with the new energy he felt upon receiving the blessing, he decided to kill the monster to defend himself. All of this made Agekichi-kun confused and fainted, so he hasn't been able to talk to me. The evolved form that Agekichi-kun became after defeating that monster is called New Species Minotaur. Agekichi-kun is the only being I know who possesses 3 different blessings from gods. Agekichi-kun's new real name is Kuranos, but it's a bad idea to tell everyone. When I talked to him, I told him my new evolved name, Aporu, and told him that from now on, he should use another name, Minikichi-kun. I was sure that, with his new powers, Minikichi-kun really wanted to come back and challenge me, but Asu-chan, he was about to reach level 100, so they decided to stay a little longer. I am also excited to fight my friend and I don't have to hold back, because he has evolved too. Nothing very important happened that day, except the evolution of my friend. Dammy, and I want to see it. I spent that night thinking about all the skills I've learned so far. Day 120, I've been trying out my new skills and training this morning, and the ones I find most useful are Lesser Giant Summon, with which I can create any large creature I'm familiar with. But I have to control them, because if I don't, they will move. I found out that I must give them detailed instructions so that they can perform better. The disadvantage is that I need the same energy of 10 skeletons. To create at least one of them, I can only summon 3 at the same time. Also, it will take me at least 30 seconds to create each one. That's why I must think very carefully when to invoke them. Another skill is the Deadly Evil Eye. With it, it seems like I can harm others just by looking at them. I guess I won't use it much, because I can also damage my allies. Another ability is Giant Hammer, which allows me to make believe that I have increased the size of my fists. I will use it to test the resistance of the giants I have created. I didn't kill my giants, but my big arms threw them far away several times. Now I'm going to try all my new skills at the same time. You'll think I'm excited to deal a lot of damage like my new abilities, but I got careless and made a mess of my opponent's blood, and it caused Dami to get drunk and out of control. I had to put everyone to sleep to prevent the children from seeing what was happening, and I calmed Dami down with some of my blood. I'm glad this happened after I left the princess in her castle. Hardly anyone left the carriage that day after the morning training. We took the shortest route today while my monsters hunted some prey. When I ate them, I didn't get any abilities, so I think I should go for quantity instead of quality, and eat all the beings of the races that interest me. Day 121, around noon, I felt a great source of energy, so I decided to look for that presence. According to my radar, near the area there should be my village, but I only felt the energy of a single being, so I decided to go exploring alone with Dami. When we got to the village, Dami smelled fresh blood, and I could only see a poisonous purple liquid spread everywhere and a big hole in the ground, as if something very big had come out of there. Maybe the only survivor can tell me what happened. I hope he can do it. We approached the man and he was just yelling "Why?" over and over again, and he had a dead woman in his arms. I asked him what was happening, and when I saw his face I realized that she was an important person to him. I apologized for being intrusive and told Dami to leave him alone because he was very nervous. The man looked grim and forlorn. I realized that he had an activated ability called Heretic's Nemesis, and that it would deactivate at the end of the fight he had faced. He had lost his mind and approached to attack me, so in order not to hurt him, I only used one arm so that when he tried to hit me, he would crash and faint. Suddenly, a sword fell from the sky as a reward or something like that, for having defeated the warrior, whom they identified as the Epic Awakening Heretic. I still don't understand what's going on, but while he recovers, Dami and I are going to bury the dead to prevent them from becoming undead. When the man woke up, we told him that we were passing travelers and that we buried all the bodies except Woe to the girl. Today we told him that he should try to say goodbye to her as soon as possible. Today you have to approach her and take her by the hand. The man apologized to us for having attacked me and explained to me that he had been born in the village, then served in the castle, and had asked permission to arrange some matters. But no one had told him that a great monster called Eritaidumu had destroyed the village. He thanked me for burying the villagers, and I asked him for some supplies from the village as payment for doing it. He told me that he had no problem letting me take them, because no one in town could use them anymore. The man told us that when he arrived at the town, almost all of them were dead and he began to look for survivors. Suddenly, he saw a girl and tried to save her, but when he got close to her, the monster came out of her and killed her. The man launched an attack to try to drive the monster away, and after that, he lost consciousness. He doesn't know if the monster left because of his attack or because he wasn't hungry anymore. After a pause, he told us that the rest of the story we had seen, because he could not save the girl, who was his friend and his lover to whom he had come to propose. He could only hug her body. I apologized to him, but he needed to ask something. How could he face that monster alone? Was he just a royal knight? The man saw me and told me that he was an epic awakening, just like me. He explained to me that one day, without any explanation, he received a gift from the sun god and that he was forced to leave his village. The kingdom had recruited him, because in many kingdoms they were looking for young men with blessings to form their army, so he trained and overcame many challenges to be able to achieve his freedom and marry that girl, because, just a few days ago, he had been given permission to live with her in the kingdom. But things had ended like this. I noticed hatred in his eyes and I asked him if he wanted to kill the insect that had killed his future and offered to help him get revenge if he joined our group. The man told me that he was still a knight of the kingdom and could not stop being one, for selfish reasons. In order not to let him go, without trying to recruit him into my team, I also offered him information about the monster, and its owner told him that I couldn't give him more information for now, but that he might have a chance to get revenge in the future. My words made the gentleman decide to join my team, and to seal our deal I gave him the submission reel and asked him to use it. Starting tomorrow, we will start with his training. We decided to call him the Avenger after the character of an epic story. I'm going to keep some of his features locked and keep the ones I care about active. Dan thanked me again for burying his townspeople and vowed to come back when he managed to kill the monster. I know the earring makes him my slave, but I'm going to watch him closely for a while, because I don't know him yet and I don't know how to treat him. When we got back to the carriage, I explained to him that my family was also in my group of mercenaries, and then I asked him to go and rest for the night. Although I was a little worried about Avenger at first, I realized that he has good manners and I would like him to educate my children in the future. Later, we continued on our way to the camp, and during the trip, I researched about the sword that fell from the sky. I think I'm starting to discover the mysteries of this world. I'll try to eat it to learn more. Today, the sword material is so hard that there aren't even any marks from my teeth. Definitely, I can't eat it. I think I can't destroy it because I don't know its information yet, so I'll have to save it. Tonight we camp inside the float. While I was sleeping, it seems that I received news of a new evolution. I will continue to sleep. Day 122, Avenger asked me to start the training, but I'm a little worried about the messages that appeared in my dreams last night. I think changing the fate of Avenger may cause trouble in the kingdom, so I'll try to stay away from the kingdom for a while. Avenger has very good combat skills but is still confident of his level and arts. I want to get him to improve his skills so that he can face the young human I met in the mountain range, because now that I think about it, he seems like a main character too, and I want to face him again one day. Before entering the Siliska forest, I received a call from the elf father. He congratulated me on the service our hot springs offered and thanked me for giving excellent service to the elves. He flattered me a lot with his call, but I have a feeling that he called me just to say hello. The elf father went on to say that they had already punished the traitors who had given information to the humans during the war, and invited me for drinks when I had free time. When I heard it, I felt that he missed the hot springs and elven liquor very much. Day 124, while catching some eagles, I received a notification that Asu had successfully evolved, and an hour later, she called me and told me that she had evolved into an Earth Lord and received a blessing from the god of earthquakes. It seems that everyone who explores earthquakes also evolved, so we're all happy with the news. I only have one question: how will she look like now? Then I'll ask Minakichi-kun. Dammy and I are remembering what we have lived through these last 4 months, since we were little goblins, until now, and she is a little worried, because we have all evolved 3 times and she, despite giving everything in battle, only has done twice. Although she is very happy about our evolution, she feels that she can no longer evolve, and she believes that this is going to make me not love her anymore, and it is not like that. I took her hands and told her that I am going to be with her and with all our companions, as long as they want to be stronger. To help her increase her points, I propose to increase her strength and training time and help her however she can. In today's training, Dammy has defeated 5 Fomorals, 10 black trolls, and 20 black ogres. The others also joined today's special training, and I plan to let my children start their training as well. The only one who can't join us yet is Nicola, because although she grows very fast, she's still human and it will take longer for her to train. Although it wasn't a very hard training, I felt a bit sleepy all of a sudden. An alchemist told me that this happens to mages when they have spent a lot of energy, so next time I'll be more careful when using my mana. Thanks to this training, I learned how many giants I can summon in a single battle. With that energy, before I could summon 5,000 skeletons, and that allowed me to win many battles. Fortunately, I have my mana potion to regain strength quickly and not have to rest for a long time, like the magician I met in the mountains. Day 125. While I was sleeping, I heard a message that the demon's lawful wife had evolved into a demon's lover, and soon after, Dami woke me up to start training and testing her new powers she had evolved. Dami has evolved into a noble vampire variant and is very happy. She has changed so much I can hardly recognize her. She thanked me for helping her increase her points and asked me to let her fight alongside me. I hugged her and felt very happy to see her smile again. As we were riding the carriage back to camp, Dami told me that she wanted to change her name, so I suggested several names, but she didn't like them. Finally, we decided that her new name will be Kanami. During the trip, we stopped by the rest village to confirm that they didn't have any problem with the guards and to collect some materials. Looks like we can make it to the headquarters before it's dark. When we arrived, we realized that our camp was no longer the mine we were used to seeing, but rather a fortress. Avenger congratulated me on my building, although I hadn't seen it before either, but too I'm tired to ask about the changes. I just want to take a bath in the hot spring and then go to sleep. Day 126, I remember leaving a plan to improve our camp. But since that took a lot of time and money, I thought I would do it when I got there, but I didn't imagine all that my companions could do while I was away. I was very impressed, and when I asked them about their work, they told me that, like me, they also do their best every day at work. It seems that, in addition to the changes in our headquarters, there were some other changes in the groups that were outside and in the population that stayed in the camp. Let's analyze the situation. New children were born. Some of the slaves that we freed, seeing that their villages had disappeared, returned with us to feel at home, and some fairy cats also arrived, a breed that I had never seen before and that were invited by claw soldiers. In total, our population increased by 60%. Fairy cats are very cute, and although they can't help us in fighting, they are very skilled and can help us with some other tasks in the fortress and hot springs. When they spoke to me, I understood that they had come with us because humans hunted them to keep them as pets, and I promised to protect them. I was very surprised that Dryad Sen moved into our lace, and, as always, she showed me her creations and asked me to reward her, but I asked her to wait for the night. She also evolved, and now she is a Dryan and can move freely. Now I'll call her Dryan Sen. I asked Ryan about her arrival at my headquarters, and she told me that one night, after devolving, she dreamed that she was now my wife too and she came to stay with me. Kanami-san listened to her and agreed, because she had been my first partner. The 7 women who are very close to me had received that title of mistress from the demon almost at the same time. The 5 humans, Kanami and Dryan. I would like to know what power they have with this new title, but I think I have to wait. The black skeletons I left behind when I went on a trip also evolved. Some became black skeleton commanders and can summon other lesser skeletons. They also have good command skills, have thicker bones, and are stronger than common skeletons, because they have better armor and are much more resistant to daylight. Our headquarters now has several buildings such as training ground, crop area, stables, and living quarters. In addition to the old mine and hot spring facilities, there are also some changes. They have made them bigger. I'm going to hire the former slaves to work there. The training field allows us to do better practice, because now we are more and the crops are tended by the frogmen and other green men, and in the stables are our pets and family. I am very excited to see if they can have children. In the waste we have the dwarves and a new breed that is good with leather and cloth, the dwarfs. The infirmary was also enlarged, because we did not have space for so many patients, and I am enlarging the buildings of all the groups, so that some do not have more privileges than others. The friendliness of our staff has attracted many elves. Some of them visit us daily, and although I wanted to invite other races to our facility, I think that's fine for now. After noon I trained a bit with my warriors, including some new ones, a Dragator and a demi-human with an insect body. It was a lot of fun fighting some breeds I had never seen before. Rusty trained with Redhead and has improved a lot. He became a Noir soldier and then a Beast soldier. Now it's faster. When I saw Redhead next to Rusty, I realized that now they have the same eye color and they look like brothers, even though they don't like it. Kanami-chan now has a new blessing from the god of the underworld, and because of that, she can now create undead and control them. Just like me, and her creations can enslave others by sucking their blood. After training, I played with my children. I helped the girls to go back to their jobs, and I fixed up my room with some new furniture that I bought on the trip, and at night, when everyone was asleep, Kanami-chan and I had a date. Day 127, I came very early to meet Group 2 in the city of Griffin Labyrinths, where Minakichi-kun is, because I think they have some problems. It seems that some adventurers believe that Minakichi-kun is a dangerous monster and ran away from the mazes. In order to help him, I must go talk to the Griffin Guild. The head of the guild told me that he believed my words because of the card the princess gave me, but that it was already too late, because the news that there was a minotaur in the labyrinths had spread everywhere, and at this moment some warriors were going to look for it to attack it. He also told me that no explorer could be killed inside the labyrinth, so if he killed any of the warriors who went to catch him, he should be punished. I convinced the guild people, although some of them fainted. Now I'm going to try to help Minakichi-kun and Asu-chan. The guild master and I arrived at the labyrinth, and I communicated with Minakichi-kun. I asked him what was wrong, and he told me that he had captured all the humans and that some were injured. He promised the boss that he would heal them so he wouldn't have to punish Minakichi-kun. Minakichi-kun and Shur-chan came out of the cave, and they were huge. They greeted us and told me that when they evolved, their clothes got very small, so I proposed to make new clothes for them. Asu-chan really liked the idea, but Minakichi-kun didn't want to use it. The boss apologized for the trouble, but it was only natural that with so many threats around, people would think the boys were trouble. Minakichi-kun approached me and gave me a coin he won by facing the mental mirror for me to study, and told me that 2 of the warriors accompanying them had evolved as well. A hobgoblin cleric evolved into a half-saint lord, and a kobold lackey to samurai. I was analyzing the magic of Famorl of the Mountain, and remembered that I used a song to launch it. I thought a bit about methods to use magic and combined it with other types of magic so as not to show the pattern, that I can use it and spend less energy. Day 128. Today, after practicing in the morning, I ate some ghouls that Kanami-chan had created. Analyzing the soldiers, we thought that more work should be done to make the black skeletons stronger. We were trying different combinations and got a black skeleton commander, a black skeleton knight, and 6 black skeleton horse soldiers. After practice, I ate almost all the horse soldiers, leaving only 2. Then I combined those 2 to build something weird, for fun. I like that I now have the ability to eat ghosts, but I didn't activate the ability to endure unpleasant odors, and that would have helped me tolerate Gurufu-chan's crazy ideas. Day 129, Group 2, with Minakichi-kun, came back at noon, and while I was showing them the changes in our headquarters, he asked me to train, because he wants to become like me, so we started fighting. The noise we made almost everyone faint. Some of those who endured it were Rusty, Avenger, and Redhead. Avenger had his defense skill activated. In order to withstand all the noise, he wanted to observe my way of fighting very well and asked the others to teach him his skills. He, in return, would also help them level up. Rusty liked the proposal, and Redhead wondered if she could help him. While I was fighting Minakichi-kun, I realized that he is now stronger and faster. He uses his axe better, and he has 2 great abilities: Divine Protection from flames and lightning. I can avoid the flames with my ability to avoid electronic damage, but the flames are very intense and I can't fully control them. Minakichi-kun and I had a lot of fun, and I think we went a bit too far during the fight, so the end of the fight was much more dangerous than we expected. The 3 lords watched us practice and noticed the burns on my face while Minakichi-kun and I were fighting. I gave him advice to attack me without realizing it, and I thought of attacking him from behind to see if he could react, but he noticed my attack and avoided it. He was holding me back, and if I let him continue, I'll do a lot of damage, so I'm not going to wait to show him my true strength. I used one of my most effective techniques, the adamantine illogical force. I didn't think I'd use it on a friend, but I need to face all of his strength and keep him from hurting me without doing too much damage. I'm surprised that he can dodge my attack, so I'll launch another one called 1,000 Spears, 100 Flowers. Night-san was surprised by the speed of my attacks and said that using it too often can tire the user, but my healing abilities are higher than humans, so I can do it without any problem, but I can't show it in front of outsiders. To my group, Minakichi-kun can move after the last attack, so he makes use of the anti-gravity ability to dodge the next attack and launch a new combination of moves. Let's see if he can dodge my new attacks. As expected, he's going to attack me, but I didn't think he could jump that high with that size. Thank goodness I have a way to counter-attack him without being able to avoid it. I'm surprised that he has dodged my attack again. As he blocks the projectiles coming from below, he gains momentum for his own attack. That's great, but I don't think he can keep attacking like this. I have to think about my next attack, but I have to think that Minakichi-kun is a bit agitated from my last moves, and that may make him attack without thinking through his moves. So I yelled at him to be careful with the power he uses on attacks from him. I explained to him that if I didn't use my wind gust ability to limit the effect of his attacks, it could have hurt those who were looking at us, and told him to lower the power of his attacks a bit. Then, we continued to test our new skills, and I sent him an attack that will make him not want to fight, but to my surprise, his ability to recover also increased. I am very proud of my friend's strength, so we will continue to fight. The fight ended when it got dark. He hadn't used so much energy in a battle in a while. We were both so tired that we lay down on the ground and fell asleep right there, looking at the stars. I felt nostalgic remembering the battles in space that I had in my previous life. Day 130, while I was still resting on the ground, I received a call from Group 3. Burasato and Suppresse are a little worried, because, as usual, they spent all the money during their trip and still haven't finished it. They asked me if I know of any source of income close to where they are. I remembered that I want control a group near them, but I asked them not to leave any evidence, because I wanted the job to be done without too much fuss. Some time ago, one of the slave groups left us some time ago, and I gave them a mitral knife before they left. The knife has helped me to identify the area where they were on a map, but they were killed by a group of bandits and the knife was taken from them. I want to eliminate that group and I think they can support me, so I sent them their location. But I warned them, if they leave any of those bandits alive, protect them and bring them to me to have them as slaves. After talking with the girls, Minakichi and I continue our battle until the afternoon. At the end, Minakichi-kun warned me that during the fight, my hair had burned almost all of it and was now very short. Soon my hair grew back and my friend and I reminisced about some of our hunting time together. Minakichi-kun thanked me for scolding him when needed and said that he wanted to continue fighting alongside me. In the afternoon, I started working in other professions that I had not tried. One of them is making rifles for our group and creating a uniform for our troops. For that, work with goblins and humans with the profession of tailor. After taking a break and eating something, he called me the third group. It seems that the mission was accomplished successfully, although they went a bit too far by burning the bones of the dead. They asked me if they could bring some women to our headquarters as slaves, and I said yes. After hanging up, they started on their way back. Groups 4 and 5 will also be back soon. Day 131. I'm starting to feel cold. Winter must be near. We have to start taking precautions to avoid problems. This new body can't stand the cold so much. I saw Gabuji a little tired and I noticed some changes in his body. I think he has lowered his height and he told me that he doesn't want to make many babies because he is getting very tired. He says it's because of age. During morning practice, I fought with Minakichi-kun, and in the afternoon, I spent time with my children. Oro and Argento are the height of a 10-year-old boy, but Oniwaka is the normal height of a young man of his race, already resembling a human adult. I approached them and told them that from today they are going to train like the others, but that I was going to try to be careful not to hurt them. Before we started, I asked them if we could take a photo. Oro and Argento use longbows. They know how to use them since they were born. They are very good. Oniwaka doesn't use sharp weapons, but a kanabo and his movements resemble Minakichi's, so I must teach him that fighting style. Day 132. Last night all the groups returned from their expeditions. I gathered all my mercenaries, except for the spies who had special missions, and invited them to hold a tournament between us, which will be called the Parabellum Fighting Tournament. They all looked at me with a doubtful face, so I told them I will explain the rules to everyone. You are going to fight without weapons and the match will end when one of you says I give up, and if you accidentally kill your opponent, they will be punished. This tournament will allow you to change your position within our group, so I recommend you aim high. I made arrangements to avoid accidents in my absence, and therefore, the newcomers will be in a different division and the non-combatants will not face someone too strong. The ranks are Rank 1, me, Rank 2, Minakichi-kun, Rank 3, Kanami-chan, Rank 4, Avenger, Rank 5, Asu-chan, Rank 6, Burasato-san, Rank 7, Supase-san, Rank 8, Neki-kun, Rank 9, Fuso-san, Rank 10, Scarface, Rank 11, Rusty, Rank 12, Supoto-kun, Rank 13, Gurafu-chan, Rank 14, Basu, Rank 15, Redhead, Rank 16, Genki-kun, etc. I think the results were pretty good. I made an exception for Seiji because he's not really made for war. All the group leaders had a high rank, so it was pretty cool. Avenger showed great strength. He is stronger than Asu and he took the opportunity to give him some advice for his fights. Asu-chan found out that Avenger was right and thanked him. The three lords fought quite well and the warriors of Group 4 improved a lot from the last time. Habirin worked hard as a leader on our expedition, so we grew to respect each other. Period from day 116 to 131. Habirin organized and guided all the participants in the training sessions. He wanted to do his job as well as possible, and I think he is doing it well. We don't have many leaders capable of giving orders in our group. The tournament ended at night, so I cooked everyone the popular black fomoral meat. The feast was very good. Day 133. Princess Tomboy contacted me that morning and she told me that she was a little upset that I didn't invite her to the tournament, and she proposed me a new job. Before listening to her, I asked her to leave me rest from problems, but she explained to me that the job was to train the guard who protects her, and since they have already seen me, I don't think there will be any problems. On the other hand, if I went to her castle, besides seeing the guards, I should also see the queen, the devotee of the 5 great gods, and I don't like that. I have a bad feeling. Besides, I know that the princess is up to something, although I don't have much information right now and my army isn't big enough to face the kingdom guard if there's a problem. I think the gift card the princess gave me the other day was part of her plan to include me in some of her entanglements. As I think about what might happen if I take her job, I asked her to tell me about payment for my services. That night I received Elven Father and we drank elven liquor with some things that Minakichi-kun brought from the dungeon. The dungeon's sake is very good, but I like the elven liquor better. After a while, other men joined us and we had a big party. Day 134. The Elf Father's visit lasted a full day, and when saying goodbye, he asked me to invite him if he had more dungeon sake. After seeing the Elf Father off, I called the princess to accept her offer, because even though we don't have money problems at headquarters, I think if I go to work, it must be for good pay. The princess looked at me and it seems that she guessed my doubts and she asked me if I wanted to be known in the kingdom. I know the princess wants to use me to achieve something, but I still don't know what it is. I'm still collecting information on that. I'm going to give in to her request because I think everything will turn out fine. I talked to my warriors and told them about the new mission. I told them that I would go to the kingdom for a while and asked them who wanted to accompany me. Seiji-kun asked me to go and the humans too, but they were very excited and there was a lot of noise. All the girls are Seiji's fans, but letting them all go would be like having an army of bodyguards. Minakichi-kun asked me to go explore other dungeons while I was away, and Asu-san asked me to accompany him. Listening to him gave me an idea. Before traveling, I am going to gather them to divide them into groups and give them tasks. Oro and Argento asked me to go on the new trip and I couldn't refuse. Oniwaka, on the other hand, wanted to accompany Minakichi-kun, and although I didn't like his decision, I think it's good that he respects other adults. That night we organize ourselves into 3 groups. I will be the leader of Group 1 and our mission will be to go to Princess Tomboy's castle. Minakichi will be the leader of Group 2 and his mission will be to gather information and collect treasures in various dungeons. Group 3 is going to be made up of several humans, who I allowed to go visit their families. The sisters, Blacksmith San and Alchemist, are going to stay at home this time. Before we left, I gave everyone a special coat designed for battle. The 3 lords did not believe they were entitled to the uniform, but I told them that, since our trip, they were now permanent members of the group. The uniform was a reward for their good work and training, and I told them that they should watch their conduct when wearing it, because it had our logo on it and they could cause us trouble. Day 136. This time our trip will consist of 3 groups and 66 people. For that, we prepare 10 skeleton centipedes. I am in charge of the first group and Minakichi of the second one. In the third one there are only humans, who will visit different places to prevent our neighbors from worrying. Warrior, Avenger and Rusty could not be identified by others, because in their kingdoms they believed that they were dead. So yesterday I gave them some masks and told them that I would try to enchant them with my cloaking ability, so they wouldn't be discovered. Warrior did not want to go in the third group, so those in charge of it will be Avenger and Rusty. Group 1 had to get to the princess's castle as soon as possible, so we covered as much space as possible, and at nightfall, we reached the road. The last time on that same road it took us 4 days, because we were hunting. During the night we stopped and trained a bit. Kanami and Redhead faced each other and the two have greatly improved their skills. Day 137, almost at 10 o'clock in the morning. We arrived in the city of Trient and I went to see the merchant who helped us before and do some business. He was surprised to see my new form, but he attended to me as usual. Then we went a little slower to hunt along the way. I wanted to hunt the big chicken that can be found around here. We ate the roasted chicken on skewers and thought if we caught some chickens, each one can give us 3 eggs a day, it would be nice to have them. While I was thinking which of my spells could be used to hunt live birds, something interrupted us. We found a group of demi-humans on the road. It seems that someone understands our language, but they have not daring to speak. When they spoke, we realized that they were a group called Antigora Ants, made up of sons of nobles who were on a special mission or something like that. Normally I would ignore them, but they demanded us to hand over Kanami and Ramura, and even though they were nobles, they didn't act like that, because they surrounded us like seasoned bandits. These men have access to a lot of money and power, and that makes them believe that they can have anything they want. I warned them not to bother us to avoid having to kill them to take their stuff. One of them touched Kanami and she immediately fended off her, attacking all of her subordinates in her berserk mode. The 4 leaders were injured, and although I would have liked to eat them, we healed them and put parasites on them to gather information from the nobles, then let them go and continued on our way. In the evening we passed through the Shirasuka forest and arrived at the sculptor's village. The girls insisted on spending the night in the hot springs. Day 138, after morning practice and taking a bath in the hot springs, I sat down to watch the waterfall and felt the powerful presence that protects this place and thought that with this new form I could beat it. But if I fight in this area, I can destroy it. I like these hot springs very much and want to use them as a model. I got out of the waterfall and felt a powerful presence coming out of it, but I pretended not to notice and rushed back to the others. We left the village before noon and hastened to the Krasta range. We continue until we reach the labyrinth city of Purgatory and spend the night there. Day 139. In the morning, after leaving Purgatory, we arrived at the Osval Kingdom, and the princess greeted us very excitedly. The knight was a little embarrassed, but, as always, the princess didn't listen to him and she did what she wanted, in this case, going alone with him to receive us. The princess, as always, wanted to use me as a tree, so she climbed on my shoulder and told us that we could stay in the palace from today. Oro and Argento greeted the princess and she didn't recognize them. She was amazed at their rapid growth. Argento told Oro that for the princess, Nicola's growth rate was normal. Day 140, as promised, I started training the princess's troops today. Almost all of them are women, but I'm not going to let my guard down. Since yesterday I have felt that someone is looking at me from the crowd, but they have not come close yet. It may be that someone from another place has sent spies to follow me, because I may be of interest to people in the local underworld. Day 141. During the training, a female warrior came and asked to speak to me. When I approached, she told me that, by order of the first queen, lunch would be served at the Platinum Palace and that she invited me to accompany them. I didn't want this moment to come, but I can't refuse a direct invitation. I hope nothing happens. No matter the place or time, there is always the weight of religion, and in this world, there are gods who really have powers and are worshipped by many people. I still haven't told anyone about the gods who gave me their blessing, to avoid having to make sacrifices with fresh meat or something like that. When we were going to have lunch, the princess told me that she had told her mother about my blessing by the god of the Dead Sea to avoid problems because of my skin color. The meal was held in the gardens of the Platinum Castle. I feel uncomfortable being inside a royal castle in broad daylight. I hope nothing bad happens. Upon arrival, the first queen received us, speaking of the god who gave me the blessing and thanking her for having taken care of her daughter Rubiria. When I saw her, I was amazed, because she was nothing like what I had imagined, and since I have been blessed by one of the gods that she worships, she has been very good to us and shows us respect and affection. She told us how excited her daughter was when she told her about the moment when I received the blessing, and she told me that the princess had not been out of the kingdom much and that she highly valued the things she had learned during the journey. While we were having dinner, I really liked talking to her and I thought that she could be an ally for the Parabellum. But when I finished eating, I realized that she licked my plate and cutlery and asked to be taken to her room. I prefer not to get too close to her. Even though I'm the one spying on her, I don't want to know what she might do with the cutlery, so I'll try to stay away from the queen. Day 142. The day was rainy, but even so, I continued with the practices, despite the complaints of the warriors, who did not want to get dirty. I asked them not to complain and told them that they should train to fight in any situation, so we continued to practice. Day 143. I had to leave Konami in charge of the training, because the king asked to speak with me. I realized that he was very discreet, but his high ministers looked at me with suspicion, just like the princess. The situation was very tense. I'm still looking into the details, but I think there are many people who are afraid of the princess's power. Some ministers see her as an enemy of the princess. The princess recently had to create a private army because she was almost assassinated. Because we are part of the princess's private army, we must not be careless. When we went out yesterday, she got on my shoulder, I think to do some kind of act for the nobles, so I think I'll keep an eye on the activities of the Amber Palace Guard. This is putting a lot of stress on me and it's making my body stiff. Konami gave me a relaxing massage. It felt great. Day 144. Last night I set many traps in the Amber Palace and today, very early, an assassin appeared who managed to evade all of them. I used various of my skills to disarm them and, together with the other assassins, I tried to get information from them. But I realized that they had gone silent. It seems that they used some technique to erase their memories. And, after doing what they were told, they explode. I think they don't want to leave a trace, and since no one saw anything, I ate them and kept their equipment. At breakfast, I talked with the princess and we agreed to reinforce the security of the palace. During the training, I analyzed everyone's abilities and tomorrow I will adjust the training to their best abilities. Day 145. Today we visited the city with the princess as her escorts and we changed the routine a bit. We explore many interesting sites and along the way we fought some thugs and beat up some assassins. We also went through a place where there was a kidnapping and we found a store with good prices. It was an interesting day. The princess was happy with our walk and she gave us the day off to have a little fun. It seems like a good opportunity to visit the dungeon and look for great treasures, monsters and dungeon's sake. I'm very excited. Day 146, the training of soldiers has come a long way. I wanted to choose the best, but they have all come a long way. The one I like the most is the advance of the young warrior, whom I previously advised to use a spear to fight better, and I didn't think he would listen to me, but his movements are clearly better with a spear. I think he's going to become a great spearman and have an epic awakening. If that happens and he becomes our enemy, he'll be delicious prey. My kids saw me smile thinking about eating the night and they asked me why I was happy, so I lied to them and told them that I felt good, because the training was getting better. My appetite has been whetted, so tomorrow I'll try to satisfy it as much as I can. There are many dungeons in this world and they are full of dangers. Some of them were used by adventurers and others were used to train armies, and in others very valuable treasures were kept in velvet. For the first time, I will take the challenge to enter a dungeon from the Age of Gods, in the Derivative Dungeon. Day 147, I am in Purgatory Dungeon City in the Cyclops Mine from the Derived Dungeon. This place is very close to the Royal City, and since there have been a lot of problems there lately, I ran away to come here without going through the inspections. When a demi-human wants to challenge a dungeon, he must apply for a permit for free. I did it before. The cards you are given identify you, and if you do damage to another explorer, your card glows. Minikichi-kun's broke when he evolved, which is why he had trouble last time. This dungeon is different from the ones I've seen before. The walls and floors are well made and it's small in scale. It looks easy. I think this dungeon is for mid-level experienced explorers. For today, I'll just walk around and learn the tricks of the dungeon. I found a mine goblin. They are quite a hardy race, usually only thinking about eliminating challengers. When you defeat them, his body disappears, but it seems like after a while, he reappears. I did the test to see if the whole body of the goblin disappeared even if I kept it with magic items, and only the ones I ate didn't disappear. All the other pieces disappeared. All the bodies, even those of the adventurers, disappear and their names are engraved on a plaque inside the dungeon. Only the goblin bits I kept in my storage box couldn't disappear. It seems that if I keep them there, it's like I ate them. Later I will use them as ingredients. In the dungeon called the Cyclops Mine, surely the leader must be a Cyclops. It is possible that everyone here is a Cyclops, but they have different characteristics. The guild informs the adventurers about the Cyclops. There is one that is very good with the sword and they call it Great Hairy Sword, and there is a Cyclops woman who uses a mallet and is called Hatchel Rhyming Demon, and the oldest of all has a big hammer, the Grund Earthquake Hammer. This last Cyclops appears rarely and is much stronger than the other two. It will surely disappear faster than the goblins, so I'll try to eat it fast, so I can gain its abilities and if I can, fill my stomach. I found the old Cyclops and remembered that I had a magic item that I had bought before, a huge sword that looked like a knife, and with it, I attacked the Cyclops. I accidentally broke a rule of the cave. I didn't wait my turn, among the explorers, to face the Cyclops, and some of them got annoyed, but they left me alone with him for a while. Then they peeked out to see if he had hurt me, but when they came and they saw me eat the pieces I was taking from him while we were fighting, thanks to the power of my sword, I was able to eat it quickly before it disappeared. Its flavor was crunchy and pleasant. By eating it I learned only 2 skills, but I gained the weapon from him, the giant mallet. If you beat a dungeon boss, you're automatically recorded in the psalm book. Minikichi told me something about that. The other adventurers didn't want to talk to me after finishing with the Cyclops. That annoyed me a bit, but I preferred not to care and go to the surface. Then I'll look for a more difficult cave. Day 148. Today, one of the Queen's employees went twice to the training to invite me to a tea party that some nobles had organized, and although I tried to evade the invitation, I couldn't. At the meeting, I arrived with Konami and noticed that some of the nobles looked at me with terror or contempt and others were friendly. Some of them too much. Some ladies seemed very interested in getting closer to me. The weather was nice and I chatted with some of them. Leaving the party, I felt a little tired, but I couldn't just sleep. I had to listen to my spy's report on the movements of the nobles and any other important information. Day 149, we went out with the princess to the capital, and now, the black ogre carrying the princess was a normal event for the inhabitants. My fame in the city had served to receive job offers from my mercenary group. The jobs were like bodyguards, but we had to start working to gain fame. Changes are not always good, and that had happened to us. Many warriors kept spying on us and did not seem to belong to the kingdom, because the princess recognized one of them as a beastman from the kingdom of great beasts, and another as a Midian, which possibly came from the Atarakua demon empire. On another occasion, we saw a warrior from the kingdom of Saint Lumen. In this last kingdom, they do not believe in the strength of demi-humans, and perhaps the king could have felt threatened by me. These 3 warriors weren't very skilled and I couldn't get new skills when I ate them. Day 150. Today we did general training with the entire offensive force. I did some mock battles against our team, so they would apply battle strategies. The battle was very good, but our team won. The offensive force must practice a little more. When we were done, I partied with my team and troops. I cooked the meat of a cyclops that I created with my ability to summon giants, and the meat of it was very good. The alcohol from the vendors here is very good too. Day 151. During today's outing, I saw the town very lively and I asked the princess about it. She told me that in 10 days there was going to be a big festival called the Festival of Champions, which is held every 3 years. It is a martial arts tournament, which this year will celebrate its 50 years and the best warriors will attend. When I heard what the princess said to me, I was excited to be able to eat the warriors who lose, but the princess noticed my face and she explained to me that I couldn't eat the warriors. Day 152. I received news from my spies. A war had started between two nations far from here. The kingdom and the empire weren't participating, but if the war doesn't end when we finish our mission, it would be nice to participate to earn some easy money. I remembered that I have started to train the princess and she is already beginning to master a wooden sword that I made for her to practice, although some nobles don't like to see her train because they find her unsightly. The minister of the kingdom approached us and criticized us for training the princess, but she told him that it was her decision and she saw no problem in being trained. The man criticized her for listening to a demi-human, and then he told us that he had come to talk to us to invite me to participate in the opening act of the Festival of Champions. Day 153. The Kingdom Coliseum is on the south side of the city and is used for poor people to fight to death like gladiators. These fights are a show to entertain people and place bets. What the minister told me is that I am going to participate in a simulated fight added at the last moment. Without using my clones to spy, I know this is a trap to kill me because I'm bothering them. I think the princess noticed it too, but that may serve to propagandize the Parabellum. The young gentleman approached the princess's booth in the Colosseum to ask her if she agreed with the act in which I was going to participate, and she said that she was happy with that, because she was going to introduce me to everyone without making much effort. The gentleman told her that he was worried if there was a problem, and she insisted that nothing bad would happen. When the show began, they introduced the first warrior, who appeared from the south entrance. The warrior was called the Gladiator King and had a record of 500 victories without a single battle lost. Through the eastern entrance, they introduced a girl, the swordswoman from another world. The narrator said that she was very skilled with swords. From the west entrance of the Colosseum, a huge monster entered, a wild wyvern. It seems that bringing in big monsters is a way to increase the presence of people in the Colosseum and raise the stakes. Finally, they announced that I would enter through the north entrance. After introducing us, the narrator announced that the wyvern monster had escaped and went to the north entrance. The princess, who saw everything, thought that I had to do what was best for the Parabellum. I got a bit annoyed that that beast came close to me and I attacked it with a swing of my sword, chopping it in two. Then I launched a water attack and then made the water evaporate. The other two warriors couldn't see anything because of the smoke and they fought without seeing straight ahead, so they didn't know if they had hurt me. They grouped up to attack me while the audience was enjoying the show. The princess enjoyed seeing my movements and she believed that the blessing of the god of the Dead Sea allowed me to fight so well against those two great warriors known to the people. After fighting my two opponents for a while, I went over to talk to them and invited them to join my mercenary group. I told them that they would be treated as they deserve and that I would like them to grow stronger by my side. The warrior asked if she could refuse, but the warrior readily accepted, and she was left with no choice but to join us as well. I really don't care what the Prime Minister and the princess think. I made a wyvern grill, seasoned with dungeon wine, for the two warriors as a token of my joy at joining the Parabellum. Although, actually that was an excuse to eat wyvern. When we were done, the princess went to see us at the warriors' rest area, and she congratulated me for making the minister angry, and I was thinking how to justify the large amount of wyvern meat we now had. Day 154. After training in the morning, I called the new warrior to talk to her, but I think she's going to take a bit of time to getting used to me. When she arrived, she looked a little scared and I asked her to calm down. That I just wanted to ask her a few questions about the transmigrators. Ever since I came to the kingdom and they told me about the sage from another world, I was very curious to know about them. I only know that they are scattered in different places and that they have special abilities that have made them famous. Transmigrants are people who live on other worlds and their souls are reproduced and placed in a container here. I am interested in the container of meat prepared by the great god, because I want to know its taste and the skills that I can learn. She asked me if she wasn't in danger from me, and I told her that I wouldn't hurt her as long as she didn't attack me. She told me that transmigrants can feel others, even if they are a town away. After listening to her, I asked her that if she felt any other transmigrant nearby, she would let me know and bring it with me, that if she did, she would be safe with me. She got a little annoyed, but she accepted. I am very curious about their abilities and to know how I came to this world after dying in my other life. I'll wait for the tournament to start in a few days and meet some transmiggers to come fight. Checking my prey list, the transmigrates appear, the heroes, who in this world are called the four symbolic heroes, the hero of the tidal wave, the hero of darkness, the hero of iron rock, and the hero of armored wood. Of these four heroes, 3 of them are usually close to the kingdom and rarely visit the city, because they do important missions like eliminating monsters from the kingdom and some other challenges that keep them busy. The heroine of darkness watches over the city and protects a demi-human transmigrator, but it seems that the remaining heroine is watching me, because I have felt it since I arrived in the city and it bothers me a little. Although I feel her close to me, I can't know who she is, and I have to take care that she discovers some of my special abilities. Day 155. At this time, the nobles have become a larger and larger group, which the royals cannot control, but the minister and the princess have kept a friendly distance. Until today, the princess was warned about the death of the minister for poisoning. The news made the nobles nervous and we received more work for that news. I'm going to make the best out of this situation. Day 156. Although the death of the minister was known yesterday, there have been no major changes in the castle. It is only known that he died of poisoning and his body was found in very poor condition. They're analyzing the poison. The magical pharmacists and alchemists are a bit confused by the poison, and so far, they haven't been able to make an antidote, so if they were to attack someone else, they might die before finding it. I remembered that the minister collected very valuable magic items and realized that he was very fond of tactical style games. He had more than 300 valuable items. The minister's security system had been damaged and all the objects he collected were stolen. In my item box there were 300 new items. Day 157. When I went out for training, I saw a bunch of warriors who wanted to join the Parabellum, and when they saw me, they came up together and told me about their abilities to join us. In front of the palace there were many people, including some assassins, whom he wanted to keep away from the rest. I took everyone to the central square of the city, and when we arrived, there were almost 200. There were a lot of people and now we didn't need more members, but I couldn't reject them all, so I told them that the ones who won the Tournament of Champions could join us. After talking with them, the warriors left. Some were happy, but others felt that there was no hope. That night, I thought I could eat roasted wyvern meat, but after getting a new skill from meat, I received a message saying, absorption skill has a time limit. I remembered that before, when I ate other monsters, I had no time limit to eat them, and although I'm very confused, I think that upon reaching this realm, my skill absorption ability changed. Considering the matter of my learning ability, I ate all the wyvern meat we had and had to go hunting. I thought about doing it alone, without telling anyone, but since I'm on a mission, I told my employer, the princess, about the trip. She agreed and asked her defense team to take care of the next day's training. That night we set out for the Jadar Mountains, where the Jadar wyverns are said to live. Day 158. Princess Tomboy and the knight accompanied us on the journey, although I usually wouldn't take her because these mountains are very dangerous, but with the 2 new warriors, we can take on even a pack of Jadar wyverns. Some of the dangerous beasts that we can find are the Cacatrix, a bird with magical eyes and a beak that can turn any being into stone. Its meat is very tasty, according to the princess, and it is served in exclusive royal gatherings because it is very difficult to hunt. The Naga is a creature that controls many black vipers, while in love with males of other species, to eat them and remove their essence. She has many valuable ingredients, and some merchants have dared to trade them with her. Another beast that we can find are the Biars, beast insects that have the strength of a bear and the wings of a bee. Most beings avoid them. As I led the carriage with the princess on my shoulder, I remembered the way the new warrior looked at me the day I met her, and I asked her about it. She replied that before she was a transmigrant, she was a human and lived a peaceful life, so when she saw me, she felt scared, because she still remembered the fears she had in her previous life, although now she had abilities to avoid terror and fear. When I heard it, I thought, is my face so scary? After a while, I decided to stop the float and walk away to go hunting alone. I left the others in Konami's charge. This time, in order not to make a mistake during my walk, I am using my precise radar skill and spatial sensor to locate more or less strong monsters. After a while, I found a giant BR hive. Each BR is the size of a grizzly bear, and their hive is about 100 meters wide. It works similar to a beehive, so it must have honey and larvae. It was lucky to find it. The bears carry their prey and take them back to its hive, and there they kill it and eat it or use it to grow some strange flowers that they use to obtain nectar. I used a body modifier ability, and before attacking them, I shot poison in the form of smoke to paralyze them. When I felt that they were not moving inside, I entered. I ate all the bees except the queen, 5 youths, 4 workers, and 6 soldiers. I'm going to raise these with a tool I found thanks to the luck ability. I found a large amount of reddish honey, good tasting, which made me feel stronger. I will sell the honey that I have left to the elves. The next prey was a pack of vorpal rabbits. These rabbits have sharp horns and tails. They move very quickly, so they are annoying. Its horn and tail have a spicy taste. I think I can eat it with a liquor. Later I found a rock golem, formed by the magic of the soil and the trees of the forests. It is a stone monster that has its core of power in its stomach, and by damaging its core, like slimes, they fall apart. I would like to create some as part of my army for their resistance. Later, I continued hunting and found 10 Jadar wyverns on the way. I'll take them to the float. Looks like the princess had a lot of fun with Kanami-chan. Day 159. During our training, I received an unexpected visitor. She was the hero of darkness, who asked us to join the training. I was honored to receive her, but I told her that I couldn't give her special treatment, and she accepted. I told the princess, and she told me that the more, the better, although she had some hidden reasons for accepting, which she couldn't say for now. I was a little worried about this heroine's behavior during the training, but everything turned out well. In the afternoon, I trained with Redhead, Oro, and Argento. Redhead has come a long way, but my kids have really amazed me. They work really well as a team, like twins. Their coordination was very natural, but they must be careful to avoid mistakes, because that would be fatal for both of them. I felt very happy about the progress in the training, and at night, I planned as always, strategies to protect the princess from the nobles fraction, who had stopped acting after the death of the minister, but the princess and we thought that eliminating some of them could make them feel more afraid. Later, I had a heavenly date with Kanami-chan. Although you couldn't see the stars, the view of the city with the magic lanterns was beautiful. I can't complain. Day 160. On the day of the official opening of the Championship of Champions, the new warrior informed me that she had detected a transmigrator in the Central West area. We went looking for him, and he introduced himself as the magic gunner from another world. He is very sociable and makes very good weapons. He held a magical cannon that fired transformed mana for different benefits. Within just a year of being reborn, he became famous. The gunner told us many things and invited us to the inn where some of the championship participants are staying. If I want to attack him, I have to be very careful, because with him, I can't use some of my abilities. Day 161. It's a nice day. People are excited because today the Festival of Champions officially begins, and those of the Parabellum are only going to participate as an audience. I'm going to be with the princess, taking care of her while we watch the event in a panoramic room. I am enjoying the good food, while some of the guests look at me, but I don't care. The festival has 2 rounds. Today is the first, the preliminaries. Tomorrow is the main event. Today everyone is fighting against everyone, and there have been great surprises, with skilled warriors who have been defeated and others who don't seem to be very strong, but are fighting very well. Bets on the winners are also very popular. Today we did not have much news. At night, the 64 warriors who will fight tomorrow were already known. Just for tonight, I let my team have fun doing whatever they want. Kanami and I went to a party at the castle. Normally I wouldn't go, but I spread my clones around to get information from the partygoers while having fun. The hero of darkness approached us, and I congratulated her for participating in tomorrow's event. I liked seeing the princess and the queen talk animatedly, but I felt a little embarrassed because they looked at me a lot. When the party ended, Kanami and I looked at the moon while we drank a liquor that kept us warm, because it started to get cold. Day 162. After 4 days of going out hunting, we asked the kingdom cook to make the meat of the wyverns we hunted, and I got some skills. I found that depending on the quantity and quality of the meat I eat, my absorption ability changes a bit, because the time to acquire my abilities can increase. Tomorrow I'm going to have breakfast wyvern again, to know until when I can obtain skills eating its meat. The Colosseum has a new arena today. The battles of yesterday's winners will be tonight. I am watching the events at night, and apart from heroes and brave men, there are many warriors from other countries. Even though I can't eat them, my mouth is watering. I can't help it. To try to distract myself, I'm concentrating on gathering information about the warriors who will fight tonight. There is a female warrior, the 3rd of the 8 great knights, the hero of Roaring Thunder. She will fight the 4th commander of the Atarakua Demon Empire, Commander Scarlet. The fight lasted 30 minutes and they damaged the arena. Commander Scarlet won. There was a party after the fight, and the princess introduced me to many nobles from other countries to whom I handed out my cards, which, even if they don't use them, help me to collect information about those places. I already have the list of my possible prey. 1. The gunner from another world. 2 a leader of the group of mercenaries hired by some nobles, 3 a dragonweed, 4 a gilman that I saw resting in the river, and 5 a beastman lion, who is sensitive to presences. All of them showed their skills today and they are very good. Besides, all of them have connection with the nobles and I think they can be hired to attack the princess. I think that attacking them may affect the nobles, but I must watch my steps, because the heroine of darkness is watching me. To start my hunt, I asked the new warrior to talk to the gunner and get him drunk, then take him outside. He, as always, talked a lot and didn't care while he walked, so I attacked him, while inviting the warrior to follow him. Day 163, our hunt is over and we got a good amount of skills and equipment. I made clones of all of them after eating them and let them go. The tastiest was the gunner and I felt much more energy eating it. Afterwards, I decided to train the 14 rookies who completed the requirements to enter Parabellum, but they couldn't keep up, they need to work harder. Day 164, the nobles began to hold secret meetings and appointed a new leader, the minister's grandson, with great battle skills and the ideal candidate to marry Princess Tomboy. He has a lot of charisma and is able to calm down the nobles. The nobles have resumed their anti-royal activities and plan to commit a crime and blame the royal family. I went to tell the princess about the information I had collected and she told me that she already knew and that, although it seemed that the leader was the minister's grandson, the one who was actually planning all this was a man who was a substitute minister for a long time. She also told me that they call him Old Sixper and that if something happens, we should go to him. She asked me to bring all the trained Parabellum warriors to the kingdom, because they can start acting in 10 days. I also think it would be good to have them close to her in order to protect her. I am amazed at this girl's ability to learn so much information. Day 165. In order to ensure the safety of the princess, I need to train my team better, so I sent them to improve their strength and coordination capabilities by exploring dungeons. I think my kids already have the skills to go exploring on their own, so I'll let them do it. I'll go exploring too. I told everyone to complete their missions and meet in 3 days. Day 166, I decided to meet with Minakichi-kun and the rest of Group 2 to talk about some things. Oniwaka is very tall, almost my size, but he is still very innocent and, seeing me, he told me that he wanted to eat with his brothers, but I told him that it would be next time. They stayed to sleep. The breakfast for that day was equine demon hot pot, a beast they found in the dungeons. Seeing such strong monsters die and only become meat for others makes me think of the moment when they kill me. I don't know if they can eat me. The only person who can beat me is Konami-chan. She looks at me tenderly when we are alone and she wants to suck my blood, but sometimes she gets carried away and bites me. The princess saw Minakichi-kun and was amazed at his size and wanted to ride on him. I let her do it. Then, I borrowed the arena from the Colosseum to practice with Minakichi-kun for a bit, and before finishing off the arena, we finished our practice. After that, I wanted to go to a dungeon with Konami to explore it and the princess took us to a cave type, called a Vesper Cave. The temperature here is very cold. I am training the young knight while we go through the cave and defeat the monsters. We found some red king crabs, very common monsters, like ogres. We hunted them and cooked them for dinner. We raised a tent inside the cave to protect the humans. I'm a little worried that I didn't get any new abilities while eating those beasts. Day 167. In the afternoon, we reached the end of the cave, where the leader should be, but the view was beautiful. I liked it so much that I thought about bringing my children to see it. At that moment, the boss monster, the Great Octorp, appeared. To protect the others, I asked them to stay away while I killed the monster without using many of my strongest abilities, because the princess was there. I managed to finish him off in 3 minutes and gained a valuable item, a Vesper Octorp shell and a few rare abilities, plus a decisive song, which I still don't quite understand. I invited Konami-chan to defeat the Octorp and she also managed to get a different skill and item from me, an Octorp Verper sword. We left by the shortest route and the princess had fun playing at killing monsters while she was seated on my shoulders. While I was carrying the princess, I thought about playing a little more with my children before it's too late. Day 168. After 3 days in the dungeons, the group met and I was surprised by the progress of some. Others were injured on their way, but they managed to heal with the medicines we gave them. But what made me happiest was seeing my children arrive. Very happy for defeating the boss of the dungeon. When they arrived, they hugged me and I felt very proud. I will continue to support them to give them more confidence. I will reward them with new weapons that complement each other and allow them to improve their skills. I gave Oro a cannon that shoots magic bullets and Argento, an axe that causes wounds that explode after a while. The 2 weapons were from the gunner from another world. The children were very happy with their gifts. We went to a cave to practice with their new weapons. I also talked with them about what they have learned in their training, the weaknesses of a monster, killing techniques and the process of chopping the bodies, among other things that are not seen in the training. I taught them some techniques to attack a boss monster in a dungeon, and since no one was watching me, I used very strong techniques to kill the monsters faster. To prevent anyone from listening to us, I activated a sound capsule and protected them with a magic item, a second chance ring. Looks like they didn't have a problem. After killing the boss monster of the dungeon, I received another magic item and earned myself a new title, Vesper Master Slayer. While checking my award, I asked the children to come out of the cave. I looked at my children and felt that these were not the looks I expected to see, so I thought how to explain to them what had happened, so as not to affect their growth and to make them feel proud of their father. After a while, to support them in their training, I told them, "This is my way of killing the monster alone. Do you want the three of us to try it together, so you can test your new weapons?" The kids were excited to have this new experience, but they asked me to face the monster on their own. I agreed, but I told them that I would watch their battle and help them if necessary. I also summoned 2 skeleton monsters to support them. I am very proud of them, because after an hour they managed to defeat the monster without getting hurt too much. They did not win prizes because the skeletons supported them, but they were able to defeat the monster. Thanks to this experience, my children have a new job. Oro is now a magic gunner and Argento is a blast axe user. They already had some jobs that they inherited as my children, but every job they get increases their level and strength. Their fighting spirit is as strong as that of the ogres, so it is possible that they will surpass me in the future. Day 169. Today some of our warriors arrived in the city of Purgatory and the princess accompanied me to receive them, but she is a little worried that they are few, because she needs to have many soldiers for the day of the rebellion of the nobles. She felt a little bad because this group of warriors are goblins and hobgoblins, but in her training we will show her how strong they are. Although goblins are usually weak, they have been trained to fight big monsters to death. They are really strong. When the training ended, the specialized medical team attended them immediately. The princess was excited and her face changed. This group of warriors will stay in the forest near the city, waiting for further orders. We must return to the city. Tonight, I dreamed about the Psalms and noticed that now they didn't give me options to accept the quests. All the quests were mandatory. I think I have completed everything so that we don't have any problems with the quests. Day 170, the minister's grandson had met 2 very strong warriors, whom he asked to carry out his grandfather's plan for the 4 symbolic heroes to cleanse the kingdom of evil. The warriors were the Iron Rock hero and the Tidal Wave hero Freed. One of the warriors was angry because, according to what he said, he was loyal to the royal family and they were forcing him to betray them because he felt indebted to the minister. The other warrior was worried about her family, whom the nobles had to force her to participate in the betrayal. The dark heroine was taking care of the queen and the armored wood heroine, she still hadn't returned to the capital. The princess is looking for allies in other places and I'm thinking of a way to get the 2 heroes to a place where we can have an advantage when it comes to fighting them. The capital has a great sewage system, thanks to the otherworldly sage, but its expanse is so vast that it has served as a hideout for monsters of darkness, spies, and criminals. Since I have been hunting for a long time, I know some of the hiding places in the underground drainage. There our troops were relocated to gain space within the city without the nobles suspecting. Day 171. I left the maintenance of the sewer to a team and dedicated myself to training the guards, who seemed more agile, but those who have gone out with us have better performance. I think I should analyze their skills better. When the training ended, in the afternoon, I sat down to eat with my children and the princess visited me to talk for a while, but she realized that we should meet for a while because I was busy. I was going to taste the head of the great Octorp and by eating it I learned 6 new skills. It had been a while since I got so many skills together. The one I liked the most was the one with the chitin shell. I think it from now on I'll be hunting boss monsters. I met with the princess and she was very excited. She told me that she had received answers from some dukes that they would send their troops to support our army and she asked me if she agreed to participate in the battle. I told her that she wanted to avenge me because they tried to attack me while I was with my children and that I expected an extra reward after the battle. She looked at me happily for my answer and decided to tell me what was happening in the kingdom. Hunting spies every night has become normal, but lately there aren't many out there and the ones I've killed have been reported missing. Tonight I'm going to look for some spies in their hideout and look for some information. After a while, I decided to go back to the palace and I remembered the night I died in my other life because it was very similar to this one. And while I was remembering, the dark heroine followed me. Day 172. There is 1 day left until the rebellion of the nobles that the princess announced, and since we don't have much to do, we are studying all day because I have been busy with the spies, spreading clones and collecting information in the city. While studying with my children, I learned about the neighboring countries, the heroes, what was fashionable in different places, the laws and foods of this kingdom. This information can be very valuable later. I think I'm going to be busy for a long time, so it's good to take a day off. Day 173. The minister's grandson spoke publicly of his intentions to take the kingdom, because, according to what he said, all the evil in the kingdom comes from there, and he asked his soldiers to take the 2 palaces, the Amber Palace and the Platinum Palace, but when they arrived the princess and the queen were gone, so they could only take the king, the second queen and her son as prisoners and took them to the keep. The minister's grandson asked that they look for the queen and the princess, because they should not be far, and I discovered that under the castles there were secret entrances that only the royal family knew about. The queen and the dark heroine are in a safe place in the Platinum Palace, and the princess is with us under the Amber Palace. It seems that the nobles are going to protect the prisoners, because they want to make the princess's younger brother king, so it is not urgent to help them. In the basement of the Amber Castle, we were calmly cleaning one of the rooms we found, to keep the princess safe. They do not imagine that we are quietly cleaning under them. A few days before, I talked to the dark heroine and she told me that she would protect the queen with her life, and the other knights would not find her because she was very strong in the dark. We are all going to work hard to complete our tasks. We will initiate covert activities and show them the true value of the war preparedness skill. Day 175. The castle is occupied by the nobles and their guards. Elite goblins and ninja kobolds are taking over the guards at night, and just this morning, the nobles realized that 50 of their men were missing and 10 nobles were dead. The nobles had been poisoned like the minister, and their bodies could not be recognized. This reminded them of the fear they felt when the minister died and caused some nobles to return to their villages, others to challenge the one who had poisoned them to kill them. The nobles that were still in the castle were trying to explain what was happening, and some blamed me for everything, while others believed that the enemies could come from the Beast Kingdom or the Atarakua Demon Empire. Suddenly, information came from the Duke's house, 3 days away from the castle, where someone had seen the princess. The nobles did not believe this news because they had seen her the night before the rebellion in the castle, but the minister's grandson thought that she could have also sought allies to protect herself and asked the others to be attentive to the movements of the princess. I found it a bit strange to understand that the minister's grandson was not surprised by the princess's behavior, and I remembered a conversation we had a few days ago when I asked him about the first king of Sternbild, King Rogas. He was the son of a great heroine named Rascatia, who faced ferocious monsters and possessed the works of legendary hero with the traits of hero and great hero. Rascatia defeated a large monster called Satori, which attacked some villagers who were at war, killing almost all the soldiers. After the war, the survivors decided to live together, and Rascatia, who had not had a partner, became pregnant and could not fight anymore. No one knew whose her child was, but many thought that her pregnancy was due to the fact that the monster had bathed her with its blood, and for that reason, it is believed that the founding king was of mixed blood. The princess told me that all the descendants of the first king, including her and the minister's grandson, could read hearts, but they only do so if they touch them directly. Although her power is similar to that of the first king, she can read hearts only with feel the presence of the person. The princess also told me that they couldn't read my thoughts and that she had tried to get to know me, to find out my intentions, and that's why she asked me a lot of questions. She also told me that, due to her gift, she had been locked in the castle until she was 12 years old, and that she felt very bad about it. She wanted to run away from her problems. The princess tried to run away on the previous walk, but the minister hired some men to kidnap her and kill her, so she was happy that I had saved her and that I knew the rest of her life. Finally, she told me that she knew about the minister's plans and also knew that, despite the fact that I killed the minister, they decided to continue with their plan, which was to capture her mother and her. After listening to her, I understood a lot of things, but still had a lot of doubts about what would have happened to her if I hadn't been in Trient and what else I knew about their plan to attack her. She told me that the nobles had continued to attack her during our trip to her kingdom and that she had other ambitions, so she wanted to go ahead with our plan to prevent the minister's grandson from killing her and thus achieve her freedom. I don't know if I can support the princess for a long time, but I think I'll see how this situation goes. Day 176. Winter is approaching, and like last night, we hunted soldiers of the nobles. Today the soldiers are working in groups of 3, and to protect themselves, they use a bee compass, a magical tool that detects movements 180 degrees forward. The downside of relying on magic items is that they can't spot enemies from above or behind, so we took advantage of blind spots, and in the end, 36 soldiers and 6 nobles were killed with the poison. Kanami and we could have taken the capital just by summoning monsters, but the princess wants us to use a tactic that allows them to collapse from below, so she asked me not to damage the castle and defeat the minister's grandson and Lord Viter without using mercenaries, because that would make her look weak, and then the nobles can rally against her again and the neighboring countries can invade them to control the situation. Therefore, she wants to lower the morale of her enemies. On the other hand, we are finishing preparing everything to attack our enemy's army, which barely outnumbers the dukes and which are slowly becoming scared, seeing all the murders that have occurred in the last 2 days. The minister's grandson and Lord Viter met to discuss what was happening to their welder and forbade everyone to talk about the samples, to confront the enemy fearlessly. His conduct surprised me, but his decision was effective to prevent his troops from being filled with fear, and he managed to gather the group in charge of receiving the troops from the dam faster. The Duke's troops, together with the princess, were located in a flat and secluded place to avoid damaging the castle, and the army of the nobles decided to face it. But if we talk about numbers, the minister's grandson's troops can beat the princess. Day 177. Today it snowed, and that delayed the soldiers of the nobles to meet the troops of the princess. The princess's troops were able to take refuge in nearby towns. Tonight we will continue to hunt the army of nobles. The plan tonight is to summon ghosts to cause fear to the troops of the nobles. Kanami and I summoned them. What caused them the most fear was seeing the face of the dead minister in the ghost. But some strong-minded soldiers managed to kill the ghosts in an hour. We used that strategy 8 times to weaken the troops of the nobles before they clash with the princess. In the end, the soldiers were tired. Since I took breaks after each summon, I'm not as tired as they are. Thanks to this, I have achieved new abilities. Day 178. After the storm, the snow left on the ground slowed down the advance of the noble's troops, and to help his troops go forward, the minister's grandson equipped Borophorus with large iron plates on his head. The troops of the nobles had 2,000 soldiers, the hero of the tidal wave, and their leader was the grandson of the minister. During their advance, they recruited the troops from the places they passed through, making a total of 9,000 soldiers in the end. I think the 2 troops will meet in 2 days, but we have some things to do in the castle. Take back control of the castle and save the king, the father off, and the princess, since the hero of the tidal wave and the minister's grandson left. Only the Iron Hero remains, who must be suspicious of our presence, because he has not separated from the gate of the keep and has 1,000 soldiers. 200 of those soldiers are from my grass group, Infiltrators. They managed to get the soldiers that remained in the castle to join us to end this situation, and I managed to get close enough to the Iron Hero to parasitize him. I would like to parasitize the entire team, but they have special protection. Day 179. The Iron Rock Hero still doesn't move from his place. He has great patience. I prefer to stay still with him for now. Meanwhile, we are using Lord Viper to retake the castle, getting him to place private soldiers in strategic locations that we have been convincing to join us without anyone knowing, and my troops are capturing another group of soldiers. The princess appeared in front of the Iron Hero, and he was astonished to see her, because he believed that she was at the battle site, but he recognized her when he saw her ceremonial sword at her waist. The princess approached him and said, "Hero of the Iron Rock Cascade Barossa Meloy, your trial for betraying the royal family will begin right now." The Iron Rock Hero has a high power, greater than Minikich's, due to his weapon called Isamble's Hammer. In addition, he has 4 companions, each with their own specialties: Jantunana, Christopher Bale Azurit, Grasher Pai, and Torturer Ikoi. The tomboy princess went alone with the young knight to face them, but any of them can easily defeat him. The princess approached the Iron Hero and drew her sword, and he asked her if she was going to face them alone. But seeing the princess's face, she realized her clear decision to face them and asked his companions to come down arms and surrender. The hero explained to the princess that he owed his life to Minister Gilbert, who saved him in a battle a long time ago, and that is why he had to participate in that revolution, because that was the minister's wish. The hero explained that he had been surprised that the princess was still in the castle, that he had decided to wait for her in front of the keep until she arrived, when he learned of her departure to the battlefield. Finally, he asked the princess to execute them then and there. The princess listened carefully, and after, she sentenced him to be executed by her with her own sword. But by taking the sword and cutting them, none of them was hurt. This happened because the sword has magical power. If the person who uses it forgives his opponent, the sword passes through his body without harming him. But if the opponent has some hatred for his enemy, it will cut him. The hero knew the power of that sword and didn't mind being attacked by the princess with it. The princess smiled and told him that he was forgiven and that she believed that people would be happier if he was still alive. With this, the princess managed to take advantage of the opportunity to the best of her ability, because when I spoke to her a few days ago, she explained to me that, after asking her father to let her out, after 12 years of her confinement, she analyzed all the cities where she could be, to analyze her risk of dying, because she already knew about the plan to kill her, and after several attempts, she analyzed Triton there. The probability of dying was very low, and she asked herself some questions about what would happen, thanks to his blessing, bestowed by the god of judgment. She then explained to me that she analyzed all the possible things that could happen to her, because she was physically very weak and she did not have the ability to read a developed mind. Finally, in order not to always depend on me, she needed to have the loyalty of one of the 4 symbolic heroes, because they were respected by the people and she wanted to have them on her side. Therefore, the Iron Hero was not actually executed, it was a part of the princess's plan to achieve her goal of having him on her side. The hero told the princess that the family of the hero of the tidal wave had been kidnapped to force him to support them, but that he was upset with the nobles for harming them, and when he saw that the princess was not there, he could explode. At that moment, my clone told her that we were going to take care of him, and the princess saw it. I told the hero that, from now on, he owed his life to the princess and he had to serve her loyally. Day 180, the day of the battle with the troops has arrived and our goal to control the situation is working, because the Duke's troops are facing those of the nobles. The princess reminded me that I shouldn't eat the hero of the tidal wave. The summary of the battle is as follows. The Duke's troops are 5,000 soldiers and the nobles are 9,000. The group led by the hero of the tidal wave immediately attacked them and asked the Duke to bring the princess to him if he wanted to stay alive. But he told him about the situation of his parents and told him that he would not give the princess to him until he fought with him. The hero immediately attacked him, but the lords appeared and attacked him. They hit him very hard, but I don't think they killed him. Netsuki-kun wanted to finish off all the soldiers, but Kanami reminded me that I shouldn't eat the leader. Kanami-chan told them to do their best to support me, and Minikichi, Asu, the lords and Avenger, along with other troops, attacked the hero, his troops and the minister's grandson. Due to the effect of our troops, the army of the nobles fell back and stayed in a city called Sengri. Tomorrow the princess will go to confront them with Sengri. During the night, I received messages from the Psalms, in which they told me about the completed quests. Day 181. Today the princess is going to meet the troops of the nobles in Sengri. She and I are going in the centipede float. She wears an armor that she inherited from her family. The group led by Minikichi-kun joined us. Many of our members ranked up thanks to yesterday's fight. Some of them are Sei-chan, who grew up again. Sato-chan also became stronger. Supase-chan is now a sorceress, and Burasato-kun is bloodthirsty. The two of them received divine blessing. Supase received the blessing of the god of magic and the demigod of staffs, and Burasato received the blessing of the god of blood and the demigod of swords. Seiji-kun also received the blessing of the demigod of compassion for healing the wounded, and Dodom-chan received the blessing of the demigod of observation for watching over the entire battlefield. Gurufu-chan, you also received a boon for destroying the enemy's morale. His gift was of corrosion. 5 ogres who have worked with me since they were goblins also received the blessing of the demigod of colors, and each one has a different color, just like Power Rangers. Could it be that they want matching combat suits? Gurufu-chan is very happy because his blessing was given to him by a god, and Redhead received the blessing of the demigod of war beasts. Rusty is very proud of his achievement, although he still can't beat him in battle. As we dealt with the bodies from yesterday's battle, Kanami told me that he had seen the hero of the tidal wave in battle, and noticed that he seems to have some kind of protection against the attacks, because he wasn't hurt yesterday. The princess's army started to attack Sengri, but we couldn't get past the castle walls, so we used special weapons for that. We created some bullets with explosive seeds and my clones inside and threw them at the soldiers on the wall. Then Minikichi broke down the door and we were ready to go inside. The princess collected information and sent it to all our soldiers to successfully detect all soldiers. The soldiers surrendered or died without any help. The group of nobles was the largest and they were inside a large mansion. The hero saw the princess and threatened her, and I told the young knight to get her to a safe place to fight the man, and our battle started when the minister's grandson attacked me. The hero of the tidal wave has an interesting story. In his town there were few resources, but everyone helped each other. Then the king raised the taxes and that hurt everyone a lot, so he decided to become a knight and fight against those people, until finally killing the king, which hurt his people and his family. Thanks to this, he received the title of hero, but although he was made a knight of the kingdom, his loyalty is only to his family, so he is able to do everything to protect them. I tried to hurt the hero, but I couldn't. He's not affected by sound and he uses water to protect himself. I could only take his sword when he attacked me, and I took the opportunity to launch an attack, but he moved away in time to avoid it. The hero's team is 5 people and each has ways to use water to attack their opponents. One of them attacked me, but I stopped him and threw him to the ground. The man didn't seem damaged, but a woman near him did seem affected and was healing him very quickly. My objective is the belt that woman has. If I have it, I will prevent them from continuing to resist our attack. I can't attack her because it's easier to damage her if I keep hitting her teammates. Her pain has a limit and it will kill her and she will not be able to help them until she is revived. While fighting with one of the tidal wave hero's companions, he attacked my feet, my blind spot, and I decided to attack him too. From his blind spot, when 2 twins rushed to attack me with lightning, but I have protection and their attack doesn't affect me. I sent a torrent of air and stones at them to teach them a lesson, but they launched a water attack that slowed my movements. The twins watched my attack in slow motion and saw one at a time. The elderly woman was close to them and they told her that this movement was dangerous, but when they spoke to her, they realized that she was frozen. Konami joined the battle and froze me. She had waited for the right moment to join the battle and she preferred to freeze me to avoid being hit with a rock stream attack. She told them that the freeze would only slow me down for a while and they decided to attack Konami before I recovered, to prevent us from attacking them together. But I recovered and sent them a big attack and challenged the hero, saying that they hadn't hit me with real deal damage and I still had a lot of energy. The hero got angry. While I was facing the hero, Konami attacked the twins and the woman who was getting hit by the team. He felt a huge kick from Konami and that annoyed the hero even more. He immediately attacked me, but he didn't realize that he had been receiving more injuries, because the woman's belt could no longer receive any more blows. I asked him if he wanted to kill me before I bled to death from my wounds and I told them that our boss Princess Rubilia had asked us not to kill them, so they owed her their lives, but the hero didn't like what I said. To end the battle, I moved from where he was standing and saw him fall to the ground. When we won the battle, gain heretic enemy special ability. Gabaji was watching the battle through one of my clones and he really liked the result. On the battlefield, I received an award for my victory, the Tidal Wave Soul Sword, and a reward of 2 treasure chests. Since I'm stronger now, I tried to eat the sword, but even though it looks like it's made of water, it's so hard, I couldn't eat it. We leave the hero's team for the princess to decide their future and look for the minister's grandson, who must be accompanied by other soldiers. When we arrived, we faced his army and they had a chimera made up of many Jadar wyverns, as a surprise to me. I really liked that they gave me a prey that I could attack and eat without worrying. When I finished eating the chimera, the minister's grandson complained about his luck. How was it possible that he had lost to a girl and a dark demon? He was upset that he had failed his grandfather. The princess entered his room and he realized that she, without touching him, knew his thoughts and was very surprised. The princess told him that this had been the cause of her defeat and he understood that the princess's power was highly developed. Finally, he asked her to kill him and she told him that the Iron Rock hero had asked her not to kill him and that from now on, he would live in the Bell Tower. There, he has to think about the sins he had committed. I have already finished the battle, but since it was very late, we stayed in Sengri. After such a long day, we were very tired and would sleep very well. In the evening, I received a message from the Psalms saying that the mission had been completed without excessive deaths and without overeating. Day 182, early that morning, I felt a presence in the next room, which was supposed to be empty. I was worried that it was some movement of the nobles, so I used my synchronized radar ability while pretending to be asleep and realized that it was the first queen, who was in that room with the dark heroine and they were trying to see us through the wall. When I got out of bed, I dressed directly to avoid being seen, and then we went out and met in the street to divide into small groups and take different routes to go home. This will prevent some spies that we have not seen from knowing the place of our headquarters. I decided the routes, those who did their best in the battle will travel through calmer places and enjoy the scenery, but those who did not help much will go through more dangerous paths so they can train and become stronger. Before we left, Rusty handed me the sword that I won when I met him. I gave it to him so he could fight and he felt that he should hand it over, but I told him that he should keep it and that he should take good care of it, because I use longer weapons and he could use it better. Avenger, Rusty, and his group will go on a path where they can help people, but to keep them from getting in trouble, the 2 of them will be wearing their masks all the way back. Avenger has to gain experience in order to fulfill his destiny. My group returned to the royal city and the princess gave us our reward for training her guard and helping her with the revolution. Another reward was, they gave us a card to stay in a special accommodation the next time we go to visit them. Day 183. In this kingdom there are many children orphaned by the war who hide in alleys and underground. Some of them are dedicated to stealing from the people of the city. My mission today is to take care of them. I managed to gather 50 children and took them to one of the houses of the nobles. They were afraid of me because they thought I was going to eat them, but one of them, whom I called the chief boy, spoke to me and asked why I took them there. When he spoke to me, I was cooking a stew with rabbit, turtle, and snake meat. I looked at them and told them that I understood them, that they should not worry because they were not in danger, and that before speaking, they should eat what I prepared for them. After eating, they all went to bathe, and when they finished, I treated their illnesses and injuries. When I finished preparing everything and we made sure that everyone was okay, I told them that they were in that house because I wanted to recruit them for my mercenary team. The idea is to take care of them and train them to take care of the royal capital and then join my mercenary team. The chief boy immediately accepted, and from that day on, he was the leader of the young humans. Today we were visited by the princess, the young knight, the queen, and the dark heroine. The princess wanted me to stay in the kingdom and work as her bodyguard. She told me that the house where we had the children was going to be a long-term investment in her kingdom, and that the proceeds would be sent to my headquarters. I listened to her, but I explained to her that the things we mercenaries did had a reason. We didn't do it for money, and I refused her request. I think she plans to take into her army when she's queen, and I don't want her to do that. I told her that if I joined her hero group I wouldn't know what to do with my Beast King and Demon Emperor friends, and it would be bad for her kingdom. Honestly, I don't want to stop hunting monsters and people to make myself stronger. The queen asked me to think about her daughter's request and stay longer, because the royal family's problem with the nobles was still very recent and she wanted her daughter to be safe. After a long afternoon of negotiations, I signed the contract they gave me, and tired of talking so much with them, I immediately fell asleep. In tonight's Psalms, while I was sleeping with Konami and Redhead, I realized that I didn't finish one of the quests and I lost a reward. But I got some delicious liquor. Day 185. This morning I dreamed of Gobuji. I was reading while he was preparing poisons with plants for his arrows, and he told me that when I was born there was a mistake in my name that made me a demon king. In that dream there were things that were real and others that never happened. The dream was so real that it made me think for a while, but I decided that I was better not going to care about it for now. Today I left the training of the children to Redhead and I dedicated myself to preparing and improving my earrings. I tried to add more abilities to my usual earring, but the chance of success was very low, so I made them another one. The first pendant will help them improve in their activities, and the second will help them resist non-physical damage a little more. After a while, I managed to make enough earrings for everyone. Blacksmith-san called me and asked for some time to talk. Day 186. After everyone fell asleep, I traveled to our headquarters and managed to get there this morning. I came to a deep copper cave, which had been enlarged and looked like a natural morgue, and there I saw Gobuji's body. It had been him who had appeared in my dream when he died. His life was very long for a goblin, because he died at the age of 20 of natural causes. I remember that when I went to the mission in the royal city, he was a little sick, so it did not surprise me when he died. I approached his body and told him that he was one of the goblins with the most children in our headquarters, and I thank him for all the knowledge he gave me about this world. I am very grateful for helping me. After thanking him, I ate him whole, because I always believed that he was like a part of me. The taste of him was not pleasant, but I got the ability Wisdom Sack. I don't understand the new ability I got from Gobuji, but from his name, it must be some information. I'm going to test it with some item. I took an explosive seed and immediately got all the information about it. If it can be eaten, when it can explode, what happens when one of the pieces sticks to an animal. After trying various items, I found that this skill teaches me information about plants from large forests, and I have very comprehensive information in my brain. With this information I will be able to develop new objects. This world is amazing, thanks for your knowledge, Gobuji. I feel a little sad about Gobuji's death, so I decided to spend a few days with my relatives at the headquarters. I went to the kitchen to make breakfast, but the sisters were already preparing it and they asked me to wait a bit for them to serve it. The new kitchen, made in the extensions of our headquarters, is very large. It can fit 10 people. As now the headquarters is calmed, they have had to attend to many people throughout the day, and their skills as head cook and morning Madonna have increased a lot. While I was waiting for my breakfast, I saw Blacksmith and Alchemist arrive and sit next to me. Alchemist had my daughter in his arms. The sisters' food was tasty, but after a while without trying it, I feel that it tastes better, and being able to talk to everyone happily makes it so much better. Nicola is the smallest of my children. Because being fully human, she hasn't grown as fast as the others and she still doesn't speak, but she has got some tattoos on her body, and Alchemist believes that she may have been born with the profession of blasonist. I ate a formal a while ago and received a special magic. Maybe that's the magic she inherited. With that magic, she might be able to use magical blazons when she grows up. Even if she doesn't have any special gifts, I will always love her, no matter what she decides to do. After eating, I decided to see how the new members of our headquarters were doing. First, I went to the blacksmith shop and we tried combining different materials. After several attempts, we managed to create a mix between steel and copper, stainless steel. In the afternoon, I went to cook with the sisters and we used some ingredients that I brought from my trip. A dish made with wyvern jadar was liked by everyone. After lunch I went to meet Dorian-san at the hot spring. Before in the hot springs we only had a simple Japanese-style house, but now, with the extensions, we have a blacksmith, where all kinds of weapons are sold, a greengrocer, where we sell what is produced on the farms, a casino, where they work until midnight, and a restaurant, created in the place where the old kitchen was. We have also created a resort, for our visitors to stay, where Dorian gives oil massages. Together with the elves, we have managed to increase our income in the forest. We hope to remain friends with the elves for a long time. In addition to what we grow, as our headquarters is going to grow in a short time, we have made many commercial exchanges with nearby places to guarantee income and food when we may need it. In the evening I was invited by the elf father to have some liquor. I accepted his invitation to the new bar and we talked about the old days. A few days ago, I was notified that the elf father had invited a stranger to the hot spring. During our bath, he told me that it was his younger brother who had left his village a long time ago due to a problem with the elf elixir. He was very grateful for letting him take his brother to the hot springs when he returned. Elf Father's brother gave me a card to know his business. It was a general exchange company called Green Arrow Star Village. The Elf Father's brother told me that he was going to the royal capital to do some things and I told him that we would meet there. The Elf Father played a little with his brother and then thanked me for allowing them to meet in the hot springs. He also asked me to protect him. Day 187, I woke up a little tired from so much action yesterday. Starting today, I will prepare the expansion of business at the Parabellum. After completing the princess's request, some of my warriors will be stationed elsewhere to protect some villages near the royal city at the request of the village chiefs and feudal lords. While we are sending our team members to those villages, we are going to send some to the royal city of Pagatry to support the development of that city. After walking around and checking everything, I returned to the royal city that was still recovering from the shot. As I was walking through the city, I heard people talking about me and that bothered me, because some were curious, but others looked at me like the first queen the day I met her. And that gave me chills, because they may believe that I am the god of the Dead Sea. When I got to the mansion where we have the kids, I thought about cleaning it up when I felt Konami pounce on me. She was upset because I left unannounced and she hugged me very tight. If I were of another race, I think she would have killed me. I hugged her and told her that next time I would take her with me and asked her not to hug me so hard. My children came to the room and hugged me. I met everyone and told them about the new changes in the Parabellum. I also brought them some things from there. There were so many that it seemed that I had a store. Konami looked at me and asked me to be her designer, but I guess I'm not very good at it. She insisted, telling me that we had worked very well when we designed the uniforms for our army. After listening to it, I couldn't say no to learn new things and keep the family together. In the morning, Konami-chan felt better and I was relieved. In the afternoon, we dedicated ourselves to making arrangements in the house, with some employees sent by the princess. I worked with the head of the artisans shaping the pieces of wood. He taught me a lot that day. Later, we invite all the workers to have a barbecue with us. We cooked meat and vegetables from our headquarters and Oro helped me a lot with the barbecue. Day 188, I went to train with the children of our Solitude house to evaluate their progress in training with Redhead. It seemed to me that its movements were similar to those of a beast. Little by little they are becoming members of the Parabellum. The children are not yet able to fight on the battlefield, but the older ones, led by the chief child, are making great progress and are eager to train. I look forward to seeing their progress in the future. The remodeling works are advancing a lot. I thank the workers for their collaboration by giving them some liquor that I took from the dungeon. Day 189, the young elf brother is going to arrive soon, so I continued my work on the house. At this rate, we will move fast. The things were going very well, or so I thought, but since we are mercenaries, something always happens. That night, very late, Minakichi called me to tell me that they were being attacked. I asked him where Oniwaka was and he told me that she was still sleeping, because the enemies hadn't made much noise and only a few of them were watching for the attack. I told them that I was going to try to get as much information as possible about the attack and thought about telling them to leave at least one alive to get more details, but I had already hung up. The battle lasted less than 20 seconds because they had not agreed among themselves, and through the earrings, we discovered that they were not simple mercenaries, but hired assassins, but we did not know anything else because they destroyed all the enemies. It is very difficult for Minakichi to leave an enemy alive. I believe that a new war is coming because several countries are trying to attack our different groups. So I warned everyone to be aware of possible new attacks. I am excited to think of my next victim. Day 190, Elf Father's brother came and brought me liquor from a dungeon, because his brother told him I liked it. I told him that it seemed difficult for me to be able to succeed alone, without family members to support you, and he told me that it was a bit difficult and that in his work he had met beings of different races, but that he had rarely spoken with elves, because there are so many few who dare to leave their village. After talking for a while, we did some business to exchange some things and have land rights, in exchange for being able to use the hot springs and some materials taken from the forest, among other things. During our conversation, I noticed that the elf father's brother was very eager to be able to enjoy the hot springs, and because of that, he became a little agitated. I'm already getting to know his way of doing business with him. I hope we get along well. As long as we don't have big problems, our contract will be fulfilled. Day 191, we work on construction all day. Nothing interesting happened. Day 192, we managed to finish building the stores in the house. All that remains is to add the counters and decorate them. We decided to open the stores in 3 days. Day 193, today I left the construction workers and went out to train in the nearest forest with the Solitude children. When we got to the forest, I divided them into 4 groups and asked them to go hunting. After 10 days of training, the children are in good health and stronger. Since there were 50 children, the chief boy and the lieutenant girl, as they were the biggest, were going to train in a different way. There were only small monsters in the forest, so they could be there safely. The chief boy and the lieutenant girl accompanied me deep into the forest to seriously train with Oro and Argento. They all came back tired, but without much injury, so the training was a success and we prepared dinner with the animals they had hunted. I encouraged them to work hard, telling them that the more animals they have hunted, the better their dinner would be. Day 194, before we open our shops tomorrow, I wanted to see something. There is a place in Purgatory City that is close to the border with the Ataragua Demon Empire, so we must be very careful. Yesterday I felt that there will be another war soon, so I am planning to go to the labyrinth to train when the shops are already open. The idea of choosing this new labyrinth is to see a dungeon from the Age of Gods that is here. So far I have completed a few dungeons, but this one has 3 levels. The danger of each one depends on the god that created it. The levels are Demigod, God, and Great God. The Demigod level is the easiest. When you enter, the girl at the entrance explains that there is a lot of risk in that dungeon, so be careful. Kanami and I reached the Demigod level at the Cascade of Hot Springs because I just wanted to visit it to have information. It's a little hard to walk through the water on the ground. The items in this dungeon are more valued by merchants because they are called divine artifacts. Many adventurers come here to collect and sell them. The monsters in these caves are very strong, so many explorers get hit or die here. We found more than 100 monsters, so we managed to get a lot of items. Now I am going to dedicate myself more to opening the store because tomorrow is the opening. When we finished, we bought some. Day 195, today it is snowing, but it is a beautiful day. At 9 o'clock in the morning, we opened the doors of the Parabellum General Merchants Association. Kanami and I dressed up and received our main sponsor, Princess Rubiria. To prevent her from catching a cold due to the weather, we allowed her to warm up in the snack bar at the entrance. Behind her, the first queen entered. I'm a little worried that they'll give us trouble, but there are guests of honor at the store opening party. When we officially opened, we told people that there were special offers for the opening for a week. There were a lot of people because the princess and the artisans helped us spread the word. All the people passed, no matter if they were commoners or nobles, and we had some problems that for now could be solved with words, but we must look for solutions if they are repeated. The warrior volunteered to help out at a store and she helped us a lot outside of the battlefield, which is why I made her the manager of the main store. She thanked me and promised to do her best so that work is done well and everyone is well cared for. I used the monsters I hunted yesterday for today's dinner and everyone really liked it, so I'll try to go hunting more god and great god level monsters soon. Day 196, today the shop filled up very quickly, with some nobles who were very eager to buy. Thanks to that, the sale of expensive items was very good today. I was a little worried by the presence of the people of the religion of the 5 gods, who are still looking at me strangely, but I think I've gotten used to them. For now, we have a lot of customers, but we need to maintain sales, so we need to do something to attract customers, although some still get scared when they see me, so to avoid that, I activated my vulnerability skill and with it, people felt better talking to me. This skill is good for serving customers. I thought there might be trouble when one of the nobles, recently made a marquis, came to the store, but he was generous with his purchases. I'm sure we'll get along just fine. During the purchase he asked me some uncomfortable questions, because he recognized some of the objects lost during the uprising, but he apologized for his words. I don't think I can beat him in a battle of words, but I would like him to visit me more. I think that serving customers is not for me. I don't feel good serving those mustachioed nobles. The warrior saw me complain and told me that she was under a lot of pressure, and that she was doing well taking care of them, because that was her profession in her previous life. We had coffee and I asked her to take charge of the store because I was going to work on the renovations. She got a little angry about my decision, but I explained that it was better to leave her in charge of the store because I had no experience and she could handle it well. I know it's a lot of work, but for now, we can't hire more staff. Day 197, it's the third day and I left work in the store to the warrior, along with some goblins and elves, while I worked on the remodeling. There are still many people in the shops and we saw some merchants and alchemists. Some merchants haggled, looking for better prices, and this made the warrior ask for help. But since they are a team, I preferred to let them solve the problem alone. Later, I went to the store to see the employees and they seemed to have no souls, so I asked the children to help me clean the store and I took the employees to the spa on the first floor. There we gave them some massages with an oil that Dorian-san brought. The warrior was upset because she thought that with so many discounts we were losing money, but I told her that those items were looted and some were free, so we hadn't lost money, and she got a little upset because I didn't tell her before and asked a hand massage. Later, at dinner, she told me that before she did not understand why she had come to this world with the gift of a god, but now she felt that she was using her gift wisely and she felt good with that. She knew that she had to get better in a lot of things, but she wanted to do her best. Day 198. Today it is snowing a lot, so we are going to take the day, because there will be little work in the store. I called everyone and told them that we were going to train all day in the snow and to bring warm clothes and coats. I only left a few employees in the store and everyone else went to training. I used fire creation and water manipulation abilities to clear snow from the training ground. The cold weather and slightly wet terrain make the environment feel good. It is the first time that children and adults are going to train together. The lords were training and Netsuki-kun was training a lot. But Genki-kun told him not to try too hard because he might feel bad, and he replied that he didn't want to train too little because he wanted to achieve his goal of defeating me. The three of them decided to train to face me together afterwards. I gathered everyone at the training ground and explained that today's practice was going to be hard. But since we could heal them, they could hurt themselves as much as they wanted. Kanami told me that she should use kinder words to talk to the children, but I was sure that they should know the truth. I asked everyone to run for a while to warm up before training. I explained to them that this would help them to be less cold and to feel better in training. Some of the little ones got tired, but they all finished their activities. While some rested, we started training. Our practice today will allow them to improve their tolerance for pain and weather while using real weapons. Some find it a bit risky, but I think it's the best for them. I asked them to fight with all their might and that I would heal them if they had injuries. I would not let anyone die today. The final exercise was for everyone to attack me and I called them in groups. I told them that I would not use much force or weapons to avoid hurting them. Everyone wanted to fight me and Argento asked me not to kill anyone. The children were blown away by my wind moves, so they only got hit a little bit and the stronger soldiers got serious injuries. But I think it's better to train like this so that I can fight better in a real battle. I won the battle, but like everyone else, I had some injuries. As a reward for training hard, everyone received the alchemist's quick recovery potion with a few drops of my blood, and for dinner we ate benjar chicken. It was great. But I like wyvern meat better. As long as the store's opening season passes, I'll continue to train with everyone, but after that, I want to go train alone. For now, let's enjoy training and good food. Day 199. Today we have a blizzard, and although my body is resistant to cold, I would like to sit by a fireplace and I miss sleeping under a kotatsu and hot springs. I want to go home. I made breakfast and after eating, I called the princess and proposed the creation of public transport in the royal city. She told me that for that, carriages and horses were needed and that she should analyze the costs of maintaining the carriages and feeding the horses before responding to my request. Because, in addition to that, they had to think about the effects of snow and of the recent revolution in the kingdom's economy. To avoid those expenses, I proposed an alternative transportation option, a smaller version of the centipede. Later, I will bring her the plan of my proposal. I created a design to fit 5 people, including the driver. I wanted to be more friendly and inorganic, so I put a shovel in front to clear the snow. With my design finished, I went to the castle and showed it to the princess. I called it the skeleton spider. I explained to her that I made it with bones that were treated very well to avoid diseases, and I added protection against the sun. In short, it is a last generation magical object. Since my transport is different from carriages, I don't know if it is legal to use it and if I need permits for it to work in the city. I asked for her authorization to get the permits and manufacture more, and, as always, she looked at me and said, "I'm going to grant you the permit on one condition, that you let me drive it. I always wanted a skeleton centipede." I took a deep breath because I thought her condition was going to be a bit more complicated, and I told her it was too big for her to handle. Day 200. Today we did a test with the skeleton spider all over the city to test how it works and clear the snow. On the side of the car, we put a sign that read, "Please cooperate with us during the tests of our vehicle approved by the Transportation Division of the Capital." We are producing a lot of skeleton spiders for the whole capital. I join the skeleton and leave the rest of the work to others. As I have been very busy, I had not had time to spend with the children, so when they asked me to drive the cars, I decided to teach them how to drive inside a small space, together with a few others, to enjoy the day and take a break. Day 102. Today is the last day of the sale and outside we have 30 skeleton spiders clearing the snow and patrolling at the same time, early. We left them in automatic rotation, but some of them we are using for promotion. We are also letting customers manage them at a low cost. I went today to help in the store. There are many customers on the street. I think it's because the streets are clear and because of the promotion on our cars. I feel good because I achieved my goals this week. It's good that there are so many customers, but it's very troublesome because some of them misbehave and you have to control them. Day 202. Since the promotion week in the shop has already passed, we went back to our routine. I left the female warrior in the shop and sent some members to keep watch in different places in the royal capital. The knight and her former subordinates went to the forest to collect materials. I thought that going to the forest without a mask was difficult for the knight, but she had no problem, and also, she noticed that thanks to the hot springs, the quality of the materials is better. I'm going to send her a dress to thank her for her work. Akita Inu is in a dungeon with her team made up of people who did not participate in the revolution. They are going to get stronger and collect items. I really like Akita's attitude, because her team has stayed together and they have made a lot of progress, although they have had some losses. Akita felt very bad for not being able to prevent the deaths of his companions, and he told me that he was going to accept any punishment that I gave him, but I told him that I knew that the dungeons were dangerous and that he should try to take care of the rest. From his team, I'm going to give him a famous eastern sword. Minakichi-kun is in the mountains taking care of Oniwaka and his team. They are hunting monsters in natural danger zones like mountains and forests for exercise. They are in the Jadar Mountains and Asu is telling Oniwaka to ask for help if he can't fight a wyvern or red bear alone. I'm sure Minakichi-kun can defeat any monster in that place. He wants to be very strong and he is working hard to achieve it. When I see him again, he may have already risen in rank. The Avenger team is hunting down the monsters and bandits that hurt people. Although he seems to be calm, I know that he is sad about what happened to the people of his town. His work has been very good, and with that, he has earned the trust of guilds from various places. He hasn't met his new adventure companions yet, but that may happen very soon. I think everything is fine, so I'm getting ready to travel, putting everything I need in order. Day 203. Seiji-kun, after the last blessing from him, he became a divergent Saint King, and even though he is a devil, he doesn't have good fighting skills. In the demonic orb in front of him, he has two new weapons to defend himself, a shield to reflect attacks and increase his size, a scepter with which he can strike his enemy and convert the damage received into power to heal. Duru-chan, she has also changed. Now she is a divergent Fimrado and she has become a bit weak in the morning after receiving her corrosion gift. Now her armor looks like a dress, and because of her gift, she corrodes everything near her and has many followers from her. I don't know whether to let her continue with her new hobby. Oh, I forgot to change her name. Now she's going to be called Irokusa-chan. Now my team consists of 7 people. I, who am the legend of the demon of the black eclipse, Kanami, the empress of the ice kingdom, Asu, the black hammer of the underground, Kumanishi, the emperor of the shining axe, Supase, the priestess of the star of calamity, Birasato, the fearsome sword of dry rust, Irokusa, which is now the corrupt guide of severe misfortune, and Seiki, the saving light of the pious father. I'm only missing one member. I think it might be a goblin, probably Dodom-chan. I would love to know soon. Day 204. I gathered everyone together and told them that I would go to the labyrinth from today, and if they were in trouble, I might not be able to go quickly to help them, so they should ask Kanami-chan before acting. Before we left, Kanami remembered that day, in the dungeon, the floor was wet and she thought it was better to tie up my hair so it wouldn't get wet inside the cave. I took a few items to help me inside the dungeon. My item box, which prevents bodies from disappearing quickly when stored, the durable giant knife, which allows me to slice through my victims while they're alive, and my license. Dungeon raiding, which, while not mandatory for guilds, will keep me safe inside the cave. I had to buy a new license for this new trip, because since many people around here know me now, I don't want to have problems. We reached the demigod level dungeon. This time I will conquer the boss of the deepest depth. It doesn't matter if it takes me a few days. I'm using all my skills to protect the skin and create layers of full body armor, because I don't know how strong the monsters I'll encounter will be. I went down a little more, because I had already seen the first floor the other day. There were Iolite elemental magic monsters there, and to weaken them, you just need to remove their core. The slimes have no flavor, but these are sweet. I'm going to eat them as a snack. I got a skill that covers me with a layer of running water that protects me from fire attacks. I like it a lot. The second floor looks similar to the first, but the monsters are different: a slimy, well-dwelling water anaconda and a muscular battle frog. While I was thinking about how to attack the monsters, I felt a different presence and noticed that they were other challengers who fell into a big pit with many anacondas. Everyone is responsible for staying safe here. I activate my Electro Master ability to take these snakes as ingredients while I can. After I shocked them, they were still alive, so I was able to eat them and save them. I got 2 skills. I really like having 3 new skills, but I don't like the anaconda body lubricant at all, although it can be very useful. I really like the water locating snake ability because it will help me when I need a lot of water to restore my limbs. There is a safe area in the corridor on the 5th floor. I am going to spend the night there. I can't trust this place. The interesting thing about these dungeons is that there is not just one boss. You can also find sub-bosses in different places since this is an underground dungeon. I think I'll call them floor bosses, and there are many safe areas for challengers to prepare to fight with the bosses. This place has a lot of monsters because before it was used by people chosen by the gods, but since those gods were forgotten, they started to hate the world and tried to destroy it. The Satori monster, which attacked this area before the kingdom was founded, was imprisoned here by the fallen god, the old guardian of the mountain, and the gods, to spread faith, choose some people for an epic awakening. And they are those who become heroes and emperors of this world. In order to spread the faith, those people with the epic awakening must become strong and famous and are given challenges called psalms, although they do not always have high divine power, because the gods are angry with each other and steal power from each other. The best example of that is the wars of conquest that I have been through twice. In those cases, the winner keeps the power of the loser. Dungeons were created as a peaceful way to gain divine power. If you win inside the dungeon, you can get power from the god who created it. But if you lose, the god will steal your divine power. Since I only want to hunt and eat, I think I shouldn't play with these gods. These gods are always waiting for pagans to come to make the path more difficult. I think I'm going to play along with them. Day 205, I received a report from the Parab Rangers, the ogres who received the color blessing. They went this morning to a place on the border between the kingdom and the empire, and helped some humans who were attacked by monsters. The monsters had attacked the duke's daughter, and she asked them to take care of her, because she had to go to deliver a letter from his father to Oswald. I think that if the duke sent a letter with his daughter, something big will happen, but now I won't think about it. I am facing a floor leader. His name is Warpadrin, and he is a great whale who controls lightning bolts and water pressure cannons. It's a bit difficult to defeat him in waist-deep water, but I don't want to use a lot of special abilities to fight him. After 20 minutes of fighting using my new abilities, I managed to defeat him. Here I can't summon undead soldiers because they disappear very quickly. I want more different ways to create different races in the future. I received 2 awards, one for defeating the whale and one for doing it solo. I wonder what treasures can I get with the final boss. It can be gold, silver, mithril, or jewels. When I ate the whale, I really liked its taste more than that of the wyvern. I only ate the head, saved the rest for others, and gained 3 skills. On the ceiling of the cave there is a drawing with the 5 great gods. I think that's why there can't be undead here. One of the gods in the drawing is the great god of the origin and the end. I still have doubts about why he gave me a gift, but I think I will find out when the time is right. For now, this world is still full of mysteries. This morning I defeated the boss of floor, but I don't want to rest. I want to finish with the next boss. Floor 6 looks like floor 5, but the monsters are more. Now I found a giant silver-scaled soul. Thanks to my detecting ability, I was able to kill him before he attacked me. I got an ability to breathe in water. I already had the deoxygenated function ability, but there's never too much abilities. I was attacked by an octopus-shaped monster. I'm going to eat it with elf wine. The skill I gained was the ability to generate suction cups. On the 8th floor, I again saw other challengers. I think they are very good because they defeated the monster on the 5th floor. But here, the spiritual trap eel attacked them and left some of them badly injured, so they decided to go back to the surface. When I killed the eel and ate it, I got a skill to increase my physical strength during the attack. Now I found deadly jellyfish that attack in groups. If you don't touch them, they don't hurt you, but there are many and it's hard not to touch them. I accidentally touched one and it injected me with its venom. I couldn't activate my poison tolerance ability, but pain resistance, so I can still fight, and I'm going to attack them with thrown weapons. When I ate them, I gained the slow floating ability. I'll use it when I want to relax. This monster, I had seen it before, the blue armored lobster. These monsters are tough, fast and strong, difficult to hunt. but their meat is very tasty. The skill I got from eating it is the steel shell of the blue lobster. I really like the quantity and quality of the monsters here. I'm going to hit a hidden button to see what happens. The room filled with water and I spent 20 minutes with the water on my head. It was difficult to activate the ability to breathe underwater. It is normal that they have traps with water because most of the monsters are aquatic. I managed to pass other traps and reach the 10th floor. The second floor boss in a war skull salamander lizard. This monster has many different tentacles and weapons, and even though it is undead, it has a slime ability that avoids undead weaknesses. But since the floor is not filled with water, it is easier to move around and I can take care of this one fast. His bones are crunchy and very tasty and I gained some interesting abilities. Symbiotic seems to allow my clones to increase in size, and parallel use allows me to use several spells at the same time. This ability will be very useful for me. Day 206. Today I am going to start exploring the 11th floor, but yesterday I killed 2 bosses and outside there is an amazing and very big landscape in front of me. I'm confused, wasn't I inside the dungeon? Ah, I see, everything is a painting on the walls and ceiling. I think I need to go through several underground lakes to reach the 14th floor. This floor is famous for making money because there are many valuable items and there are few monsters if you can fight. Well, you can take all the items you want, such as vegetables and plants, medicines, fish of all kinds and sizes, unopened treasure chests at the bottom of the side, magical metal underwater, and even pieces of pseudo-sun floating in the air which can be sold for a good price. If people have nothing to do, they can advance to the 15th floor, but collecting items is important. For example, some small fish can be used as bait to catch bigger fish, and these can be used as bait for even bigger fish and can be used as bait to fish in the biggest lake on this floor, monster fish like the big catfish. I'd like to enjoy this with Kanami-chan, although it's inside the dungeon, it seems to be a tourist spot. She said goodbye happy, but I think she didn't say something to me. Day 207, the 15th floor, where the boss is all full of big stones, but very far from the outside world and the door is closed, so I must fight or die. The floor boss is a red king crab, with crystals on his back, which can be used to eat or as pieces of jewelry. Each color has a different effect, which is why they are highly sought after as potion-making ingredients. This monster is hard to beat, because he has a very hard shell and very fast giant claws. He also has some sound waves created by the crystals. This wave is very hard to avoid if you don't know about it, and he can glow a lot if he feels surrounded. The monster attacks very fast and defends well. It's hard to fight him, and when you do, he can jump very high. Good thing I activated my King Dragon Laminate armor before he attacked me, because his attack turns into electricity, and next to sand and water, it can hurt you a lot if it attacks you or you try to dodge the blow. To prevent me from getting hurt, every time he attacked me I covered my face, and after 20 minutes, I beat him. I think I'll take that crab to the store. I'm going to walk around the 16th floor before I eat the crab. The only way to reach the 16th floor seems to be this lake. I think it is increasing the difficulty in the dungeon again. I'm going to warm up before I go in, because I don't want my feet to get cold and I don't want to give up now. I'm going to do my best while I can. I am now in the Aquarium Forlia dungeon. From here to the 20th floor, I have to find a ladder somewhere in this place to go down and then keep going down. Very few adventurers dare to continue after level 15. Because it is very difficult from here. Although it doesn't look very good and there are some cheats, there are also some help functions for normal humans. There are also other dangers, because you can be attacked by monsters, and if you wear little clothes to swim better, you can get hurt on the sharp rocks under the water. Day 208. After searching, I found a small hole in the roof of the lake which led me to the 18th floor. I'm going to rest for a while to continue. I want to fight the next floor boss today, but first, I'm going to have some breakfast of the crab I saved yesterday to cheer myself up. The taste of this crab is better than that of the wyvern, and I learned 3 new skills. It was so delicious that it made me very happy. Now I'm happy to continue the trip. I already reached the 20th floor and found the new floor boss, the Vortex Turtle. This turtle creates a large whirlpool and its shell protects it from blows to a certain extent. The worst thing is that you have to face it underwater. She has a lot of advantages to win, so I can only directly attack her shell with heavy blows. After going through the whirlwind, I attacked it, but it took me noon to defeat it. Again, I gained a bonus for defeating him and a skill for doing it solo. I'm going to keep going down today. Day 209. I no longer have to continue swimming to continue the journey. Now I must use a magic boat to reach the 25th floor. There are 3 types of boats. The bigger they are, the slower they are, but also the more resistant. The boat works with the magic of the captain, and one must write his name to be named captain. Since they're part of the dungeon, I can't take it with me. I chose the small ship to go faster and spend less magic. I thought it was the best. This path seems longer than it is, and after a while I fell into a waterfall. Here the water defies gravity. It's a bit difficult to understand and keep your balance, but it's fun. When I got to the 25th floor, something changed. Now the entire floor is the battlefield and the boss is the Gilman Horseman. I had heard that before there was a Gilman Horseman. It may be that this is his relative. This rider only thinks of finishing off his rivals and has a spear that returns to his hand after he throws it, no matter where he throws it. Those kinds of weapons can be annoying. The rider and the fish he rides, Aragon, attack from long distances, so it's hard to attack them and all I can do is use magic and skills, but when I damage him to a certain extent, he will summon other soldiers. Every soldier is strong and different. They're all attacking me at once, but I'm hurting them and eating a few pieces of them. The longer I fight them, the closer the rider attacks me and can hurt me. Although the injuries are not so strong, I am feeling weaker. They are very good. I think that at this rate, I am going to lose. I got it. The rider uses a skill called contamination and makes his opponents have bad thoughts and believe they are going to lose. That pollution is at the tips of the trident. Each one has a different ability. Physical pollution makes the body feel heavy. Mental pollution affects your thoughts. Fish poison is deadly. An automatic return allows the trident to return to the rider. I finally beat it and I'm halfway there. I put it back in the box to eat later. Now I have a prize, a new ability. Day 210. From the 26th floor on, the entire floor is a big whirlpool and it's time to swim again, because if I try to fly, the water level rises and forces me to go down. There are no traps, but some enemies and items. I found the floor's boss sooner than I thought. The floor's boss is called Grief Charybdis and he asks me many times not to come near. The power of him is bigger than that of the turtle. I can't get close, so I think I should use ranged attacks again. I just thought about it and she lifted her guard up and I couldn't attack her. The only way to fight her is to go through the whirlwind. It was very difficult to get close. I almost drowned several times and it took me many hours. When I got there, I realized that she didn't defend herself and I attacked her without a problem. It seemed easy to kill her, but I know that not many explorers can manage to walk into the whirlpool to get close to her. If the time, she seems very delicate. I think her species is not good at fighting. It feels so good to be able to breathe through my lungs, but I still have 20 floors to go, so I better calm down and pick up the mess. I'm still on day 210. I've already been in the dungeon for 7 days and I've advanced 30 of the 50 floors. Now I am standing in a semicircle that connects with the stairs. It seems that from now on I am going to follow the currents of water in the void. I don't want to keep swimming anymore, but I can't fly and everything is very dark. If I fall, I can't get back up. I'm going to send a clone downstairs to check. It seems like this is a loop and if I mess up, I'll stay here forever. That's why I'm only going down 2 floors today, so I can fight the monsters while I'm sailing, because it's hard. Day 211. There are some great places to rest on the 33rd floor, but I had no choice but to eat breakfast on the 33rd floor stairs. I ate part of the turtle shell and the Gilman rider. By the way, I was told that the turtle is good for the skin, so I think I'll offer it to the spa clients. The taste of the turtle is very good and I got 6 abilities. The ability to summon a new species of the night. It will be very useful, because since they are intermediate, the soldiers can act without many instructions. With this and the water-eyed Johnny ability, I no longer need to swim. If I had known this, I would have eaten the knight yesterday, after defeating him. The new floor boss is an aquarium ball golem, who just runs away from me. This confuses me, because all the other monsters just want to attack me and this one just runs away. But it's the best thing to do in a place like this, because he cloaks himself and attacks me from my blind spots and also makes me tired. To fight him, I activated my abilities to summon soldiers, parasitize, and the human bomb to create kamikaze soldiers in the style of Gilman Rider. Even if the enemy is very fast, he won't be able to dodge my attack and I just have to give him a fatal shot and end this fight. When I finished, I again got my prize and ability for defeating him. Only some stairs appeared. Day 212. After the 36th floor, the whole area is muddy like at the beginning and now I'm in a collection place, which looks like the one I found between the 11th and 15th floors. The food here tastes better, the fish bite fast the hooks. It is a perfect place to rest a bit and recover. If I were single, I would stay here for a while. My favorite food is spring eggplant, because it tastes like apple. I was very lucky I saw the Lady of the Lake, but I didn't get close to prevent her from leaving. She blesses those who see her and relaxes them. I was finally able to rest well before reaching the 40th floor. I found the next floor's boss in the center of a big waterfall. His name is Bloodthirsty Devourer. This monster looks like a zombie, but he is not undead. It eats the blood of his prey and then invades his body to take advantage of all the nutrients from him and then uses his body to hunt for him. The Bugman fights very similar to this monster, so I'm going to think about the way to kill him. Later I'm going to take care of making Avenger face that Bugman, who killed the people of his village. This monster has sharp claws and very large tentacles with which it shoots water with electricity. I moved to kill him after fighting for hours, but I broke my favorite spear, so from now on I'll have to use only the giant's carved knife. I would like to continue until I reach the last boss, but I think I should limit my training better. Day 213, on the 41st floor there is a floor made up of a field of lotus flowers. This floor is a bit complicated, because some leaves sink when you step on them and you can't know which ones. Also, there are monsters that make you fall. It's hard to go through here, because if I fall into the water, I'll immediately appear at the bottom. Beginning of the path. This path is horrible. I think if I met the creator of this floor, I would sting him and feed the lotus flowers. I got to the end at midnight. At the bottom of the 45th floor was a giant lotus leaf, and when I reached it, all the other leaves sank. On this floor there are two female bosses. They are called Gemiuvia Crimson Arms. These twins mercilessly play with others' lives and are unique. They have red gloves to do with the blood of their victims. These twins can make the water very hot, up to 500 degrees Celsius, and if you touch them your blood will boil, and you will die in no time. The worst thing is that if you kill one, the other revives it right away, so I have to kill them at the same time. During our fight they never lost their position. When I managed to hurt them, they increased the temperature of the place where I was, but I don't want to fall back into the water and go back to the beginning. I'm going to kill them. It's now or never. I finally killed them with the 7 doom arrows and advanced to the next floor. I got the crimson gloves and the ability to heat water. I'm so tired that I want to sleep here and now, but the stairs have already appeared and I want to get to the end quickly so I don't run out of energy. Day 214. I was able to rest a bit and my energy grows a lot thinking about the taste of the final boss. It's already the 214th day and I've been here for 11 days, but I've been through 45 of 50 floors. Here is a decoration that unites all the previous floors and the annoying lotus leaves that make me go back to the beginning. What catches my attention the most is a large waterfall that runs from the 46th to the 50th floor. If I jump, I can go straight to the boss of the dungeon, but here I have fought sub-floor bosses. On the 48th floor I found another group of challengers. The leader has the same energy as Avenger and the hero of darkness, so he must be a hero. I would like to know if he received any blessing from a fire god, because the flame on his sword is bigger than Minikich's. When I saw him I wondered why a man who likes fire had gotten into an ice water dungeon, but I think it may be to overcome his fears. Every time you defeat a monster you are given water abilities that prevent you from taking a lot of damage when the monsters attack you. Even if you don't beat them, fighting stronger monsters also gives you experience and that makes you stronger. Although I'd like to fight with that group, I'm going to leave them alone and hope they make it past the floor. Someday I will eat them. In the afternoon I reached the boss's gate, so I took a long rest. From here I must be more careful because any obstacle, even small, can kill me. I've fully charged my energy and mana, so now I'm going to the end of the house to fight the dungeon boss. Let's see how far I can go. The boss of the dungeon is a shark head, a kind of snake that is half dragon and half wyvern. But even though he is not very smart, he will use his instinct to finish off all the challengers. To fight him I need to focus on not choking and attacking him whenever I see an opening, as well as ducking to avoid getting hit by him to do too much damage and then going back to nothing to wait for my next opportunity to attack. This monster must be about 50 meters and must think that he can eat me with one bite or swallow me whole. If I were him, I would bite the neck or chest. During the fight this monster tries to use water to get me into his mouth and his tongue is also a weapon. I'd like to get out of here fast, but I can't yet. Now he's scaring me with an underwater electric shock. I would have died if I didn't nullify his attack. When I thought he was going to eat me, he threw me to the bottom of the waterfall and from there I can't attack him. I need a bigger opening, but I think I swam a lot. Because I feel surrounded by water, the monster threw me into a vortex. This monster does not use the vortex to avoid its enemies, but to hunt them. The monster hit my back and although I regenerate very quickly, I don't know what would have happened if he had attacked my legs. This monster is very lively. I think when he tasted my blood, he got more motivated to fight. I shouldn't have let him touch me. Now I'm not in a good situation, but the opportunity I was waiting for has arrived. Eat or be eaten. Next time, the battle to the death will be decided. Day 215. I am fighting the monster and I have lost several parts of my body, but after a whole day, I managed to defeat it and because of that, I received a skill and a treasure chest. Also a system was activated to teleport me back home. When I left I received a message from the Psalms, in which I received divine power from the god of fresh water and some gifts, some rings with precious gems, which for now do not interest me, but I am going to study about them later. At last, on day 215, after 12 days, I was able to see the beautiful sun outside the dungeon. I would like to go home quickly, but it's late. I'm going to stay at the aquarium. I spent the night at the Hotel Buoniorno, one of the most exclusive in the city, and to go, I dressed in custom-made clothes that the princess gave me. This place is very popular between defiant nobles and has a restaurant renowned for its food. Since I'm here, I decided to eat at the best restaurant, called Panakata, because I want to enjoy the best dishes that the labyrinth has to offer. All the dishes here are made with ingredients taken from the labyrinth and, in the case of meat, they must be chopped before they disappear, which is why the cook here is terrific, especially since in addition to cooking, they must enter the labyrinth to look for the rare monsters that cook in the restaurant. Many of the monsters that attacked me are now turned into these delicious dishes, and the vegetables are bought in shops inside the mazes. After eating all the dishes on the menu, I couldn't help asking for the head cook. That made me feel important. The cook thanked me for trying all his dishes. I thanked him because I really liked his dishes, and the cook felt good and suggested that I bring my ingredients next time so he could cook them for me. I think this man makes art in his kitchen, combining the ingredients to achieve a unique flavor. I think it's a simple comparison, but the taste of this kitchen is very similar, or maybe better than the kitchen in the castle. Next time I'll come with Konami and Minakichi. Day 216, I had a restful sleep after a long time. I returned to the royal capital after 12 days, and when I arrived, Konami hugged me very tight. But this time I didn't feel as much damage as when I came back from Gobaji's burial, so I think I have become much stronger, so I think if I conquer another dungeon like this, I can rank up. But I don't know if I want to evolve again, but I think I have to decide soon. Because later I may have the great white deer or other unknown gods as enemies, and I need to be prepared and stronger. I'm also thinking that every time I level up, it's more difficult to learn new skills, and I also have to prioritize which ones to use at each moment. And to train, I don't want to go alone. I told Konami that I want to train with Asu, Minakichi, and her again to prepare in case there is an emergency. I invited her to hunt dragons and she got very excited. She wants to show how strong she has become, but before she asked me to finish the work that is being done here, so I will concentrate on finishing my goals here. And that's how the first part of this manhwa ends. Well guys, if you like this video and you want a second part, comment below with the word part 2. Also subscribe to the channel, hit the bell and like the video. But most important, leave a comment. Until the next video.